One winter day heavy snow fell, blanketing the brown-red roof of the old mansion, the sky a pale gray with clouds draping over, making the scene cold and oddly romantic. Suddenly someone's voice rose, heard the rumor yet, two men were chatting. The brown-haired man spoke. Lately there's a madman wandering battlefields, the blonde across asked back, a madman. The brown-haired man tossed his beer and continued, I heard he has the hollow eyes of a mercenary. Whenever one battle ends he disappears and turns up at another. A mercenary who's fed up with life's strain. The two kept talking, but that madman always says, I survived again. They say he only appears in battles involving the Empire, seems driven by personal vendetta more than coin. The blonde man casually sipped his beer and commented, just hearing it gives goosebumps, which madman is that? The man opposite immediately answered the question, and there's another rumor. Apparently he's a prince from some fallen kingdom. I heard he's looking for a place to die. The frame shows blinding white snow. Streaked across it are splashes of red syrup staining the ground. A person is slumped down, breathing hard. Before the young man stands an armored figure staring at. The armored man slowly lifts his visor and sneers. Self-harm is the best answer you could come up. The armored man said to the hollow-eyed, gaunt young man before him, the third prince of Brial, Yuri Brial. Yuri Brial, what a contemptible name, the one who wrecked the kingdom with his own hands. 10 years ago, at Casino Roman 20. Everyone was having a grand time. Come on now. The name of the sinner and the sole survivor of that fallen kingdom. A young man drunk to the point of a betrayed face happily slammed the table and laughed loud. Today I'm ridiculously lucky. He is, the third prince of Brial, Yuri Brial, 18 years old. The man beside him twirled a chip on the table and asked in amazement, damn, how do you always win like that? Then placed the chip to bet. And he is, Royal Mage Hernan. The other gamblers rose to leave. Yuri kept chatting cheerfully. It's just chance I don't have much. Noticing those about to leave he said, oh hey, leaving already. One more round then. Yuri, dead drunk, felt invincible and doubled the bet this time. Hernando, seeing his worry, hushed him gently to stop. Let's go home, my lord. If we stay any longer, we'll be late for our appointment. Suddenly they angrily slammed the table and shouted, why don't you leave while we're still being nice? The brown-haired guy snapped, annoyed, think we don't know your cheating tricks. The blonde chimed in, playing dirty games too, what nonsense. Yuri slammed the table in anger and sprang up. He shouted, what dirty trick? Who do you think I am? Another jumped in to mock them. Looking at you acting like this, you're probably not nobility. What king are you? The blonde sneered, king. If he were royal, I wouldn't let him walk away so easily. Yuri glared at them, words dripping with sarcasm. They kept taunting, pushing further until he trembled with anger. Said the empire's situation couldn't get worse. The princes are all the same, useless. That noble house only knows how to swing swords. What can they do? That remark was the last straw. Yuri shoved the table flying. He roared at the top of his lungs. The brown-haired man stared in shock at the scene. What the? The expressions of the two beside him were no better. He stomped down on the broken wine jug on the floor. Yuri's voice rose, listen up, you three idiots. He lifted his face and began cracking his knuckles. I am the third prince of Brial, Yuri Brial. His words made them recoil in fear. Yuri's tone was cold. Allow me to see you off. He smiled brightly at them. Go ahead and be reincarnated. They panicked, faces drained of color, yelling in unison as cold sweat broke out. After that, just as expected, syrup splattered everywhere. Outside, the night sky stretched like a velvet ribbon, studded with countless stars that flickered in and out in the gentle darkness. Beneath the tree canopy, their silhouettes were cast against the sky with a cool night breeze. An explanation rang out. I'm telling the truth. I was late because father called an urgent meeting. I already messaged you via the relay. The woman simply stood silently watching him explain, followed by a useless plea, so can you forgive me this once? The woman remained motionless. She was the Empire's princess, Catherine Ivarna Granz. Seeing Yuri fall silent, she snapped in irritation. Do you think only you are busy? Do you know how long I had to travel, how many stairs I had to avoid to get here? Seeing her anger, Yuri tried to explain again, I know, but I have my own situation too. He scratched his head, my father is away, so I have to be careful. Strictly speaking, I shouldn't even be telling others this. Catherine kept a stern look on Yuri. She gave a bleak smile. Ah, so I'm just someone else after all. Yuri realized he'd painted himself into a corner and forced a smile. He immediately retorted, what? No, that's not it. Catherine wasn't placated. She threw the necklace with its blue gemstone, their betrothal token, and snapped. If you don't trust me this much, then why even give this thing? Why not give it to some woman you actually trust? Yuri could only fall silent as the necklace flew away. She turned and walked off, leaving Yuri with one line. Don't call me unless I call first. Hearing that, he panicked and shouted, wait. He cried her name desperately, Catherine, but she resolutely left without even glancing back. Yuri looked down at the necklace he'd picked up and worriedly wondered, what am I going to do now? He muttered to himself that apologizing to her would be tough. Just then someone had long been waiting behind a nearby wall. He'd overheard the conversation, and a malicious grin began to spread across his face. And from that day, the already fragile relationship between Brial and the Empire reached its limit. The balance teetered, and the Empire's actions, once mere provocations, began to cross clear lines. As tensions boiled and clashes between the two nations gradually slipped out of control, a sudden intrusion of shouts echoed. Yuri's pupils dilated to the max. Sweat began to pour from his temple. Before him now stood the castle engulfed in flames. Accompanied by cries, the Empire had poured into Brial. "Everyone evacuate now." The voices grew more urgent. Some who couldn't flee lay scattered on the ground. Yuri ran through the inferno, racing against the announcements to get everyone near the castle to safety. Yuri stood before the castle, before a stronghold that once loomed proudly, but now was only a towering blaze. The war with the Empire had officially begun. He could only stand and watch the castle burn away before his eyes, powerless after so many had already perished. The sky was gloomy and cold, carried on a biting wind. In that seemingly endless war, his royal brother fell in battle, departing with eyes unclosed, his brother Joshua. Others told him, "Your Highness, please retreat," but he refused and kept resisting. "Reinforcements, aren't they coming yet?" The greatest power in Brial, called the strongest on the continent, Fleur Brial. Because of the absence of one person, the Empire gradually gained the upper hand. At first I took it as coincidence and let it slide. Perhaps I denied the truth because I didn't want to believe it, and as I thought that my sword was already stained with blood. Yet thoughts of battles where I must risk my life, and reason, reached the same conclusion. It was Catherine's betrayal, the only one to whom I had bared everything. When the king left Brial, it coincided with the Empire's unrelenting invasion. After the fighting, he looked up to find the sun high and a dove hovering around. It perched on his hand then. I'd hoped these strange coincidences were just my paranoia. But then there was the reply to the letter I'd struggled to send to Catherine. He stared in shock beneath the dove. On the letter was a single line, "Sorry." He carried it with him, with nothing left but despair. Yuri stood before the sea of flames, piecing everything together, when a voice shouted, "There's the Prince of Brial, catch him and Brial's done for." He gritted his teeth in bitter reproach. They just keep coming. Yuri lunged up to stop that attacker. Spotting an opening, he swung hard at his opponent, a finishing blow. No sooner had one fallen than another came sneaking in to strike. He glanced over in surprise. Fortunately, he was quick enough to raise his sword and parry the blow. By then his strength was nearly spent. He could only clench his teeth and tremble. Yuri mustered his last ounce of strength to counterattack, and finally the man was defeated. He could only pant, almost out of breath from exhaustion. Then someone else stepped up behind him, making him turn his head. More platoons of soldiers arrived. He stood there watching them slowly advance. Yuri recoiled in shock and started backing away, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, is this where it ends?" Then they swung their swords at him, and he couldn't dodge in time, crying out in pain. His sword clattered from his hand, startling him. He closed his eyes and bit his lip, as if accepting his fate. The attacker's blade slowly lowered to finish Yuri, but someone stepped in front and took the killing blow for him. He stared, pale as a sheet, at the figure before him. The soldier let out a triumphant laugh after felling one man. Yuri could only call the name, Roland. Roland pushed his last strength into a trembling voice. "Your Highness, please lie." He couldn't believe it and shouted back, "Roland." Before he had time to grieve, the fighting surged again, and another knight stepped forward to shield him. The knights behind urged him, "No, Your Highness, run. If anything happens to you, Brial has no future." Yuri was still in shock, unable to accept the scene. They urged him on, "Hurry, Your Highness, mount up." He shut his eyes and gritted his teeth to endure. Those behind saw him making his escape and yelled, "The Prince of Brial is running, seize him." The next morning, the sun rose. After a night of pursuit, they cornered him at a wooden house. They began searching around. "He can't have escaped anywhere. Find the prince quickly. He was hiding inside that house." Yuri was exhausted, panting, thinking to himself, he can't hide here forever. He stared resolutely at the door. He had to find a way to break the siege and plan for the future. Yuri thought of Fleur, worried for his lord, wondering what had happened to the king. With no sign of his return, there was only one reason. Perhaps the Empire had killed him. As he pondered, the door before him suddenly opened, startling him. A man in armor looked at him. At that moment, he didn't know what to do and just stepped back, telling himself, "No. If I die then, Brial's future is over." Then he begged aloud, "Spare me." He knelt before the man. "If I die, Brial can't hold on." Yuri felt guilty. Brial's knights had sacrificed themselves for him. Then he grabbed his hands tightly and spoke in a trembling voice. "What I mean is..." As Yuri squeezed his eyes shut in fear, the man's voice rang out, "I'm sorry." He continued, "I can't explain at length, but the Empire's crimes will be paid for." He listened to every word, Imperial soldiers will storm in soon, so go, leave now. Heeding the words, he ran straight out, not looking back but charging forward. Now he had no plan other than to run from this hell, telling himself as he fled that he must survive. He must live and restore Brial and avenge the Empire. The sky was dark as if about to rain, yet my ideals were nothing but empty illusions. Reality was merciless. Suddenly a heavy rain began, fine droplets falling down. He ran alone, retreating, thinking to himself that everyone was dead. What was all this bloodshed for? He could no longer find a reason. The paper Catherine had sent him lay tossed in a puddle. Yes, he still held his sword to punish himself. Clutching the necklace, their betrothal token, he thought that one day someone would come and kill him. Looking back at the syrup-soaked scene, the armored man spoke. Go find a place to die. What a pitiful sight. His face was gaunt and frightening, as if he had no soul. The armored man said, you charge into the most dangerous battlefields and risk your life just to rest. Self-harm is the best answer you can think of. In the end, you're still self. The man in armor continued, people like you don't deserve to die. He cut in irritably, you look like you want to kill me and yet you talk so much. The man ignored him and said, the third prince of Brial, Yuri Brial. He was shocked to be called the third prince. He thought to himself that those who knew his past were dead already. The armored man began to remove his mask, all because of you. The man's face was scarred all over, twisted with vengeful hatred, because of him. He stared in horror at the man opposite and cried, Roland. He recalled the moment the man blocked his blade, puzzled. That voice, it's him all right, but he should have been dead then, how? Roland slowly drew his sword from its sheath and began, each word heavy. The kingdom of Brial fell under the Empire's vile schemes. The Flander family's oath of honor to the royal house, their dignity and loyalty, had all turned to ashes. Shouting his name, he rushed forward, Brial. At that moment Yuri's thoughts churned. Someone who had died had become a demon. The sword had pierced his chest. Everything was to punish past mistakes, his own sin. Damn it, I thought my heavy heart would feel lighter in death, but the necklace I wore began to glow, this sense of guilt. The gem on the necklace snapped free from him. His thoughts continued, dragging him down to the very last moment, when a voice intoned that Brial's successors never abandon honor, even unto death. Yuri jolted awake to faint voices in his ears. His dark eyes were dazed, not yet able to take in the light after the stupor. Yuri Brial. Suddenly his pupils contracted for a moment when he heard the man before him say, you've only opened your eyes after 3 days. Before him stood Flor, his black hair neatly groomed, his beard trimmed close to his jaw as he softly asked, are you all right, my son? Seeing the king's concern, he sat up straight, rubbed his tangled hair, and as if still incredulous, called out 2 words, Father. He couldn't believe that the man standing here like a phantom was the king. How could someone who should have been dead be here? His head drooped slightly as he muttered like a sleepwalker, so you've gone to hell too. I could understand myself, but father as well. Surprised, Flor asked, what? His small hand clasped one of the man's hands. The other, larger and firmer, was gloved in black. Yes. He turned his starbright eyes to Flor, leaving the king momentarily stunned. Despite always preaching honor, he truly lives freely, huh? Before their father-son moment could deepen, Flor struck him so hard his eyes nearly popped out. What nonsense are you talking? The blow left a swelling on his head. He winced, eyes tearing like an innocent fawn, but couldn't help retorting, you're supposed to be in hell, and yet you still haven't broken the habit of hitting at the slightest thing. Have some remorse. He was about to continue protesting when a green leaf gently fluttered across his vision, and he realized, at least for now. Flor kept watching his every movement while he gazed out the window, where sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves. In that brief second, he noticed a crucial detail. His eyes sparkled. They haven't arrived here. His gaze continued to the window, where streams of water ran down the slope of a waterfall. There he saw 2 maids, one carrying a large bucket of water, the other balancing a basin for washing, chattering away, confirming his thought. They weren't here at all. If this were hell, there should be sinners and purifying flames. Devils would mock and torment me. Confronted with this new truth, he turned back to Flor and the others present, unable to speak. Wait, so this is. And finally, his mind seemed to lack the courage to face this story. His vision grew hazy and began to darken. At Flor's loud call, he slipped back into unconsciousness once more. Yuri. All eyes turned to him, breathing evenly on the large bed. Yuri Brial, 3rd Prince of Brial, 13 years old. In Yuri's thoughts, he reflected that at first, he had thought it was a dream or a replaying memory. But whatever it was, I couldn't wake up, and the world had not yet ended. Instead, old scenes long buried kept repeating. And I couldn't admit that. I had returned to the past, back to the spring when I had just turned 13. The truth was I had been given another chance. A pair of delicate hands pushed aside the dark curtains so sunlight could stream through the glass and dance across the spacious room. On that wide bed, he lazily burrowed under the covers to avoid the glaring light as a gentle voice called, "Prince, please wake up." She let him snore on, eyes still shut and resisting the light. Grumbling, he asked me to wake. Ina was clever. She mentioned what mattered most to him to pull him out of his sleep. "It's time for your sword training, sire." He shoved the blanket off mercilessly and let out a small yelp. Quickly getting into gear, he buttoned his tunic at the chest and, ready to step out, called for her help. "Ina, hurry and bring me my clothes," meaning my bathing things. His small feet started moving in a rush. Understanding Yuri's mood, she gently soothed him. "Prince, calm down." Ina looked gentle and polite, hands properly folded before her, smiling brightly as she said softly and kindly, "I'll help you wash your face first. Please sit still." Seeing her so pretty and radiant, he couldn't help but remember that fateful day. Ina sitting on the floor, back against the wall. A killing stroke stealing her life, syrupy blood splattering the wall and floor in a large blot. He thought that image would haunt Yuri for the rest of his life. He suddenly turned to her and called softly, "Ina." She replied politely as etiquette demanded, "Yes, Your Highness." He raised 3 long fingers toward Ina's face and suggested, "Give me 3 sharp slaps, make them loud." She seemed frightened and asked again, her expression showing confusion. "Sir, you want me to betray?" He replied indifferently, "If I order it, it's not betrayal." Still stunned, she asked, "Are you sure, sir?" He readily answered again, "Yes." To seal his words, his eyes narrowed into a curve, and in an elegant voice he began, "I, Yuri Brial, once I swear, will keep my word." Outside, clouds rolled in great swells across the deep blue sky, and the sun's dazzling light kept visiting everything. Thus the vast castle seemed to shine even more brilliant. In a corner of the magnificent castle, a large empty courtyard looked like the noble's training yard. Near the gate stood a slightly darkened straw scarecrow, its arms outstretched like prey surrendering. He was in guard stance, a large swelling on his face causing him constant pain. Eyes closed, he kept thinking, "I forgot how terrifying Ina is." Although his back faced the people behind him, he knew their gazes and remarks were aimed at him. Not one offered to apply balm to his bruise. Suddenly a crisp thrust came at Yuri. He nearly failed to react, but managed to parry in time. His eyes fell on the man before him, Bernard in fighting stance, gripping a wooden sword, his calm face making Yuri resentful. Bernard didn't even ask about his cheek. The man before him was Yuri's swordmaster, Bernard. The techniques the two practiced were fast and professional, but he quickly noticed the problem. Bernard only sparred with him, never corrected his form. One large and one small, one attacking and one defending, so dull it sapped his focus. Since when had Bernard reduced training to mere sparring? For a moment he recalled the day Bernard stood before Floor and spoke of him. "He is very smart, but that's also a pity." As he spoke, Bernard bowed his head slightly, brow knitting as if clenching his teeth to say something. If His Majesty had just been a bit more sincere, he could have become a great blessing for Brial. At that time Yuri had been outside the door, hands clasped behind his back in a relaxed pose, listening to their conversation with no expression. Yes, certainly since then. He quickly steadied himself to prepare for the next bout with Bernard. Both assumed ready stances, but he couldn't shake his earlier thoughts, so training had become only sparring because he kept being uncooperative. Thinking this, his hand clenched tighter, veins standing out as he scowled at himself for growing lazier instead of putting in effort. Suddenly he called out, cutting through the gloomy air and startling Bernard for a moment. "Bernard." His sword tip pointed at him lightly, but decisively as he declared in a firm tone, "From today on." Though his face still looked somewhat immature, it clearly radiated his determination to learn the sword, teach me properly. Before Bernard he was still just a 13-year-old boy, yet the wooden sword in his hand felt somewhat imposing, and combined with his resolute voice earlier, it surprised the man. "I, Yuri Brial, will truly train from now on." For a moment Bernard smiled quietly, as if he caught the intention behind the boy's words. No idea what wind changed His Highness' mind, though. Hearing Bernard's assurance, his face brightened noticeably. The depths of his eyes trembled slightly, yet he was clearly afraid and sweating cold. "I understand, sir." Now the man training him had truly become a master. Bernard held his sword firmly parallel to his body, while the other hand drew back. Determination flashed in his eyes, and his brows knitted hard like steel. "From now on." Saying that, he lunged like the wind, closed in on the boy, and delivered a decisive strike before Yuri could react. "We will begin real training." Clearly intimidated by his momentum, Yuri felt a bit fearful and muttered, "Wait, Bernard." Realizing the boy wasn't fully ready, Bernard stepped back a few paces, bringing his sword back to prepare for the next blow. His terrifying presence made Yuri's heart race and legs tremble. After all, he was still 13 and a little frightened, sweating coldly. oh right. Bernard executed a thin, wind-like cut decisively. He gripped the hilt with one hand and the other held the sword. His body moved rhythmically step by step toward Yuri, and a strange light glinted in his eye. Compared to Yuri's hunched, pale stance, he realized just how monstrous a force he was facing, back before Bernard came to Brial. Training continued, and clearly Yuri absorbed much from him. No wonder he was called the Fierce Sword. The sun had risen high, its dazzling rays pouring down. White clouds of every shape drifted across the deep blue sky. His hands were finally too tired, and he dropped the wooden sword to the ground with a clap. He lay flat on the ground, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. So this is real training with the fierce Bernard. Without experience as a mercenary, I might have been badly beat. He raised his small, sweat-soaked hands before his face to shield part of his eyes from the blazing sun, a bit tired but relieved. His hands were scratched from the weight of the wooden sword, his face dotted with sweat. Yet at this rate his skills would improve quickly, not bad. Bernard looked somewhat surprised and puzzled. Yuri's swordsmanship had reached a new level, and he couldn't help but wonder, "Your Highness parried all my strikes. When did you improve so much?" He lay there regaining his breath when suddenly a hurried call echoed from afar. "Your Highness." Ina ran so fast she seemed out of breath, barely mustering strength to shove open the large door as she panted. "I think you should stop and go inside, please." She continued, "His Majesty requests an audience with you." Hearing that he sat bolt upright, puzzled, "His Majesty, why?" Ina told him what she knew. It seemed Count Johans had brought his son. Hearing that, his eyes went blank for a moment as a buzzing premonition filled his head. Count Johans' son what? He thought of his previous life and that unforgettable day when the kingdom fell, he gripping a sword to his brow, bloodied wound unbandaged, face pale and frantic, the one who betrayed the kingdom and opened the way for the empire before. Even if that bastard were dead, he'd drag him down to the grave and curse him, Got Bokvar, that vile name. The call for her, Ina, made her startle and wonder, but she still answered yes. His clothes were still stained with dust from training, but he paid it no mind. His face grew numb and cold as he asked Ina, "That one, where is he?" An array of visually stunning, luxurious dishes was laid out on the table. On the long table exuding nobility, those of high rank sat and dined. Yuri was cutting a piece of beef with his eyes shut when a voice said, "The third prince looks different now." The count placed a hand on his chest, smiling as he praised the king, saying he looked even healthier. Contrary to the count's cheer, the king seemed displeased. "I wonder if my son drank something by mistake." At that the boy's tutor chimed in, "If such a thing exists, I'd give it to my son too." The king looked toward the one praising him. "Your son was already clever." The man hurriedly replied, "The boy still has much to learn." Gott's face flushed, and his admiring eyes were fixed on Cedric as he ate, the man seeming to glow. Yuri radiated gloom. His unpleasant expression made Gott startle. Gott, anxious and uneasy, turned his head away, sweat streaming down his face. Joshua beside him nudged Yuri with his elbow and called, "Yuri." He curiously asked, "Do you have a problem with him?" Yuri scowled and answered, "Yes, he stabbed me in the back." Hearing this, Joshua curled his lip in a probing, mocking tone. "So what will you do, omnipotent Yuri Brial?" He fell silent, not answering, lost in thought, putting on an air of nobility while inside plotting how to manage others' emotions. Yuri looked at Gott, avoiding his gaze. Assessing him, nothing had changed. Gott said nothing, eyes closed in endurance, his brows tightening. As if he could no longer bear it, Gott looked up with a scowl, lips pressed tight, staring at Yuri. After a while he finally answered Joshua's question. "Nothing," he pushed in. "He needs to control his temper." Yuri recalled the desperate scenes from his past life, filled with resolve. "This is all for you, Gott. I won't repeat the mistakes of that life." In the palace garden the sunlight was blinding. Yuri's thoughts echoed. "I fought Gott around here before, mostly dishing out blows. Did he betray out of resentment that day?" A wooden sword was tossed into Gott's hand with the comment, "All right, Gott, I hear you're skilled with a blade." He nervously eyed the sword and replied, "I only know a little, shall we?" Yuri cut him off before he finished, silent. Joshua leaned against the wall watching the two in silence, then haughtily declared, "The kingdom doesn't need knights of weak will." Gott, confused, asked, "What will? I'm not even an official knight yet." Yuri held the wooden sword and asked, "Aren't you supposed to become a knight serving this kingdom?" Gott, embarrassed, stammered, "Oh yes, that's right." While he still stood dazed with the sword, Yuri lunged forward with his blade. Then fight. He charged with a beast-like glare, striking toward Gott's sword. Gott, taken aback, only managed to raise his blade to block. The attack was sudden and cowardly. This time Yuri used his foot to kick up a spray of dirt, like kicking a ball. The dirt flew into Gott's face, causing him to shut his eyes and cry out in pain. He rubbed the dirt from his eye, brandished his sword angrily, and said, "Third prince, remember the spirit of chivalry." Yuri opened his hand, letting the sword fall to the ground. Gott stared in astonishment at the sight, and discarded his weapon. Yuri lunged forward, hair streaming back, a smile blooming on his lips. He kicked, sending both the man and his sword flying. With a thud to the ground, Got lay on the grass in pain. Then Yuri suddenly picked up the sword again. He pointed the blade straight at his face and called his full name, Got Bakvar. In my past life, you sold information to the Empire using your father's name. Got lay on the ground speechless as the sword hovered near his throat. Yuri asked, your father is a great count and a respected knight. How did he earn such a title? Then he sheathed the sword on his shoulder. What for? Got stammered. That matter. He told himself, I know you just want to live. This time you'll stand with Brial. He held out his hand and asked, are these questions too hard? Got replied, no sir, I don't understand what you mean. Silence fell. Yuri said nothing but sank into thought. He couldn't allow knights to think that way, himself included. Another question rang out. So how did your father become a count, and who granted him the title? Got clasped Yuri's offered hand. Yuri warned, from now on, try to understand the nature of things. Think carefully about what I say. Got answered briskly, yes sir. In the sky were clouds and sunbeams, and the sunlight even formed a rainbow. Got left turned and bowed to Yuri. Joshua approached teasingly. Ooh, inspiring, you're good at fighting now. Yuri didn't look back and asked, did you think I'd lose? His reply came with a laugh, leaving him speechless. Yuri brushed dust from his clothes and asked his brother, hey, how do I look in your eyes? He began to describe his younger brother as the kingdom's worst troublemaker and gambler, words that made Yuri flush with embarrassment. Suddenly his tone grew serious. I'm not like that anymore, and you shouldn't cause trouble either. Joshua froze at the words. Have you banged your head somewhere? Yuri said nothing, only smiled under the late afternoon sun. The sunset had arrived. The sun was beginning to set, and from the wall it was almost gone. Yuri knelt on one knee amid drifting dust, exhaling heavily, done. Unable to bear the exhaustion any longer, he collapsed to the ground, breathing in ragged gasps. Bernard, seeing this, praised, well done, let's call it for today. He addressed the panting, sweat-drenched youth, Prince. Then he leaned down and announced, I think it's time you learn a method to use Manhwa. Hearing this, Yuri immediately jumped up and fired questions. Really? You're going to teach me your method? He denied it and proposed another. No, mine isn't enough for your potential. You should learn the Brial method. Yuri froze, puzzled. Why? Bernard explained the advantages of the method. It's a wonderful technique, very effective and pure. At the mention of the Brial method, he clenched the sword in his hand. He'd learned it in his past life and mastered it as a mercenary, but Bernard, seeing this, guessed his thought. Are you considering learning a different method? Yuri stared at the sword and replied absently, I'm thinking. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, his eyes widened. He excitedly proposed to his teacher, Bernard, arrange some steady guards for me, based on potential rather than skill. He recalled another matter. There was one technique he had tried in his past life but never managed to learn. Hearing that, Bernard stroked his chin, pondering potential. Bernard squinted, remembered someone, and nominated him. If we're focusing on raw talent, Gerald would fit. Yuri, doubtful, asked him, based only on potential, Bernard answered. Hearing the name, he muttered to himself, Gerald. He closed his eyes and recalled memories. Before returning, he had met him at the end of the war. In the sea of fire during the war, Gerald trembled on his knees. That he survived to that point was truly surprising. He still knelt trembling amid the flames, but his voice was full of rage. I'm furious. Yuri sat calmly on a rock. Why? Yuri seemed to think highly of him. His potential was indeed special. Gerald's voice wavered with the tremor. If I had trained back then, I could have been much stronger, but he never honed it. Because of his laziness, when war broke out, Yuri gave him a bitter smile. What use was it now? Both had become rusted swords. He rose from the ground and brushed the dust off himself. Well then, Yuri walked in the sunset light, his face full of expectation, just going to meet that lazy knight, right? Over there, Gerald was still training with the other knights. Yuri smiled. He had a plan. I'll enlighten him. The sky was crimson at sunset, birds flying across the rooftop. A knight stood on the balcony, looking down and listening to the soldiers' training. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open from behind, causing him to turn around. Seeing who had appeared, Rosso cheerfully called, Your Highness, what brings you here? Yuri waved happily and smiled. I'm just checking if they're working hard. He laughed heartily. They're not like your highness, but they're working hard. Yuri stepped closer, leaned on the railing, and looked down intently. Watching the soldiers train so earnestly below, he thought to himself, they really are all dedicated. Then he turned to Rosso and asked, Where's Gerald? Rosso replied, Oh, that new soldier over there. Yuri propped his chin on his hand, sighed, his thoughts in turmoil. Now I understand Bernard's meaning. He looked down. Gerald had just brought his sword up to parry an opponent. Yuri kept thinking, training needs willpower to improve. He only does the bare minimum to be passable. He grew serious and said, At this rate, his skills will deteriorate. Yuri then turned to Rosso with a request. Rosso, give me a wooden sword. I want to join the sparring. Rosso smiled. Very well. Who would you like to spar? Yuri pointed to someone below, turned, smiled, eyes bright with confidence. That slippery one over there. Now on the training field, Yuri and Gerald each held a wooden sword, facing each other as those around watched the match closely. The knight beside Rosso wore an arrogant grin, eyes full of contempt. He folded his arms and laughed. New recruit, good luck. Rosso leaned on the railing, smiling encouragement but wary. Gerald lifted his head, his face a picture of helplessness. Yuri tightened his grip on the wooden sword and spoke slowly. Gerald, I've heard your talent. Yuri smiled, his sharp gaze showing confidence. Don't mind showing me what kind of knight you are. Gerald, anxious with sweat streaming down his cheek, murmured, yes, sir. Yuri took a step to brace with his foot. Then, he smiled, eyes sharp, and lunged at him swiftly, gripping the wooden sword. Yuri said, don't disappoint me. Seeing Yuri charge, Gerald's expression didn't change. He remained utterly calm. He gently raised his sword and parried Yuri's powerful strike. Watching the intense match from above, Rosso remarked, just as I thought, he has no wasted movements, then shouted, Your Highness, we're cheering for you. The observing knights chimed in, Your Highness isn't bad at all. But in the ring, Gerald's brow furrowed. No, something was off. A strong slash from Yuri came down, and he managed to block it in time. Gerald kept warding off Yuri's relentless, powerful strikes. His brows were tightly knitted now. He swung his sword, continuously intercepting Yuri's blows. Gerald's face had gone stern as he thought. Each strike is unnervingly steady. Yuri didn't hesitate, delivering rapid, fluid strikes with a confident face. At that moment, a thought came to Gerald's mind, as if he realized he's adjusting to my pace. Yuri's face glowed in the sunlight, a smile spreading across. Suddenly Yuri's voice rang out, This isn't fun, is it? The two wooden swords clashed again and he continued, This is just acting. Now, let's fight for real. Yuri unexpectedly increased his force and quickly brought down a powerful strike that Gerald had to block with both hands. The wooden sword struck and sent out a fierce flash. Gerald cried out in alarm, his eyes wide in disbelief. Yuri laughed inwardly, thinking, he blocked that, just as I thought, his reflexes are monstrous. He quickly followed with a slash at Gerald's belly, but Gerald nimbly evaded the incoming blow. Yuri's strikes kept coming without pause. Gerald dodged and countered swiftly. Watching Yuri's powerful assaults rain down, Gerald gritted his teeth. I only meant to take it easy. He quickly swung a hard strike at Yuri's knee, causing him to cry out in pain. Yuri raised his sword to block, brows knitted, sweat streaming down his face. Damn it, not good. He kept thinking, even with memories from a past life, Gerald is still a grown knight. I thought I could beat him. Then his eyes brightened, but Gerald's eyes suddenly widened as if startled, realizing something. His face showed utter disbelief. Yuri leaned down, thrusting a strong upward cut that sent Gerald's wooden sword flying from his hands to his astonishment. Yuri smiled, at least I landed one hit. He moved swiftly, slipped past Gerald and struck him forcefully. Yuri happily jumped up, all right. The surrounding knights, seeing his hit, cheered. He actually landed that, Your Highness, well done. Yuri gripped the sword firmly. Gerald asked, Are you going to hold back? No, came the reply. Gerald frowned, face uneasy. Strange, I have the advantage, yet I feel like I'm the one being pushed into a corner. Yuri stepped forward. He suddenly launched a strike that forced Gerald to dodge quickly. Yuri raised his sword, face full of regret. What a pity. Hearing that, the hand holding Gerald's sword abruptly froze. He fell silent, suffocated by discomfort. A surge of blue power began to spread along the wooden sword in his hand. Rosso and the knight on the balcony panicked and shouted, Gerald, are you mad? Gerald tightened his grip on the sword burning with blue flame, eyes furious and ready to strike. Someone shouted in alarm, Mana form. Those around yelled to stop him. He's dueling the third prince, calm down. The blue-flamed sword suddenly whistled past Yuri's head, forcing him to dodge. Gerald seemed to come to his senses, his eyes widening in surprise. A few strands of black hair fluttered and fell to the ground. Yuri suddenly cried out. Before he could react, a cut appeared across his eyebrow, and a few more strands of hair were sliced off. Gerald hastily lowered his sword, his face dark as he called, Your Highness. Rosso and the knight beside him were equally alarmed. This madman, Your Highness, are you all right? Yuri waved his hand, I'm fine. It's my first time watching sparring. Rosso remained worried, but the wound. He wrapped a cloth around his head and tied it tight. Yuri said, Gerald, take up your sword again. He gripped the sword, the tip flashed with light. Now it's getting fun. He swung the sword hard toward Gerald. Yuri planted his feet to gain momentum. He accelerated, delivering powerful, rapid slashes at Gerald. Staring at Yuri's murderous gaze and non-stop attacks, Gerald thought, the prince is different from me. He kept dodging Yuri's storm of assaults as they kept coming, pushing him to his limit. Yuri smiled confidently, unleashing a barrage of fast, strong strikes. Gerald thought he's forcing himself. He continuously used his sword to block the blows. Yuri and Gerald faced off with swords. Yuri closed in with a confident smile, while Gerald stood tense and sweating. Gerald's thoughts rang in his head, exceed the limit. Now he stood opposite Yuri in an extremely tense duel. He gripped his sword tightly, focusing everything ahead, staring at his opponent and thinking, my blood feels like it's boiling. Then Gerald dashed like the wind toward Yuri, who stood ready to fight. He'd never felt like this, even having faced stronger foes. He quickly parried the strike, his face resolute with no fear, eyes brimming with killing intent. Gerald looked at him, an indescribable feeling rising within this young prince. Yuri suddenly stepped back, then sprang forward to charge. His face was full of confidence as he lunged at his opponent with the wooden sword. Yuri cut toward Gerald like a blade. Gerald quickly leaned back to dodge, panic on his face. Something within him was being awake. Gerald gritted his teeth and tried to open his eyes. Although he dodged, a few strands of his fringe were cut by the slash. He shouted, damn. Shortly after, Gerald regained his composure, gripping his sword with both hands. It seemed he was swinging with all his might, striking at Yuri without mercy. The impact caused Yuri's wooden sword to start cracking. Moments later, it split in two under the force of the other sword. The sword in Yuri's hand broke. One half fell to the ground, while he still held the other half. Yuri stood still, bowed his head, and sighed quietly. He then rested the sword on his shoulder, smiled happily at Gerald, and said, it's over. At that moment, Gerald still held the sword with both hands, panting. A large amount of mana swirled around. Yuri reached out toward him as if to make peace. Gerald, you've opened my eyes. Gerald, not proud, hurriedly shook his hand and offered praise. No, your highness, you fought very well. He stared at his clenched hand, pondering for a long while. There was a fierce determination and endurance he'd never seen before. How could such resolve come from a young prince? Yuri found Gerald's continued staring puzzling. While they were still shaking hands, Yuri suddenly asked, what are you doing? Which left Gerald frozen. Yuri looked at the hand gripping his and teased, why are you holding my hand like that? He kept joking, you made the prince bleed on his head and you're still standing there. Gerald hurriedly released his hand and stammered, I'm sorry, your highness. Yuri sighed as he watched the other rush off in a fluster. Just a small mistake. He seemed to have let out the fatigue in his chest and flopped onto the floor to rest. Suddenly a cheering voice rang out from somewhere, startling Yuri. Above, the soldiers kept shouting, your highness, you're amazing. The soldier glanced over and froze when he saw a figure approaching. He called out, Captain, you're here. Sane peered down and replied, I just arrived. From afar, he saw the small figure of Yuri, lying on the arena floor with his sword broken in two. Attention gradually focused on the broken half of his sword. He stroked his chin, pondering as if calculating something. A few days later, a grand building rose magnificently beneath the clear blue sky. A figure moved through the corridor inside. It was Gerald. He paused mid-step when he heard a voice, you're off duty, right? Gerald turned and saw Yuri smiling at him, leaning against a nearby pillar. He looked at him, mouth curving into a laugh. Yuri walked ahead and ordered Gerald to follow. Come with me, we need to go somewhere. Gerald looked awkward. I was planning to train. Yuri regained a serious air and glanced at Gerald, thinking he seemed to have figured things out. It's all thanks to me, so you're in my debt. He gave in reluctantly, looking sullen as he replied, yes, your highness. Yuri, pleased, said good. Yuri smiled at Gerald, considering that he was beginning to use his strength, still imperfect, but acceptable for now. He stepped closer, asking, where are we going? Yuri crossed his arms and told Gerald, just follow silently. He hesitated, a little fearful it might be dangerous. Yuri mischievously reassured him, it's fine, I brought one more person along. He was confused as he watched Yuri call out, call whom? Suddenly Yuri shouted toward someone in the distance, hey. It was Brial's royal mage, Hernando. He started at the sound of his name being called Hernando. Hernando hurried over, smiling in a friendly greeting. Your highness, do you need something? Yuri calmly invited, we need to go somewhere, help us. He forced a smile and declined Yuri before turning away. I'd love to go with you, sir, but I have urgent business. As Hernando turned away, before his words finished, he froze at the boy's declaration. I'll clear all your gambling debts. He spun back in astonishment, unable to believe his ears, and asked, really? Yuri smiled firmly and confirmed, yes, I'll pay back everything you lost to me. He continued, have I ever cheated you? Hernando pondered for a long moment, not in the casino, no. Then he concluded, no, sir. Yuri brightened at that, right. While pleased, Hernando added, I mean, I've never seen you at a casino before. The smile on Yuri's face froze as he inspected himself. Am I really like that? Yuri left the two of them behind and ordered, Anyway, I'm clearing your debts, so shut up and follow me. Hernando's expression registered confusion as he reached inside his coat to take something out, wondering if that's what he should do. A sheet of paper appeared in his hand. Hernando beamed and said, I want it in black and white, please. Yuri went stone still when he saw it, dumbfounded and speechless. He clutched his head in disbelief as the two stood waiting behind him. Was that all the third Prince of Brial would say? Then he suddenly turned back, pointed at the stunned Gerald and ordered, Gerald, witness this for me. Gerald could only stare, shocked and at a loss for words. Yuri's face grew fierce as he kept pointing at Gerald and repeated, I said witness my words, Yuri Brial himself. Gerald, helpless, obediently complied, yes, sir. Hernando laughed brightly, tucked the paper into his coat, and said, then let's go, your highness. Yuri's expression turned serious as he heard the question. What exactly is this place that requires a knight and a maid? He answered crisply, making them more curious, to Sword Mountain. Yuri curled a lip and in a mysterious tone said, from now on, we. Then he declared bluntly, face alight with excitement, are going to raid our ancestors' dungeon. The three entered the cold, dark vault together. There was no light inside. Gerald led with a candle while the other two followed. Hernando scanned the surroundings and said, I didn't expect such a large tunnel under the palace. Gerald looked straight ahead and asked, Your Highness, what lies at the end of this cavern? Yuri responded briefly, it connects to Sword Mountain. He felt a bit unfamiliar, glanced back, and added Sword Mountain, the only place with legends about the founder's relics. He lowered his head, somewhat pensive, and as they walked he confirmed, that's right. Yuri recalled memories from his previous life, sitting and reading a paper about the family's secret. In that life, when the Empire seized Brial, they discovered a dungeon hidden in Sword Mountain, relics concealed there revealing the founder of Brial's legacy, and they made a fuss claiming they'd unearthed the founder's heritage. However, that tunnel had only been an emergency escape for him. A lone foot ran quietly through the dark corridor as his thoughts continued. That's why I couldn't reach Brial's legacy, and it fell into the Empire's hands. The small figure now turned his back on the hurried, fleeing silhouette of his grown self. Yuri kept reflecting. This time is different. I won't just run away into the past. I'll advance step by step toward the future. His eyes shone with firm resolve and determination in his decision. Yes, I will see it for myself, the legacy our ancestors left behind. Ahead lay a cool, dense forest, with a sunlit path running through its center. Yuri pushed aside the vine-covered door himself and stepped forward. The three of them went through the door in turn, led by Prince Yuri. Hernando turned to look around once and confirmed with Yuri, so this is the route to Sword Mountain. He suddenly asked the man ahead with some curiosity, Your Highness, where did you get the key? It looks like a holy relic. Yuri remained silent, recollecting the memory of obtaining the key. It had been hidden in the corner of the study just like in his past life. Back then he didn't know its purpose and paid a heavy price. He replied nonchalantly to the question, no need to know. Suddenly Hernando's hand snagged on a thorn. It was visibly scratched and reddened, and he cried out in pain, it hurts. Seeing Hernando injured, Yuri kindly warned, be careful, these leaves are sharp, don't get hurt, stay close to me. He silently followed behind Yuri, watching the composed figure leading them and pondering for a while. Hernando turned and called out, Gerald. Gerald, a bit surprised, responded reflexively, yes. In the vast, silent forest, the two voices carried clearly. Hernando asked, Your Highness, have you eaten something strange? Gerald beside him could only smile helplessly, maybe so. Yuri heard the idle chatter perfectly and shouted angrily, Are you two going to move or not? They blinked and laughed sheepishly, still hot-headed as before. Something ahead seemed to make him stop. He widened his eyes in surprise. Yuri signaled for the two to halt, looked, and cautioned, wait a moment. Ahead was a pack of wolves, malicious eyes, mouths foaming as if craving prey, growling at the humans. The three of them hid in the bushes and watched the wolves. Yuri stared and guessed, they hunt in packs, there are likely more of them. Gerald beside him, alarmed, asked, how do you know? Yuri replied coldly and briefly out of courtesy, I read it in a book. Hernando, hiding behind a tree, was stunned and wide-eyed at the revelation. A book, Your Highness. Yuri moved forward again and quietly called to the two, they haven't noticed us yet, stay silent. Unfortunately, someone's foot clumsily stepped on a dry twig on the ground, producing a loud snap. The two turned in alarm to look at the culprit stumbling behind them. He blushed in embarrassment, scratched his head, avoided their gaze, and could only force a smile. No sooner had Hernando uttered two words, I'm sorry, than a wolf leaped from behind, looking ferocious. Gerald panicked and rushed forward, shouting that Hernando was in danger. Hernando. Something flashed by, swift and indistinct as a cut. Immediately after, the wolf's head was severed from its neck, as it lunged with its mouth open to bite. Hernando awkwardly stared at the large wolf collapsing at his feet, not understanding what had happened. Yuri remained calm, standing with his arms crossed. He praised and warned Gerald. Wolf fur is coarse, so use your mana form. Good job, Gerald. But the silhouette of a huge wolf emerged from the bushes. Its eyes burned like fire and its mouth foamed, craving flesh. It lunged forward and let out a long, piercing howl to call in more packmates. Soon the wolves had surrounded the three. Gerald faced them with his sword, shielding the two behind him. He gripped the glowing magical sword tightly, gritted his teeth in a ready stance, and warned the others, don't stray too far from me. The two ferocious wolves, having waited for their moment, were ready to pounce on the human. Then suddenly they sprang, preparing to leap onto where Gerald stood. His face filled with hostility as he took a defensive stand. Gerald pushed back with all his strength. One slash ended the lives of two wolves. Seeing that, Hernando brightened and freely praised. Well done, no wonder you're a Brial knight. Yuri immediately agreed, yes, truly impressive. The sight of Gerald risking himself against the savage pack made him exclaim that he still had a lot to work on. He was grit-teethed and holding on. The wolves' strength was overwhelming, and Gerald's whole body trembled with exhaustion. Yuri turned and called to Hernando as a reminder, Hernando. He immediately got the hint and replied, yes. Hernando summoned a powerful flame, preparing to attack the wolves. Time for him to show his skill. My father would be proud. Many fireballs appeared around him. Hernando stood proudly amid the flames and praised Yuri. You know how to make use of a mage in combat. Gerald, fiercely holding off a hungry wolf, was puzzled by the sudden light and turned to ask, what's happening? Before he could finish, he saw a fireball hurtling toward him. Gerald hastily withdrew the sword that had been blocking the wolf's jaw. He leapt with all his might, just before the fireball struck. A massive explosion occurred where Gerald had just been standing. Flames engulfed the area, obscuring everything. Evening fell and the sky cleared. The whole town spread out under the sunset as a voice said, I didn't expect there to be monsters beyond the wolf pack. Gerald bent over, panting and somewhat irritated. He glanced over reproachfully. Yes, which is why we were delayed, but we're here now. The three stood proudly atop the peak, gazing at the sky, the summit of Sword Mountain. Gerald stood for a moment, looked around, then turned to Yuri, who was walking off, and asked, is this really the place, Your Highness? There's nothing up here. He idly glanced about and replied, it is the place. Yuri thought to himself that there had to be something, and in that moment his eyes truly caught sight of something unusual. A gleaming red gem suddenly appeared in the ground below. There it is. Yuri immediately crouched down and dug fiercely at the soil. I have to get this out. Gerald, seeing him like that, panicked and asked, Your Highness. He quickly ran over to help and called back to Hernando. Hernando, help too. Hernando, unenthusiastic, complained, mages don't do heavy digging, you know. The space fell silent as time passed. Birds merrily flew across the sky. Beneath the dug ground lay an old sword, but the gem set on it shone unbelievably bright. Yuri lifted the dirt-covered sword out with his own hands. He held the sword up before him. Sunlight struck it and it gleamed. Yuri breathed, oh. Hernando stood staring at the sword, pondered, then said, it doesn't look like it was buried, more like a brand new blade. It seemed Yuri had noticed something unexpected. His expression changed noticeably. There was an inscription on the sword. Yuri muttered it aloud, giddy. Gerald behind him asked, is that the founder's relic? Yuri idly stroked the sword and said, I'm not sure. Suddenly the ground trembled and cracked open, startling all three. Yuri looked very excited and told the others, we'll know in just a moment. The mountain they were standing on finally crumbled and could no longer support. The three of them fell together downward as Gerald screamed. They plummeted straight down in a blinding streak of light, their frantic cries continuing to echo. They fell as dust and debris sprayed everywhere. Below appeared a tunnel, at the end of which gleamed the dazzling light of a gem. Yuri suddenly came to, opening his eyes to find himself lying on top of someone. Gerald beneath him groaned continuously as he cushioned the fall, his body emanating blue mana. Yuri pushed himself up, taking in the situation, and despite Gerald's exhaustion and near fainting, he praised him. Using your mana form to protect the body, impressive. Turning to look back, he saw Hernando gently lowering himself, 2 mana orbs on either side supporting him. Oh, this is deeper than I thought. Yuri glared at Hernando, gripping the sword tightly in reproach. You ignored the prince's safety to save yourself. Embarrassed, Hernando forced a smile and tried to explain. It was urgent. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out behind them, causing Hernando to freeze. He immediately turned back to assess the situation. Hernando pointed frantically toward the end of the tunnel. There was a figure surrounded by dark magic. Your Highness, over there. Yuri, still sulking, turned away unbelievingly. Don't change the subject. It's not going to work. The shadow was pitch black and indistinct, except for something shining gold, Hernando screamed in terror. No, really, there's a ghost. Hearing that, Yuri snapped his head around in alarm and asked him, what? Before them strode an enormous figure clad head to toe in iron armor, radiating dense dark magic, its red eyes terrifying. Yuri stood still, mustering courage to face the strange being, thinking to himself, it's a death knight. He bent down and called to the man writhing in pain on the ground, Gerald, get up. The man groaned in discomfort. Angry, Yuri ran over and kicked Gerald several times, shouting, I said get up. Gerald cried out in pain and sprang to his feet. Gerald, not yet understanding the situation, sat up in a panic and looked around. Where is this? He suddenly went rigid when he saw the massive figure approaching him. Gerald straightened, sword in hand, warning in a combat-ready stance, Your Highness, please step back. I will confront the Death Knight. Yuri, seeing this, didn't know how to react and thought, not bad. The knight abruptly halted, motionless. Yuri stared at him, his gaze unshaken. Death Knight. The Death Knight loomed large, a skull with blood-red eyes, true to its name, a knight returned from death. When a knight dies and becomes a Death Knight, their power increases far beyond their living strength. Calmly, Yuri stepped forward to the astonishment of the gaping Gerald. It's fine, this one isn't dangerous. Gerald still wasn't convinced and asked him, how do you know? Only to receive Yuri's casual, joking reply, I can feel it. Yuri approached the Death Knight closely and smiled without fear. He's guarding the Founder's tomb, so he isn't directing murderous intent at me. I'm of that bloodline. He asked the knight directly, is that right? The Death Knight stood silently, saying nothing. Suddenly it drew its sword with no prior movement. Seeing this, Hernando and Gerald panicked and rushed forward, faces blanching as they called, Your Highness. He dodged the Death Knight's unexpected strike, as the two warned him, careful. For some reason, the sword was driven straight into the ground, creating a crack. Hernando's face was full of horror. He covered his mouth and stammered, No, it's impossible that His Highness's head was split like that. Yuri, his face radiating killing intent and his bangs cut off, spun around and shouted, What do you mean? Hernando, still trembling, tried to explain, I mean His Highness's hair was cut in half. The Death Knight suddenly spoke, his words mocking and furious, his tone arrogantly identical to that man's. Yuri stood below and calmly asked straight out, while the knight drew his sword again, Who are you? The two behind were jolted by the name the Death Knight uttered, Erich Brial. Gerald cried out in confusion, Erich Brial is. Hernando hesitated and added, He's the name everyone in Brial knows. A swordmaster who united the continent with a single blade. An image of Erich Brial from the past appeared, magnificent amid the people's acclaim. He was also the ancestor of Brial, the knightly kingdom's first king. Yuri put his hand to his chest and asked the knight, Am I the first to come here? The Death Knight immediately confirmed, yes. He looked at the sword Yuri held and explained further, If you were not a descendant of Brial, you could not wield that sword. Yuri then lifted the sword to admire it, his tone serious. So this is the peerless sacred sword our ancestor used. The Death Knight suddenly spoke unexpectedly, freezing Yuri. I used it. He looked confused by Yuri's disdainful, slightly hostile expression. What is that look? Do you despise it because I used it? Yuri reluctantly explained, I just feel guilty for touching someone else's belongings. Suddenly the Death Knight's voice grew more serious, prompting Yuri to look up anxiously. Descendant of Brial. His large frame spoke calmly, but with an intimidating presence. Tell me why you have come here. Yuri fell silent, gripping the sword tightly in his hand without a word. Then he reached out, eyes resolute, and declared boldly, I am Yuri Brial, the third prince of the current Brial line, a descendant of Erich Brial. Bestow his legacy upon me. The Death Knight showed no reaction, merely studied him with those glowing eyes. Then it suddenly turned and strode away, leaving the three stunned. It walked toward the end of the tunnel, speaking as it went, Time has come, the moment for me to carry out my duty. Yuri's expression grew more serious at the Death Knight's words. I will give you what you seek. He lifted his foot, intending to follow it to the place it led. Gerald stood frozen, watching the third prince follow behind the Death Knight. His face showed utter shock, disbelief written all over it. No way. Gerald glanced at the ground, his mind filled with thoughts. We've come to the Brial ancestor's tomb and talked to a Death Knight. This isn't the life of a royal knight, I imagine. Suddenly a voice rang out, pulling him from his thoughts. Gerald, Yuri has gone deeper. Yuri's face was obscured by light. He turned and asked, What are you standing there for? Gerald was jolted awake by the voice, saying, Huh. Then something appeared in his head, startling him. A vision of a swordsman sitting on the battlefield speaking. Something flashed before him. Gerald thought to himself, Your Highness. The voice startled him again. Aren't you coming? He rubbed his head and shook it, visibly uncomfortable. Impossible. Why am I seeing these random things? Gerald quickly ran toward Yuri, shouting loudly, Come here. The Death Knight stood silently, before the glittering gemstone slab. Then he gently sat down right in front of it. Yuri turned and saw the Death Knight sitting there regally, which left him puzzled. A gust of wind and a shaft of light blew in, catching the three of them off guard. They could only shield their eyes from the glare. In the silent space, the Death Knight's voice rang out like a farewell. "I hope so." Yuri forced his eyes open at the sound, the light and wind still pouring over. He spoke his final words before departing. "You are worthy." Then Yuri found himself holding his sword, the surroundings now somewhere else above ground. He looked around in confusion for the others' figures. Where was this? From the distance, a figure carrying a sword gradually approached, making Yuri a little alarmed. He stared in that direction and guessed, could it be the ancestor? A breeze brought a sense of unease. Yuri seemed to realize something. Wait, that. The faceless silhouette suddenly took a stance and lunged forward to attack. Its features were indistinct. Its whole body was pale as a statue, rushing in as if flying, not human. He quickly parried its previous blow, using all his strength to withstand it. A blue vortex contracted, growing progressively smaller. Yuri now stood in the cavern, his face pale and astonished. This is. The faceless figure with a sword appeared, standing imposingly before him, mana form. Instead of attacking immediately, the phantom raised a hand toward its chest. Deep within, mana spun around, forming a small orb. Not understanding its intent, Yuri raised an eyebrow and watched the phantom's gesture with suspicion. Then the mana orb in its chest grew larger, and blue light began to spread down across its body. Even the sword in its hand became enveloped in the mana aura, transforming into a mystical blue blade. Maintaining a combat stance, Yuri focused intently, studying it, the method of applying mana. It was teaching him the basics. When the sword had fully turned blue, the mana form waved a finger at him, as if signaling Yuri. At that motion, his eyes showed puzzlement as he tried to interpret its purpose. "You want me to mimic you during the fight." Realizing the other's intent, Yuri rubbed his head and burst into laughter. "Ha ha," he thought, "my ancestor really is crazy." Watching the phantom try to teach him to fight, he pondered, training someone who's never learned mana through actual combat. Then he touched his head, his expression turning serious. This was only possible because he had memories from a past life. Though difficult, he was determined. Yuri knelt on the ground, his hand lightly touching the dry earth as he began to regulate his chi, as before. Immediately, mana began to emanate from his hand as an intense blue light, rising gently like smoke. Seeing this, he held out his hand and examined it for a moment, his tone showing a hint of joy. "So that's how it is." Appearing ready, Yuri called out to the phantom, catching its attention with a casual "hey." The sword in his hand was quickly wrapped in mana. His expression revealed excitement mixed with challenge. "I don't fully understand yet." The phantom broke into an eager, combative smile when it heard his request. "Let's see what you've got." Facing the imposing phantom, Yuri felt no fear and resolved to fight. He had to grow strong. Determination and resolve flashed in his eyes as he raised his sword decisively. In the near future, the Empire would begin to reveal its greed and invade Brial. Imagining the leader of the Empire, cunning and sly, mustered tens of thousands of troops to invade the kingdom of Brial. Hatred welled up inside him. He would do whatever it took to destroy them and never repeat past mistakes. That hatred drove Yuri, causing the mana on his blade to flare more fiercely, the swordsmanship of Erich Brial. As quick as a flash, Yuri instantly blinked toward the phantom, leaving a long streak of light. Before he even registered it, Yuri leapt up, his eyes full of killing intent as he swung the sword in his hands with force. Both wore expressions of fierce delight and aggression. With nimble, deft movements, Yuri immediately hacked at his opponent, and the dummy quickly parried. Their intense training erupted. Meanwhile, through a hazy, dreamy gaze, a luxurious chamber gradually came into view. The scene clarified. Before him was a row of training weapons, all stored with care. Scanning the surroundings, Gerald couldn't help but feel puzzled and annoyed. He frowned and muttered, "Huh." After watching the spacious room for a while and seeing the neatly arranged dummies, he vaguely realized, this is a training hall. To be sure, Gerald moved closer to probe, constantly glancing around to scout the situation. After confirming it, Gerald rubbed the lock of hair still stained with blood and said firmly, "So it's not a dream." Suddenly a mysterious sound rang out. He spun around, his hand clamping on his sword in a ready stance as he shouted bravely, "Where are you hiding? Come out." Just as he expected, a foot appeared right behind Gerald, and then slowly advanced toward his defensive position. With sharp senses, he immediately detected someone behind him, his cold gaze sweeping to the rear. When he turned, his expression shifted from tense to puzzled. Gerald froze for a beat, staring in surprise at the figure before him. To his astonishment, the opponent looked exactly like Gerald, as if cast from the same mold, a taunting smile on his lips as he kept advancing, his double. Was this the Death Knight's test? Unfazed, he seriously demanded the other's name. What is your name? Are you also Gerald? Immediately the double's eyes turned eerie and dangerous. A provocative smile formed at his mouth as he threatened, Gerald, don't fight fate. Those words left Gerald stunned, his gaze incredulous and cautious. What? Calmly, the double explained with an aggressive look. Didn't you join the Night Corps to live comfortably? Seeing Gerald grow more tense and wary, he kept taunting and threatening. Stay away from the third prince. Resisting fate will only bring you suffering. Those words struck at Gerald's soft spot. He bowed his head, sighed, and pondered for a while. Gerald's reflection flashed across the blade. With a solemn look, he stared at himself and thought, I'd agree if I were my former self, but just thinking of training with Yuri in the past, Yuri's excited eyes instantly changed his prejudice. Not boring at all, it's flashy for sure. At that, Gerald's spirit surged. He broke into an eager smile and taunted back, his tone highly provoking. Because it's fake, you don't get it, do you? Hearing this, the double's face darkened. He glared at Gerald with displeasure and irritation. What's done can't be undone. Think about your past actions. As he spoke, he assumed a fighting stance while the double cautiously raised his sword, raising an eyebrow at Gerald's words. It only makes things more troublesome. Gerald's remark annoyed him. He immediately channeled mana into his blade and scowled as he retorted, that's the wrong answer. Instantly, he took a running step and lunged at Gerald, generating a powerful gust of force. With killing intent and determination flashing in his eyes, he barreled toward where Gerald stood at terrifying speed. When he reached Gerald, he unleashed a fierce strike, but Gerald quickly dodged to the side and blocked the blow with his sword, producing a violent shockwave. In that moment, Gerald's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his face intensely serious as he parried the assault, the clash of weapons ringing out relentlessly, predictable. Neither showed any intention of yielding. Gerald's eyes remained unflinching as he poured in all his strength until he trembled, the silence broken only by the metallic strikes. His technique focused on defense to minimize risk. Immediately after, Gerald's sword shifted from defense to offense, swiftly knocking his sword aside, so like my former self. Under that intense pressure, the attacker drew his leg back, slammed into the ground with force, and sprang up abruptly and decisively, carefully watching Gerald's blade. At that instant, the corner of Gerald's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. His voice, cold and nonchalant, sounded boring. Finishing his words, he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face, and with all his strength delivered a lethal strike. Gerald's blade rose decisively and slashed fiercely into the attacker's chest. The man took the full hit, biting down in pain and recoiling. Quickly, he was felled by Gerald's skillful swordwork and collapsed to the ground, while Gerald remained extremely cautious, breathing heavily and exhausted. But it didn't end there. Inside the attacker's armor, a muddy liquid poured out violently, accompanied by a sinister black miasma. Seeing that scene, he was stunned. His face went pale with shock and amazement, speechless. The mass of muck swelled monstrously, surging until it was 10 times Gerald's size and reaching up to the training hall's roof. Moreover, it took the form of a grotesque giant beast, bulging with muscle and immense bulk, its presence pressing down on Gerald beneath. Of course, there had to be a second phase. Facing that savage monster, his gaze remained unusually calm, resolute and unyielding. Even his mana flared intensely. Its size was truly overwhelming. The prince must be in a battle too. Gerald slowly lowered himself into a stable fighting stance. Mana surged and enveloped his keen blade as he stared the creature down without a hint of fear, silently pleading, "Please overcome this, your highness." At the same time, in a barren wasteland, jagged rocks rose up, the wind howling through, not a tree in sight. Only a few tufts of grass clung to the crevices. The large slabs were etched with deep, razor-sharp gouges from blades, forming uneven, jagged furrows. Under the blazing, scorching sun, Yuri slumped down, his back against a rock cracked into large fragments, his body gravely wounded as he helplessly watched the phantom slowly approach. After the relentless attacks, he curled up on the cold ground, fresh blood soaking the hem of his clothes, his face scarred with scratches and cuts. At that moment, the phantom raised its sword high toward the sky, showing no mercy or hesitation as it prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Deep blue mana erupted violently, producing a powerful shock that blasted everything aside, flaring like a terrifying explosion. The mana raised its hand. Around its arm, a spreading source of blue power surged out. It lunged quickly toward where Yuri lay, pouring all its strength into the swing. Yuri's face darkened as he remained motionless. Then, taking advantage of its momentary lapse in vigilance, he gripped the sword's hilt tightly, channeling a bit of mana into it. Yuri sprang up. A cold blue light flashed in his eyes as he thrust the sword straight forward. He swung the blade in a single cut, creating a blue arc that struck the mana form and sent it flying before it could block. The ground beneath cracked from the blow, producing a massive explosion. A plume of white smoke rose from the mana form's body as it planted 1 foot on the ground. Amid the spreading dust, Yuri exhaled, yet he kept his guard up, gripping his sword toward it, not knowing how much time had passed. He lunged at the mana form again, but continued to dodge without committing to an attack, like a cat toying with a mouse. This was a bit risky. How to use mana like this? The mana form suddenly counterattacked. Yuri hastily stepped back to block the strike, marveling inwardly at how it wielded the sword, learned through relentless blade contact. After a while, Yuri sheathed his sword, thinking he was beginning to stabilize. He glanced at the mana form, his voice showing slight surprise. The mana form stood still. The sword in its hand was mottled with cracks. Then it shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Seeing the figure dissolve before him, he felt a bit of joy. It was vanishing. Before it fully faded, the mana form raised its hand and waved at him, as if bidding farewell and offering a compliment. Only then did Yuri relax into a light smile, lowering his guard. So it's over. Yuri closed his eyes and whispered a goodbye, thank you. The wind rose, weaving through the rock faces, and the mana form's afterimage rode the breeze away. Suddenly Yuri frowned and let out a soft, irritated sound. Then he opened his eyes and took in the scene before him. A gentle light fell upon him. He heard voices nearby and turned quickly. Hernando and Gerald were talking. Gerald, are you okay? Hernando asked. Gerald scratched his neck and hesitantly replied, ah yes, I'm fine. Yuri realized then that he had returned. Behind him, the Death Knight sat before a group and in a hoarse voice remarked, you all seem to be dreaming. Yuri glanced at him. What was that just now? The Death Knight stood and answered Yuri's question in a low tone. The mission from Enrich, some things he left for Brial's heir. Hearing that, Yuri bowed his head in thought, recalling the fire years ago. In his previous life, Sword Mountain was brutally destroyed by the Empire so no Brial royalty could claim. Putting that aside, Yuri looked up at the 4 knights before him. Did the ancestor also use this mana? The Death Knight immediately denied it. No. His bloodshot eyes looked down at him as he slowly explained. Enrich obtained that thing while traveling east in his later years. Pausing, the Death Knight continued. It was his final legacy, forged from the pinnacle of knowledge. You are its first heir. Yuri then asked, puzzled why it wasn't passed down to descendants in the usual way, but left like this. After a moment of silence, the Death Knight said the dungeon only opens at certain times. He stood backlit, which made him appear even more eerie, saying that when the dungeon opens it means the time has come to use that power. Yuri stared at him. What do you mean? The Death Knight paused and said, I cannot answer that question. Find out for yourself. After those words, Yuri bent his head and stared at the radiant blood gem set into the sword's pommel. Watching the mana radiating around the sword, Yuri involuntarily asked, what's the name of this mana form? He answered, Soul Sever. He muttered the name under his breath, Soul Sever. Then the Death Knight said, you Brial kneel on one knee. I will bestow the ancestor's legacy to Brial's heir. His eyes flashed an eerie red light. Yuri obeyed, kneeling on one knee and placing the sword beside him. The 4 knights laid a hand on his head. His tone turned strangely gentle. Do not fear your enemies. He closed his eyes and slowly felt the air hovering around him. Yes. The 4 knights continued their admonition. Act according to your convictions. He replied, yes. To the very end you must fulfill Brial's duty. At that moment a strange black aura appeared around him. Yuri remained unaware, still bowing and accepting. Yes. Suddenly the 4 knights gripped his head, causing Yuri pain. He opened an eye in surprise and looked at. This time he drew closer, the black aura enveloping him. His bass voice seemed to sink into Yuri's bones. Remember well. Yuri gritted his teeth and met his gaze sharp. Brial does not abandon his honor, even unto death. This is Brial's vow. After he finished speaking, he had completed his mission. The 4 knights' bodies, like a breeze, slowly faded from the world. Yuri stared blankly at the sight. His eyes now bore an odd reddish tint. The next day the sky was clear and sunny, the wind lightly stirring as if scraping at one's heart. Ina pushed back the blanket and turned, her voice gentle as she woke him. Your Highness, it's morning. Yuri lay in bed and sighed in displeasure, placing a hand over his forehead to block the light streaming onto the bed. She came closer, hands on her hips and concern in her voice. Are you tired? You came back late last night. Ina mumbled, you looked like you might faint when you laid down. Yuri sat up, rubbing his neck tiredly and forced a smile. Sorry. He stretched and yawned a long yawn. I went to the Royal Library last night for a bit. Ina sounded puzzled. Why the library all of a sudden? He explained slowly, because I needed to find a record. He recalled the information he'd uncovered last night. A record in the library about the royal bloodline described that Enrich Brial had a brother or sister. That person had been erased from history and not given a name because they had discarded their honor. He silently concluded that the person must be that Death Knight. Then Yuri looked at the sword placed in the corner of the room and at its original owner. At that moment, Ina returned carrying a set of clothes. Your Highness, you need to change quickly. His Majesty is looking for you. Yuri got out of bed, puzzled. Why? She hurried on, I'm not sure, but after meeting with Lord Hernando, His Majesty wishes to see you immediately. He closed his eyes as a sense of unease washed over him. Hernando, him. He remembered that when leaving the dungeon Hernando had called him back. Your Highness. Yuri turned to look at him, puzzled. His tone had been serious. I'll report today's events to His Majesty. Yuri frowned at him, sounding reluctant. Is that necessary? Gerald also held a torch and stopped to wait for the two of them. Hernando put a hand on his hip and grinned broadly. Yes, I think it's necessary. He pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling deeply troubled. Apparently everything had already been reported. Main hall. Yuri stood before Floor and spoke respectfully. Father wishes to see you. He held his forehead, looking at him gently. Yes, I heard from Hernando. Last night you not only went out on your own, you also discovered the ancestors' dungeon in Sword Mountain. He hesitated. Yes, that's true. But his eyes sneaked a glance at the sword in his hand. Floor noticed as well. He sat up straight and asked, You found the sword in that dungeon, did you? Yuri admitted honestly, yes, sir. Floor stood and stepped closer. I've heard you've changed a great deal, he said, approaching Yuri and looking down at him from above. He frowned slightly, listing names one by one. The maid, Bernard, Saint, and even Hernando. Speak, Floor said, rubbing his son's head. His voice echoed in the great hall. Tell me how you have changed. Yuri widened his eyes at the question. Yuri was silent, a little tense as he swallowed. His hand gripped the sword's hilt tightly. Then he took a step back. Floor looked astonished at his action. Floor asked again, You don't want to? Yuri spoke, his words barely forming. No, that's not it, sir. Floor asked, Then why did you step back with that expression? Looking at Floor's hand clenched, he gave his reason. Because father was holding my hand tightly, sir. Hearing that, Floor relaxed his hand. Ah, I see. He looked at him. Now you may speak. After a moment, Yuri began to tell him, I had a dream. Floor raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. A dream. He stood there with a feeling of helplessness and regret. Yes, in that dream I committed a grave sin. Floor looked at Yuri's small frame. A grave sin. Why do you call him by name? Yuri Brial. He glanced down at his son's determined face, wondering what sin he had committed in the dream. Floor looked sternly at Yuri. What sin did you commit in the dream? Yuri bowed his head, not meeting his gaze. My sin is. I couldn't save Brial, he said, his voice tinged with pain. Floor listened intently. Yuri recalled the horrific scenes of his past life, the regret and helplessness, and the utterly tragic death. In the dream, Brial was caught in a war and countless innocent lives were taken. He tried to save the kingdom but failed. The kingdom collapsed, and I threw away all honor to flee, then died miserably. Yuri placed his hand over the empty spot on his chest. I woke from the dream, and the necklace my mother gave me was gone. His voice grew low and sorrowful. I think. Yuri remembered the image of the chain and his mother's feature. He stood before his father and confessed that the dream had been his mother's warning. After a long pause, Floor finally asked, What destroyed the kingdom in your dream? This time Yuri hesitated, half wanting to tell, half afraid. It was. His face hardened as he calculated carefully. Mentioning the empire now would be premature. There was a chance the invasion might not occur because he had changed the past. After a long while, he finally spoke. I'm not certain. It was a dark army I didn't recognize. Floor fell silent, looking at him as if he had seen through everything, but he asked no more questions. Floor put a hand on his hip, his voice softening. I see. It may have been a random nightmare or a warning from Lily, but I'm glad you've begun to think more clearly. Despite Floor's encouragement, Yuri still didn't feel any less guilty, did he? I'm just struggling to be forgiven, he thought, standing there as if watching his past life self flee from reality. At that moment, Floor spoke again, bringing him back. There is something we must confirm. He folded his arms and looked at him sternly, then picked up his sword. Floor Brial, a prodigy with a sword from the moment he could walk, once holding the title of the first, his name engraved across the continent for his superb skill. The continent's strongest were called the 10 Greats. He was regarded as the greatest among them. Now he and Yuri stood facing each other with swords drawn. Simply put, a swordsman so powerful no one on the continent could underestimate. Yuri tensed, voice betraying his awe. This is my first time in the training hall. Floor looked down at him. I didn't think any of my children had sword talent. Yuri pouted, sulking, except me, of course. Floor sighed, but the corner of his mouth twitched into a smile. Talent. Then Floor raised his sword and pointed it at Yuri, as if issuing a challenge. He asked, What is the talent of a swordsman? Yuri hesitated as he stared at the sharp tip before him. Before Yuri could answer, Floor posed another question. Strength, speed, reflexes, or outstanding intellect. If my child possessed all those traits, Yuri's eyes widened in shock as he tightened his grip on the hilt. Could he become a great knight? Then Floor dismissed it. No. Yuri still didn't understand. His expression turned serious. Floor sheathed his sword and held the scabbard straight before him. He began to teach, something more important than what appears above the surface of the iceberg, something that could push you beyond human limits. His eyes sharpened, something surpassing consciousness of duty or danger. Then suddenly Floor's eyes widened, revealing a mysterious glint of red. Only then did Yuri grasp the seriousness of the matter. Panic rose in him, and he hurriedly assumed a stance with his sword. Wait. He saw the powerful aura enveloping Floor and felt an immense pressure. The air around his father had changed. Then Floor returned the sword to its sheath, his voice normal again. I don't even know what to call it. It's like answering the call from the sword, he said, his face gray. Yuri froze, eyes wide with shock. Then he slowly lowered his sword. Only then did he speak, offering the answer Floor had been waiting for. Like fate, sir. Floor nodded slightly, perhaps so. Yuri picked up his sword again, remaining silent. He looked at the sword. In his previous life, he would not have followed the path of swordsmanship. Yuri watched his reflection on the blade and wondered to himself, what now? Floor stepped closer to him. What do you think? Should you take up the sword? His question sounded both like an inquiry and an order. Once given, there would be no choice. Do you hear the sword's call? When death draws near, will you still grasp your sword? Faced with Floor's sharp question, Yuri remained still and silent, for he wasn't even sure whether he wanted to or not. In the end, he chose to refuse. Yuri shook his head no. I don't feel anything at all. He looked up at him, voice a little tentative. Before he could finish, Yuri saw Floor's face darken. His eyes blazed with danger. The air seemed to freeze, and Yuri felt suffocated by the overwhelming presence. Panicking, he stumbled back, stammering in terror, Father. Yuri looked around in fear. He felt as if thousands of eyes were fixed on him, scrutinizing his whole body, which only increased his panic. Apparently, he hadn't heard the brief. His face drained of color as he weakly gasped. It was as if he were witnessing the atrocities of his past life. Countless cries of agony overlapping. No, run, Prince, run, run. Prince Yuri, in his eyes, he seemed to see again the smoke and flame of that brutal battle from before. The fire rose, scorching as if to burn out his sight. The image of Brial's castle submerged in a sea of fire imprinted itself in his mind, reminding him that that was the sin he had committed. He saw the scene of them being slaughtered by the Empire's soldiers, and Yuri had only stood there, helplessly watching, doing nothing, incapable of anything. He stood with vacant eyes. Suddenly Yuri snapped awake, crying out in alarm, what? He spun his head frantically, looking around. Why was Brial engulfed in flames? A voice rang out there, the third prince, the last prince of Brial. Hearing that, he looked toward the sound in horror. He saw Imperial soldiers rushing this way, with swords drawn. Seeing a vast army marching through the sea of fire, he recoiled in shock. Imperial troops. Suddenly he froze. Yuri looked down at his hands, face filled with terror. Wait, what is this? He couldn't believe his eyes. He had returned. Looking at the sea of fire and the Imperial army before him, despair overwhelmed him. Could Brial truly fall? The blaze surged, drowning the entire kingdom in flame. Yuri stood stunned at the desolation before him, thinking, what is this? A soldier from behind lunged at him with a sword, shouting, Die, Prince of Brial. Yuri reacted quickly and turned his back. He parried the strike. The clashing blades sent sparks flying. He gritted his teeth and held on. Yuri rallied his strength and counterattacked, finally swinging his sword to finish the attack. The knights protecting Yuri shouted, Your Highness, we'll hold them off. Please run. The knights stood in the front to block Brial's enemies. They protected Yuri, urging, Prince, run. One by one, the knights fell. They could not withstand the might of the Imperial forces. Yuri stood frozen, stepping on a banner trampled into the ground. He couldn't accept it and asked himself in disbelief, is this just a dream? Yuri couldn't believe the reality and wondered again, was Brial's fate to be destroyed? The iron-tipped sword point struck the scorching ground, leaving a crack. His face darkened, but he had to accept the truth in helplessness and despair. I cannot stop it. He stepped toward the enemies. They gripped their weapons, each point aimed at Yuri, their stance ready to lunge at any moment. Yuri tightened his hold on the sword, but he grew resolute, facing the foes who wanted to tear him apart. Yuri gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a will of determination, recalling the vow he had made to himself, that he would not fear the enemy. Thoughts kept coming. He remembered the figure who had ended his life and told himself to act according to his convictions, to carry out Brial's duty to the end. He began to raise his sword high, shouting as he charged, as if all his strength would erupt in this moment. The blade came down in a devastating slash, aimed straight at the chest of the enemy before him. One by one, the men fell beneath each sweep of his sword. Syrup splattered into his eyes, but he no longer cared. Suddenly, a sharp spearhead lunged straight at him. Yuri used his hand to block the spear's tip, his other hand still gripping the sword tightly. He gathered force into his sword hand, preparing to thrust forward. The blade pierced through the soldier's head, making him utter a weak cry. He pulled the syrup-coated sword out and readied himself to continue fighting. Yuri panted. Imperial knights surrounded Yuri, shouting triumphantly, "Prince of Brial, your death has come." They taunted him to give up. Yuri bowed his head and, teeth clenched, whispered Brial. He raised his sword once more with full determination, vowing never to abandon his honor until death. He charged like a flash of light, all the way to the end. He descended like a harbinger of destruction toward the Imperial men, determined to fulfill Brial's duty. Then he returned to the room in the castle. With bloodshot pupils, Yuri kept murmuring that phrase until the end. Floor tried shaking Yuri's shoulder, calling, "Yuri, Yuri, do you hear my voice?" He shouted loudly, "Yuri." Only then did Yuri come to his senses, drenched in cold sweat. Yuri looked at the person before him in panic. "Father." He gripped the sword and frantically looked around. A legion, a black legion. Floor put a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. "Yuri, calm down. It's only an illusion." Yuri trembled as he looked at the sword in his hand. He gripped it tighter and gradually calmed down. "Yes, it's only an illusion." Floor fell silent and watched Yuri for a long time without saying anything more. After a while he exhaled heavily. "It seems I was wrong." He acknowledged Yuri's decision. It seemed Yuri would grasp the sword. Yuri was surprised by those words. Then he smiled cheerfully. Yuri affirmed to his father once more, "Yes, I have made up my mind." Floor gazed at Yuri pensively. Seeing him look at him like that made him inwardly annoyed. Why is father looking at me that way? Who would think I'm dead? He reached out to touch him. Yuri joked as if chatting with a friend, which surprised the king with this warm gesture. "It's fine, nothing to worry about." He pointed at himself. Excessively vain, I'm a genius after all. Floor only smiled faintly. He raised his fist, leaving Yuri puzzled. Yuri's shout echoed through the castle. The sky was deep blue, and birds flew beneath the sun. Yuri went to the training grounds. Bernard turned and looked at Yuri in puzzlement. Seeing Yuri's swollen head, he exclaimed, "Your Highness." He clasped his hands behind his back and asked as if it were routine, "Who is it from today?" Yuri answered bashfully, "Father." Bernard remarked, "It seems His Majesty was a bit heavy-handed, but I won't go easy either." He put a hand to the back of his neck and calmly replied, "I know." Yuri shot a cold, steely glance. Only now did he notice Bernard stayed because of his father. He scratched his head and asked, "Bernard, you stayed in Brial on the condition you could spar with my father, right?" Bernard answered, "Yes, that's right." He crossed his arms seriously and asked him, "Would you continue to stay here if I asked you to, even if you couldn't fight my father?" Bernard looked down at the boy before him with an indifferent expression. Then he smiled and replied, "No." Yuri inwardly grumbled in displeasure. Damn it, still thoughtless as ever. He smiled at the corner of his mouth, a smile Yuri did not see. He voiced what he felt. "It seems your Highness wants me to stay here." Bernard stroked his chin and set a condition. "I'll accept if you show me something convincing, something like." He paused, then continued, "The swordsmanship of Brial's ancestor, Erich Brial." Yuri's face went pale and he stepped back in shock. "You want me to teach the ancestor's sword style?" Bernard rubbed his hands and laughed. "I'm interested." Yuri scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, Bernard, but that's difficult." He thought to himself that the demand made sense coming from one called the Fierce Sword. Bernard explained that not mastering the mana form yet was normal. It's fine if he hadn't controlled it. He had already taken that into account. Yuri prepared to draw his sword to explain, "You're right, but I mean this won't help you much." He raised the sword and let the rising power flow out. A blue light enveloped him. The sword style had to be paired with a mana form. Bernard rubbed his chin, puzzled, then said what he knew, paired together. "First I'm hearing that. Usually mana forms only enhance sword techniques." Yuri closed his eyes. He put one hand on his hip, the other holding the sword, and replied, "That's right, which is why I said passing it on is difficult. It's only half perfected." Bernard fell silent, contemplative. After a moment of inner struggle, he said, "All right then." Yuri looked up in surprise, really. He pressed a hand to his chest and pledged on his honor, "Even half is enough. In return, I will stay in Brial." He said confidently, "Even half will contain something I can understand." Yuri snorted to himself, crazy confidence. He smiled faintly. Yuri asked once more to be sure, "All right, so you'll still stay in Brial as promised, right?" Bernard replied firmly, yes, your highness. He turned away, stepping back from Yuri. Very well. He pointed the sword toward Yuri and demanded, show me, please. Yuri agreed and took his stance. Fine, watch Soul Slash by Yuri Brial. Bernard suddenly spoke again, causing Yuri to pause. Ah, there's something I haven't told. He smiled and revealed a truth that stunned Yuri. Actually, I intended to stay in Brial from the start. His Majesty ordered me to remain here another 10 years. Yuri felt tricked and shouted, what? You mean? He swung the sword forward provocatively and asked, you're not going to attack? Bernard assumed a stance and lunged forward. Then I'll go first. Yuri, furious, clenched his sword tighter. What the? The iron tip of the sword slammed hard into the ground. He charged in anger with a shout, finally speaking up, Bernard quickly parried the attack. Dusk fell over the magnificent castle. Lying on the large bed, Yuri stared thoughtfully at the ceiling. His pupils reflected the flames of that fateful night. His heart felt lighter. Things had changed. He recalled the image of the castle, engulfed in fire. Yuri wanted a future where Brial would not be destroyed by his mistakes. He thought about his teacher's decision. Though there was no special plan, Bernard's choice to remain in Brial was proof enough. He punched the air determinedly. Changing the future was vague and uncertain, but bit by bit, it was surely changing. He narrowed his eyes, planning for the greater cause. It's not over yet. This time I must stop the Empire. His gaze was full of resolve. Do not fail. Yes, do not fail. A sound beside him made Yuri startle and let out a small cry as he turned. Ina warned him, you must avoid causing trouble. He sat up and asked her anything else. She placed a hand on her hip, angrily retorting, you cause problems every day, so you don't even understand what I'm saying, do you? Ina closed her eyes, sighed, and clarified for Yuri, you have a meeting tomorrow, that's why I warned you. Surprised, he asked, a meeting? She answered yes, a council of elders meeting. She continued and asked him, His Majesty said you'll attend this time. Haven't you heard? Yuri really hadn't known. He stared at Ina, feeling slightly uneasy. Yuri ruffled his hair until it was a mess, then swore, damn it. Ina provided what she knew. You must leave first thing tomorrow morning. Most of the Elder Council will be present. Ina took Yuri's small hands in hers. With an earnest look, she cautioned Yuri, there will surely be stubborn and intimidating people, but do not be aggressive toward them. Yuri waved his hand to reassure her, worried about that. I won't do that. Ina doubted and asked again, really? Promise. Yuri affirmed firmly, I told you there's nothing to worry about. Another beautiful day in Brial. Inside the council chamber, Gennard slammed his fist on the table and shouted, absolutely not. Yuri watched, somewhat fearful, silently approving Ina's earlier warning. She was right. From the start, they've all opposed it. This man was Duke Gennard, Duke Yuge's Gennard Ythri. He adamantly opposed. Your Highness cannot learn a mana form that hasn't been verified. Yuri looked at the other members without speaking, silently calculating, and the rest of the council members. They sat in grim silence, pondering. This should be a place to discuss running the kingdom, but he glanced at the empty seat and realized, this place has long been used to obstruct the throne. Now he understood why his father stopped attending. Gennard tried to persuade them. Learning Brial's mana form would be far better than wasting time on something like that. Another member challenged, what do you mean it's unverified? This is an ancestral legacy. Gennard sneered, how do we know it's truly an ancestral legacy? The other, enraged at that, shouted, are you doubting His Highness the Prince? He resumed his indifferent tone, I mean it's better to be certain. Aren't we gathered here to care for the prince's future? Yuri smiled faintly and spoke with sarcasm. You called this whole council just to debate my mana form. How touching, Duke Gennard. He gripped his arm hard, cursing inwardly. Shameless. The traitor bowed to the Empire the moment Brial fell, smooth-tongued as ever. Gennard then turned his attention to someone else. Lord Sane. He asked, seeing this person silent the whole time, what are your thoughts? The person he addressed was Sane, captain of Brial's night squad. Sane had his hands clasped together, hesitating as he said, I'm in a position where I can't make a hasty decision. Gennard pressed again, what is the reason? Sane explained that each mana form has pros and cons, and each person has their own strengths. Gennard stood up abruptly and said loudly, look here. He turned Sane's words into ammunition for himself. Even the captain isn't certain about this mana form, so it's not just baseless worry. He said thoughtfully, I think it's better to abandon this mana form altogether. The member from before disagreed, objecting that Sane was merely uncertain, and had said each mana form held its own value. Another man siding with Gennard stood and said loudly, it's all the same. The Duke worries this form will be harmful to the prince. The others didn't know what to say and remained silent. Perhaps they didn't want to get involved. Yuri looked at those people and thought, just look at that. His eyes suddenly went steel-sharp. He thought grimly, this is bad. At that moment, someone at the table raised a hand in agreement with the count. I think so too. Others began to join in, I agree. Yuri realized the board had been turned. He began analyzing the effects of switching mana forms. If one has only recently learned a form, changing methods won't affect the core. But Yuri recalled the last time he fought a mana form inside the illusion created by the Death Knight. From the ancestors' illusory combat experience, the soul sever technique had already rooted into his core. He worried sweat rolled down from his temple. He felt trapped. He couldn't explain this part. What should he do? Suddenly a voice spoke up. Your tongue is certainly slick. Yuri looked toward the speaker in surprise. Someone beside him asked in alarm, what did you say? The man raised his hand and began to speak. Forgive me, but I wish to say one thing. That man was the free noble Calcio Irantia. He wore a composed expression and spoke without beating around the bush, getting straight to the point. How many here have faced an orc before? The attendees at the conference began to murmur. They looked toward Calcio, a free noble. Gennard asked displeased, who are you? What title do you hold? Calcio stood up. He bowed and introduced himself. I am Calcio Irantia, a free noble. Gennard sneered, a mere baron. What business has a lowly baron attending a council meeting? Calcio replied reluctantly, I didn't want to either. He sat down once more and continued, but what can be done? A gleam of malice flashed in his eyes. The Count Sedor entrusted this to me. Yuri was taken aback upon hearing that name, the Count Sedor. He recalled information about that count. He was surely the noble guarding Brial's borderlands. True to his title, he defended the frontier and the front lines, famed as a lifelong battlefield warrior. He wondered about the free noble's appearance. Yuri asked himself, Sedor is known for not caring about noble politics, so why send a representative to this council? The blue-haired man who shared Yuri's question spoke up. Why would Count Sedor send you to the Council of Elders? He's not the type to explain things in detail. Calcio interrupted, sneering as he explained. Look at these high lords playing politics and arguing over nothing. Ah, I think I understand why the Count sent me here. He stared each of them down and explained about choosing mana forms. The form itself doesn't really change things on the real battlefield. Whether it's a Brial form or the Empire's mind cultivation technique, it depends on the user. Saying that, he turned to Yuri and asked, what does your highness think? Yuri, amused and already liking the man, kept a calm, unreadable face and replied, as the Prince of Brial, I don't see why this is up for debate. Whether I should master the ancestors' mana form or not, I'll learn my ancestors' form regardless of what you say. Calcio agreed with that stance. The prince's inclination is to follow the will of his ancestor and the mana form. He glanced at the others and jeered. So those who are unrelated, without authority or responsibility, why poke your noses in and speak up? He spread his arms as if a halo shone above him, criticizing. Only those who sit at desks and have never held a sword make a fuss about things like. Gennard scowled at him. Baron, you're starting to talk recklessly. Calcio remained calm and apologized. Forgive my rudeness. I can't help it. I'm used to fighting orcs on the border all day. He repeated his earlier question. I asked before, but could you tell me how many here have fought orcs? He challenged them. Do you think orcs pay attention to what mana form their opponent uses? The man on Gennard's side replied, you're not wrong, but his highness is still young, so your assessment. Are you saying we should tear him apart to fix his mana form? Yuri, displeased, shot back at the noble. Are you saying I made the wrong choice? He continued, you say that even though you know it's impossible, don't you? Calcio now exposed their intent. It seems his highness won't back down. Are you planning to forcibly separate his core? The noble, struck in a nerve, shouted angrily. What are you saying? Calcio deliberately replied, surely not, so what are we arguing about? He looked at Yuri and asked, your highness agrees too, doesn't he? Yet here you all are, damaging his highness's mental well-being. Gennard ground his teeth and asked angrily, so the royal palace is such a leisurely place, is it? He suddenly slammed the table and shouted, leisurely, how insolent. You weren't quiet recently either after receiving that sum, were you? Calcio's gaze went icy as he retorted, it would take hundreds dead before you'd stop being quiet. Perhaps you've never seen reports of soldiers dying every day. He recounted, on the day I left the Count's domain, 4 people died. I had to lay to rest with my own hands, a friend I had breakfasted and spoken with that very morning. Calcio explained to them, orcs don't know rest, sirs, they live by raiding and killing. Yuri repeated the name in his head, or. He pieced events together, and concluded that attention would reveal problems between Brial and the Principality of Klein around this time. He recalled scenes of homes destroyed. Back then, orcs repeatedly crossed the border and inflicted immeasurable damage. He wondered if the orcs' movement patterns had changed. Calcio answered, yes, it's much more worrying than usual. I see, Yuri continued asking about Klein's situation. Calcio seemed rather surprised and replied, yes. Yuri inquired about the border situation. Aren't the Klein Duchy's forces also stationed there? Calcio answered hesitantly and worried. Their border guards suddenly withdrew. You asked further, what about the coastal village? He recounted the situation there. It's devastated. Some were killed, the rest taken as slaves. It couldn't be worse. Yuri began to mull it over. Too much of a coincidence. He wondered, is it a civil war, or... He suddenly asked, is the Duke's third son the mastermind? Bernard panicked. He was extremely worried. The Duke. Yuri glanced to gauge the Duke's reaction. He coughed a few times and then ordered, I think we'll end it here for today. Gennard forced a smile and stammered, so that's it, Your Highness. Yuri snorted, prepared to open the door, and offered advice that was really a taunt. Discuss something bigger than my petty mana form. He left that remark behind amid their anger, as if defending against the Klein Duchy and the orcs. He spoke his final words, then the door closed. Don't trouble yourself over a pubescent brat. The sun was setting, at an inn that looked rather old. From inside the crystal globe, Haim asked aloud, is that so? The third prince said that. Calcio replied, yes. Calcio recounted what he'd learned and said, there are rumors he isn't the same as before. Haim seemed to seek his opinion. What do you think? Calcio recalled Yuri's question. Aren't Klein's troops stationed there too? And gave a sly smile. He also offered some praise for Yuri. Not bad, his look said. Haim stroked his chin and ordered, we need to keep an eye on him. Calcio, investigate the third prince. Calcio didn't know where to start and asked, there's not much on the surface. Should I investigate his background? Haim replied, if necessary. He prepared to stand and obey. I will do so. Haim instructed, I will be in contact. The globe's blue light went out and returned to normal. Calcio looked down at the street scene and sighed. So peaceful, despite the border troops dying every day. From afar, he saw something in disbelief and murmured, that is. Yuri's cloaked figure passed by with his face hidden. He quickly guessed, the third prince. But then he wasn't sure and let it go. Probably not. Hernando, who had snuck out with Yuri, recalled his childhood and said, I snuck out because of you, so nervous. I used to sneak out all the time as a kid. Yuri, with a knowing look, asked, you mean you snuck out 3 times a day? He answered, almost. I was very mischievous as a child. He leaned over and whispered, oh, that girl over there is looking at us. Has she recognized us? Yuri pouted and said, why so eager? You can leave the palace whenever you like. Hernando laughed and explained, if it were just me it would be a stroll, but with you it feels like a revolt. So what are you planning to do, something scandalous? Yuri replied, no, and if there is, I won't drag you along. He feigned sulking, oh come on, that's disappointing. Hernando still didn't know where they were heading and asked, Your Highness, where are we going? Yuri picked up a gold coin and cheerfully answered, the casino. We're going to the most illegal gambling den in the capital. He froze. Hernando's head was full of worries. Wait, but you said we wouldn't do anything bad. Yuri replied calmly, I won't, you're just taking me there. You won't ignore me, right? Hernando answered as Yuri predicted. When drunk I'll go there instead of home, but still Hernando. Yuri explained, let me tell you first, this is for the good of Brial. Hernando was surprised. Don't tell me. He silently praised Yuri. How much had His Highness prepared in advance? Truly worthy of His Highness. You planned this all along. He excitedly raised his hand in agreement. Very well, Your Highness. Today we'll turn the casino inside out. In his previous life, among Brial's people, there were a few who caused quite a stir across the land. A kingpin who once dominated the underworld, and a notorious usurer. They were giants in the commercial world, leading the entire continent. And the other was the one who beheaded the infamous underworld bosses and spread fear along Brial's streets. She was an extraordinary assassin. Yuri frowned, and the person she killed was. He looked at the procession before him. It was this man, the most skilled usurer today. Goryeo, while Yuri was still lost in thought, approached and introduced himself. I never expected a patron like you to do business with us. It's an honor. You folded your arms confidently and replied, it seems you already know who I am. Startled by the situation, Hernando blurted out, what? Goryeo, sly as a notorious traitor, responded swiftly with practiced tongue. Of course, the mage and the third prince personally wished to meet us. Even with limited power, someone must shoulder responsibility. Sensing the sharp implications in his words, your face tightened unconsciously. You frowned and said plainly, indeed a correct assessment. I did not come only to gamble or amuse myself. In an instant, he realized your purpose and couldn't hide his excitement. His eyes lit with interest as he regarded you. He then shifted to a hospitable posture, gesturing toward the gilded casino inside. Shall we sit and talk, Prince? The two of you, one tall, one small, sat on a plain yet luxurious sofa. Hernando whispered to Yuri worriedly, Prince, you said you wouldn't gamble. You never mentioned this to me. You frowned and hissed softly, be quiet. You and he sat opposite the old man, one serious, the other sweating as Goryeo said, I heard you didn't come just to play at the casino. Could it be that you came to borrow money? Yuri looked at him with utter nonchalance and stated his intention plainly. Yes, I plan to use a loan as an investment. Sensing this, the old man cautiously probed. So you intend to set up a private slush fund? Goryo smiled cunningly like a crafty mouse. And since you borrow from me rather than the bank, does the third prince harbor greater ambitions? Hearing the greed in his question, you cut him off. Stop. You smiled at him, your eyes sharp. Interrogating me is none of your business. The old man accepted your warning and, knowing his place, refrained from prying further. Forgive me for that. As if sensing something lacking, he added a perfunctory apology. I wish to offer my apologies. Seeing him humble himself first, you didn't argue and gave him a way out. That's fine. After all, I'm the one who needs the money. This time he didn't press directly but probed bit by bit. Then could you get to the point and say exactly what the loan will be used? With nothing to hide, you remained indifferent and replied, I'll use the loan to buy back Magrania, Klein's spice lands. Sooner or later supply won't meet demand. Hernando, silent until now, could not stay calm and turned to you, urgently asking, Prince, you intend to? Goryo, too, began to look intrigued. He stroked one side of his beard and quickly analyzed. Magrania is indeed essential for producing high-grade spices, but I remain doubtful whether it's worth investing a huge sum in. Nodding his doubt, you quickly affirmed to convince him. That will happen soon. Hernando listened to the conversation between Yuri and the old man, stroking his chin. He hadn't expected things to be like this. He'd heard that fighting had broken out in the Duchy of Klein and orcs lurked everywhere, but he hadn't thought spice prices could rise so high. Suddenly the corner of his eye brightened, as if he'd thought of something beyond the plan. Could it be that His Highness simply wants to corner the regional specialty first? He kept watching Yuri's every gesture, that look in his eyes. On this side, Goryo was also calculating and analyzing Yuri's intentions. Yuri Brial was unlike the rumors, and it seemed he was acting on more information than he had revealed. The quiet was broken by your question. Now decide the sum. Speaking as an investor, not a prince, how much can you lend me? A classic candelabra hung from the high ceiling, the golden candlelight continuously warming the room. The entrance from the second floor to the first was a narrow corridor that looked very empty. Goryo suddenly slammed his hand on the table, as if he'd reached a decision. Goryo looked at you, his face no longer teasing but utterly serious. Please sign this loan contract. It seemed the first step of your plan had succeeded. You secretly smiled in anticipation. Under the pale moonlight, Yuri and Hernando continued their plan. You walked holding the loan contract attentively. After leaving, Yuri carried the contract as they went. Hernando still couldn't fully process what had happened and asked you again, did Goryo really lend you the money, and such a huge sum? Objectively speaking, Yuri is a prince of Brial, so borrowing such a large sum worried him, but this is too much, your highness. Yuri paid little attention, adjusting his hood and looking at him with mild suspicion. Hernando was clearly displeased you hadn't told him the plan in advance. You could at least have given me a heads up. From the start, you didn't intend to gamble, right? You fired back. If I had said so, wouldn't you have dragged me straight to father's place? The two continued talking as they strode down the empty street. Now we're heading to the deal. Yes, I have something I want them to do. Actually, Magrania can guarantee profits. The only metallurgist knows the formula, and the Duke of Klein's assistant will be the first to die in the coming war. This is a commodity that can be sold at any price, at least until a substitute appears. An old signboard hung above, swaying in the wind. I can't entrust this matter to anyone else. Hernando and Yuri stopped in front of an old house. The wind's whisper made the scene a bit eerie. Yuri tilted his face to the sky. We're here. His words startled him for a moment. What? Hernando pointed at the old house before them and declared clearly, wait a moment. Such a dilapidated place. Despite his shouting, Yuri still moved closer to the door. He raised his hand and knocked hard on the door. He kept knocking repeatedly, calling loudly, Elaine Wood, are you there? Hernando sensed something was wrong and tried to stop him. Prince, wait, this we could hand over to a major trading guild. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone opened the door. Someone. A beautiful girl with gem-like blue eyes and neatly tied hair stepped out. I am Elaine Wood. Yuri saw her emerge and stepped forward to introduce himself. Elaine Wood, I am Yuri, the third prince of Brial. Hernando stood to the side, helplessly covering his face and sighing. With the bearing of a prince, he raised a hand in goodwill. I have a task for you. She looked clearly surprised, stammering, Brial, a prince. Night stretched endlessly as the wind stirred. Hernando's face twisted with constant questions, accusing you. Prince, are you mad? Hearing that, your expression dimmed slightly. There's nothing a prince can't say. Hernando trailed behind you, nagging without stop. Anyone who saw you like this would say the same. You're entrusting the repurchase of Magrania to a trade guild on the brink of collapse. This isn't pocket change. You ignored him, lost in your own thoughts. For now, she might simply be a struggling merchant. But before long, the name Elaine would be known across the continent as the leader of a trade guild no one had heard of before. And unlike Goryo, who hid behind a facade of trust yet would resort to dirty tricks when cornered, Elaine regarded promises to clients as sacrosanct. In a previous life, she could only have been a legendary merchant. In this life, I'll turn her into a legend beyond legend. He laughed at the thought, leaving Hernando puzzled. What's with that laugh? Still, he felt some worry. He sighed quietly and asked you, "Anyway, are you finished with your tasks?" Hearing this, you pointed a finger forward to Hernando. "Not yet, there's one final thing." He heard it and felt deflated, drawing out his voice. "What?" Not wanting to wait for Hernando, you strode off quickly, leaving him flustered as he ran after you. "Wait, Prince." He trudged wearily behind you. "Where are you planning to go now?" But you had no time to care. A grand plan still lay ahead. Underground loan bosses, tycoon merchants, all the others were ready to become your allies. Now I only need to convince one last person. A dark, severely dilapidated house stood before them. This was a low slum where even the rats ran rampant. Hernando and Yuri asked an old beggar by a wall for directions. The beggar pointed toward where they needed to go. They watched their surroundings carefully as Yuri searched urgently for someone. She had to be somewhere nearby. Sure enough, in a dark alley where hungry children gathered, you found the person you wanted to meet. You quietly approached where Asuna sat, a little girl with tangled blue hair and clothes full of holes. "Hello." A gust of wind lifted your hood, but you paid no mind. Placing a hand on your chest, you introduced yourself. "I am Yuri, Prince of Brial." Hearing that, she abruptly stopped what she was doing and turned her head to look back. After a long pause, Asuna finally spoke. "Prince," you answered quickly. "Yes." Her face was fully revealed. The one who had mercilessly killed Goryo in the past, a surviving member of the Assassin's Guild. Looking at the girl now, she still seemed childlike, with none of the cruelty of her past life. You called softly, "Asuna." She stood up to speak to you, tall and thin, her face pale and lifeless. "Prince, what is a prince doing in a place like this?" Nodding Asuna's guarded stance, you gently reassured her. "You don't need to be so wary of me." Her face visibly relaxed at your words, a little more at ease than before. "I only came because I thought I could help." Then you turned to Hernando and ordered, "Give it here." He had to restrain himself hard not to shout. Finally, he gave up. Hernando sighed and took out a large pouch of money, handing it to you. "Here." Your gaze suddenly dropped a little. Looking across, there was a timid little girl clutching the sleeve of the person beside her and shrinking back. "Is it this child?" You seemed to partly understand why. In your previous life, Asuna had borrowed such a large sum. She had taken a huge loan from Goryo just to treat this child. Like so many who borrowed from Goryo, Asuna's life was ruined by him as well. That drove her onto the path of an assassin, and she ultimately became one of the most notorious killers. My goal is to prevent that from happening. Without hesitation, you handed the pouch directly to Asuna. "Take this money and bring the child to the temple for treatment." Asuna's face showed awkwardness. She was deeply puzzled by your strange action. "What do you want?" Unreservedly, you stated your purpose. "What do I want? Just one thing." She froze at that. Your face lit up a bit, eyes sparkling as you looked at her. "I am Yuri, the third Prince of Brial. Remember that name." Amid the stunned faces of the two who remained, Yuri and Hernando turned and left. He looked back, puzzled like Asuna, and couldn't help asking you, "Why did you give a beggar that much money?" Yuri didn't want to say more and replied with one cryptic line. "It's an investment for the future. I've built relationships with the people I'll need in the future. Now only one person remains." Thinking that, you glanced at Hernando, causing him to halt. Yuri stopped and turned to Hernando. "Hernando, I want to ask you something." He responded, feigning surprise with a skeptical sound. "You're always so blunt. Ask him directly about the matter in the king's tomb when it was first unearthed. What did you see in the founding king's tomb?" His eyes closed, curving into a thin crescent, a smile playing at his lips as he uttered two words, "Gambling." You seemed incredulous and asked again, "What?" He, like a different man, smiled knowingly. "I played a game betting my life at the Barthlega's casino in the Empire." Seeing his grin annoyingly infectious, Yuri thought it made sense. It sounded plausible. You had no time to probe further and changed the subject. "Well, whatever, about what happened today." Hernando put his hands on his hips and looked at you. "Yes." Yuri smiled amiably and punched him lightly in the chest. "Keep it a secret, okay?" A new day arrived. Sunlight filtered into every corner of the magnificent palace. In the great hall, Floor sat on his throne and spoke quietly. "Hernando." As a servant, Hernando replied gently, "Yes, your majesty." His face showed no expression, but his words were sharp. "I heard you went out with Yuri yesterday." He answered composedly, "Ah, yes." Floor's words were like a request, but left no room for refusal. "Can you tell me what happened?" Hernando kept little expression on his face. His amber eyes looked straight ahead as he quietly recounted. He persuaded me to leave the palace with. Then we went to a casino, the largest casino in the capital. Then we went to a casino, the largest casino in the capital. Puzzled by Yuri's actions, Floor asked again, a casino, the boy gambled there. Hernando's face softened a little. His expression grew richer with a carefree smile. Yes, he did. Floor leisurely raised a hand to stroke his chin. Is that so? Hernando continued his clear report. I thought he was good at gambling, but it turns out he was terrible. He lost all the money I lent. Floor, sharp-eyed, noticed the issue and asked again, then what happened? He hesitated for a moment then. He took money from Goryo's place and gave it to some old merchant's guild. After that, he handed a heap of money to some orphaned child. We strolled about and observed how the people lived. Hernando gently summarized for Floor. He seemed very interested in how people lived their lives. Floor pressed for details. Did the boy go back afterward? His eyes closed tightly for a moment. Hernando, clearly unwilling to say more, answered quietly, yes, that's all. Floor understood and didn't ask further. I see. Floor pondered for a moment, but said nothing more. As if remembering something, he asked Hernando about attending the ball. The question made his face briefly show surprise. Hernando, will you attend the ball? He replied without hesitation. Yes. Surprised that he agreed so quickly, Floor remarked, I thought you weren't interested. Hernando smiled, people's hearts change. Then his expression suddenly turned serious. It's been a long time since I danced. The sky seemed a bit cloudy, making the air hotter than usual. Yuri sat on the ground panting. Opposite him, Bernard stood firm, feet shoulder-width apart, one hand pointing a sword toward. His face was smeared with dust. Beads of sweat ran from his brow to his cheek. Feeling awkward, he wiped them away and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, huh. Bernard relaxed his stance slightly, turning toward what Yuri was pointing at. Bernard, it seems you're quite famous. He too looked surprised, huh. Though marked by time, his face had lost none of its charm, which drew glances from the maids behind. Seeing him look, they blushed and hurried on with their work. Yuri teased. The maids kept glancing. Looks like you'll have to attend the ball. Surely many will wait for you there. He only sighed softly. I'm not very interested. Quickly, Bernard returned to their training. Regarding that sword technique, he was right. The move has no fixed form. You stood up and picked up the wooden sword lying on the ground. Yes, I told you. Just follow the flow as you move. Still hesitant, he analyzed the situation for you. A mana method that is also a sword technique. I truly can't comprehend it. I must see you fight in real combat to study it, but that's not easy. The two faced each other. He offered praise as encouragement. In any case, you've progressed very fast. You also handle mana well. Honestly, I'm quite surprised. I didn't expect you to be so skilled with mana. You swung the sword back and forth while other thoughts crossed your mind. You felt a bit guilty. Things unfolded this way because you tried to erase every trace of the Brial method you learned in your previous life. Suddenly, Bernard's words cut through your thoughts. Your face flickered with a faint agitation. Your inner self was clearly startled. Don't be too hasty, I'm worried about you. Asked back, worried, Bernard patiently explained. Yes, you're too fast. Clearly, your use of sword techniques from your past life has shifted the balance. Bernard judged it as too hasty. Achieving so much at this age is remarkable, but your body hasn't fully developed yet. You gave a gentle, amiable smile, clearly trying to reassure him. Don't worry, I'll keep everything perfectly balanced. It's past rest time for a round, you reminded him. Let's continue training. He, still uneasy, asked again, are you sure? The wooden sword was thrown down decisively, accompanied by your affirmation. Of course. In a flash, you drew a real sword, gleaming and finely forged, gripping the hilt tightly and unable to contain your excitement. Let's spar with real blades. I need to get stronger fast. Bernard quickly matched the new intensity of the duel. Very well. You broke from guard with one hand and thumbed toward yourself, proposing a wager. How about a bet? If I land a hit on you, you must attend the ball. He hurriedly refused. No, thank you. Curious, you asked why. He smiled calmly. I'll win anyway. Besides, if I lose, you'll find an excuse to cancel. You're not exactly reliable. Hearing Bernard's teasing and sarcasm, your face twisted at the hit to your pride. You tightened your grip on the sword, clearly determined. Just wait and see. The two of you surged at each other like twin storms. The blades clashed, sparks flying. Yuri declared defiantly, I'll catch you. Yet he still failed. He couldn't do it. In the dark, the sound of horse hooves thundered. A caravan of coaches hurried into the city a few days later, on the day of the ball. In moonlight that glittered like silver, Georg sat leisurely by the window, one hand propping his chin, the other resting on his knee, a faint smile playing for the person opposite. His blue eyes sparkled like a finely carved gem. His words were composed and courteous. Your gaze hasn't left the window, has it? Second Prince of the Empire, Jorg Ivarnagranian. At his call, Catherine, her golden hair and the exquisite deep blue dress making her look ready to leap out the window, was overwhelmed with excitement. It's been so long since an occasion like this, so I'm just eager. She turned back inward with a soft, expectant smile. I also want to see someone else, the Empire's princess, Yekaterina Ivarna. The tall tower with its red roof stood out against the night. Moonlight illuminated the sky and surrounding trees when a sudden voice rang out, breaking the silence. Your Highness, how do you find it? Yuri wore an elegant suit studded with glittering gems, standing with his hands on his hips and a slightly flustered expression in the lavish room. Yuri closed his eyes and said helplessly, "It's too fussy, so many accessories, it's overwhelming. Remove some, please." Ina continued tying his cravat and replied gently, "I think it looks good. You used to like these things a lot. Has your taste changed?" Then she said, "Done, Your Highness." At that, Yuri opened his eyes wide and looked straight at Ina. He suddenly called her name, making her turn. Ina. Yuri extended his hand to invite her. "Will you dance with me?" Startled by the sudden proposal, Ina hesitated and then replied, "Yes." Yuri scratched his face and explained awkwardly, "I want to practice, but I don't have a dance partner, so." Ina's face showed an incredulous expression. She drew her hand back slightly and said, what should I do?" Seeing her expression, Yuri looked puzzled. "What expression is that?" Ina placed her hand lightly on yours in response to the invitation and said, "You won't step on my feet or make me fall, will you?" Yuri answered, "Of course not." Then he suddenly pulled Ina toward him. "I don't mean to prank you." Startled by the sudden tug, Ina flinched. Their faces came close, the distance very small. Yuri smiled, gripping her hand firmly. "Follow me slowly." Hearing your words, Ina fell silent. The light obscured her face, leaving only flushed cheeks. Ina gently placed a hand on Yuri's shoulder and smiled. "Are you underestimating me, Your Highness? I'm a good dancer, you know." Yuri returned a smile. "You've danced a lot. With whom?" The moon now shone brightly outside the palace. Their voices lingered in the air. Ina teased, "I may not look it, but I'm somewhat famous. Besides, this is the first time my partner has been this short." Hearing that, Yuri replied cheerfully, "We'll see. Height difference isn't a problem." Outside the window, the silhouette of the two dancing hand in hand was visible. Yuri said, "But Ina, you just stepped on my foot." Ina closed her eyes and smiled in reply. "Oh dear, I'm sorry, I misstepped." Yuri raised an eyebrow again. Ina smiled happily. "I just slipped." Two musicians in ceremonial dress played instruments, while soft golden light spread through the elegant room. In the magnificent great hall, couples gently danced to the melodious music that filled the space. A man sat on the throne, looking down over the ballroom and gently swirling a glass of wine. King Floor sat upright on the magnificent throne, took a sip of wine, and continued to watch below. Cedric and Joshua held plates of pastries. Opposite them stood Yuri, back turned as he spoke with Cedric, while Joshua ate and listened attentively. Yuri stood with his arms crossed and suddenly noticed a man beside him, a man with his hand behind his back. His presence seemed overwhelmingly powerful, Yuri thought. Only now did I notice. The Count Sailor is here. As expected, he's on a different level from ordinary knights. Last time only Baron Arantia attended. He turned his head. Yuri noticed the conspicuous eyeglasses, tucked neatly in Cedric's coat pocket. Concerned, he asked, "Hey, aren't your eyes getting worse? You seem to wear those glasses often." Cedric smiled, plate in hand. "It's not that bad, nothing to worry about." Trumpets sounded. The great doors to the hall began to open slowly, and those standing nearby quickly stepped aside. The Empire's second prince, Jorg, led the procession in. He noticed the king seated before him. Floor reached out to shake his hand. "Thank you for coming to this humble place." Jorg approached, smiled, and shook the king's hand. "Thank you for hosting us." Then he extended his hand to introduce a woman entering with him. "Today I have come with my sister." Seeing the woman enter, Yuri's eyes widened, and his face filled with disbelief. Catherine stepped forward, gracefully lifted her skirt, and bowed slightly as she spoke. "Your Majesty," she said, then looked up. Her blue eyes and long golden hair only enhanced her beauty. Seeing her, Yuri's thoughts seemed to grow confused as well. "Catherine, images of you from your previous life, walking hand in hand with Catherine, appeared before your eyes, and those memories gradually shattered." Then you remembered the three words written on the paper burning away. Recalling those memories, Yuri squeezed his eyes shut, frowned, sweat running down his cheek. "I'm no longer betrothed to Catherine. I won't repeat the mistakes of my past life, never." Catherine suddenly noticed Yuri, standing hidden behind Cedric's shadow. She looked at him and gave a gentle smile. The party continued to the strains of sweet music, as Catherine and Joshua chatted happily with Cedric. Yuri sipped his refreshments while turning his head to watch them closely. You looked toward Cedric dancing with a young lady and thought to yourself, "Just as I suspected, Cedric never treats anyone carelessly." You watched the young ladies casting glittering glances at Cedric, and remarked that is the quality of a king. You continued comparing yourself when suddenly your train of thought was cut off. You turned and froze as you saw Catherine staring at you repeatedly. Someone suddenly greeted Catherine. Hello. Catherine paid you no mind and turned to speak with Joshua. Yuri held his face and muttered irritably, damn it. He wondered how he was supposed to feel about a relationship that would end badly. A gentle voice spoke up. Your Highness, would you like a cookie? Ina smiled and stepped closer to Yuri, holding a tray with a plate of cookies and a glass of wine. Seeing her, Yuri cheerfully said, thank you, Ina, you've worked hard. Ina set the tray on the table and replied softly, it's nothing, Your Highness. Yuri suddenly asked, was it hard? Ina waved her hand and sighed with a playful look. Not at all, compared to cleaning up someone's mess every day. Hearing that, Yuri's face showed displeasure as he said, whatever, give me the tray of cookies. Ina lifted the glass, smiled, and turned to leave. Call me if you need anything. Yuri, one hand on his hip, answered happily, will do. After Ina left, you leaned back against the table and exhaled deeply. Suddenly, footsteps approached where you stood. You opened your eyes and looked. Jorg stepped up to you and said, you are. Yuri looked at him and thought, the Empire's second prince, Jorg Ivarna Grams. An image of Jorg in clerical garb, riding a horse and raising his sword heroically, flashed through Yuri's mind. He had once commanded many battlefields on behalf of the Emperor. Before Jorg, Yuri bowed and saluted. I am the third prince of Brial, Yuri Brial. In his mind, he kept thinking that he was also the one who had driven Brial to the brink of collapse. He bowed, hiding the pent-up wrath on his face, and silently reassured himself to stay calm. He couldn't reveal hostile intent yet. At that moment, Jorg's expression suddenly darkened. His finger touched his chin and his green eyes flared. Ah, so it's you. Jorg smiled, his gaze fixed intently on Yuri, a look that seemed to see through him, making Yuri widen his eyes in fright as waves of aura from Jorg swirled around. The approaching auras made Yuri hastily raise his head, eyes wide and on guard, sweat streaming down his cheek. Jorg's green eyes brightened and he smiled. 13 years old this year is he. No wonder he's Floor's son. Then he turned and left, leaving Yuri stunned, and tossed back a remark, truly an outstanding talent. Yuri clenched his fist so hard it trembled. It was only a test, but it was worrying. He'd assumed Jorg was still young, yet he was already at that level. Yuri frowned, turned his head, and muttered, goosebumps. Those two are exactly alike. Suddenly, Ina collapsed to her knees in a panic. The glass shattered, and the wine spilled onto the hem of Jorg's garment, causing him to turn away with a darkened face. Those nearby whispered and murmured, the imperial royal emblem, how dare she commit such an offense? Ina trembled on the floor, stammering, I beg you, I'm sorry, sir. Jorg smiled wickedly and spoke in a contrived tone. Oh my. He turned his head and looked directly at Yuri, that girl. Yuri stared in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide with panic. Jorg grabbed the sword at his side. He continued speaking, she's committed a crime, then drew the sword and placed the tip on Ina's shoulder. He went on slowly. Under imperial law, beheading is the appropriate punishment. Seeing this, Yuri's face tightened with anger. He realized one thing. This bastard is deliberately picking on Ina. At that moment, in the great hall of the ancient mansion, a crystal chandelier hung from the ornate ceiling, casting pale golden light, creating a magical, luxurious atmosphere. The quiet atmosphere was ripped apart by a voice from afar. She has committed an offense, as Jorg pointed his sword at Ina. Jorg spoke in accordance with the law, making her tremble with worry. He then looked down coldly. Execution will suffice. Yuri clenched his teeth and stared at him in disgust. While the two flared at each other, a voice spoke up. Have you come here to ruin my ball? The speaker stepped forward slowly. It was Floor descending the stairs. If you want to see blood, do it on your own soil. Jorg looked back but did not reply. Then he sheathed the sword with a bow and apologized. I am sorry. He tried to show sincerity. Your Majesty, the Empire and Brial have respected each other until now. Floor cut him off. Yes, but you seem unwilling to respect us. Seeing Floor's displeasure, Jorg blurted out, do you remember Gaetensha? Floor did not answer and looked as if he was about to lose his temper. Jorg, unafraid, stared back arrogantly and continued. When you executed an imperial knight, our emperor respected your honor and did not require you to answer for such actions. Finishing, Jorg turned to Ina and said this is the same. I do this to protect the peace and honor of both nations. As Yuri looked at Jorg, he recalled that in the past his father personally killed an imperial knight. Floor pressed a hand to his forehead and did not reply, only listening to Jorg. I do not wish to do this either. Resolve it quickly. Floor's mind was torn. If that is brought up now, our honor is at stake. He kept speaking. There won't be much bloodshed. Then he pointed the sword at Ina's throat. Yuri watched from afar, his soul conflicted. Stopping him now would be tantamount to provoking the Empire. Needs and conditions, ideals and reality, reason and force. All those titles felt like invisible hands trying to restrain him. But he remembered the teachings of the late night. Brial never abandons its honor, no matter what. Then he stared with resolve. That is Brial's oath. He spoke up, Prince, causing him to pause. Stepping forward, he said, "She is my servant. Are you trying to trick your way out of this?" "But her fault is also mine," the voice said, making Floor turn to look, thinking to himself that he had forgotten. He approached as he spoke, and those around followed his retreating figure, whispering, "I am also a prince, so please take that into account. Besides, I was once a criminal, and in this life I must bear that stain. Yes, I had no choice from the start." At that moment, Hernando watched from behind him and smiled. Catherine looked at him calmly. "Please withdraw the sentence of execution." Instead, Yuri declared firmly, "Please consider a duel." Now, under the light of the crystal chandelier that filled the room, a loud laugh shattered the silent atmosphere. You stood firmly, watching Jorg. You didn't know what Jorg was thinking as he laughed loudly. Then he looked at you with the gaze of a hunter sizing up prey and said, "All right, your name is Yuri, right?" You replied casually, "Yes, your highness." He added, "May I call you Yuri?" You answered without fear, of course. He repeated, "Fine, Yuri," causing the guests around to fall silent in fear. Jorg turned to Floor and asked, "Your Majesty, the third prince has made a reasonable proposal, so I intend to accept it. What do you think?" Floor, unable to do anything, closed his eyes and agreed, "Yes." Jorg smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then he looked at Yuri and said, "I should fight myself, but for honor's sake I will send someone in my place." He added that because you are young, he would choose the youngest among the royal guards. You only bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Then he turned and walked away. "Very well, until we meet again." You did not answer and watched his retreating back. Ina was still trembling with fear. Yuri stepped closer and called to her, "Ina." You sat down and helped Ina to her feet, saying, "Ina, stand up." Ina, still not fully composed, stammered, Prince." Seeing Ina like that, you comforted her, patting her back and saying, "Go rest." Ina, still terrified, held your hand tightly and choked out, "But how could I, Prince?" You reassured her again, "Don't worry about me," and then you watched as the others led Ina away. After that, you intended to go outside. Then you suddenly saw Catherine, which made you freeze in shock. The name Yekaterina appeared in your mind. She stood quietly, watching you intently. Seeing your thoughts wander, you reassured yourself that they were just unnecessary ideas. Then you walked off in another direction. Hernando, drinking, saw you pass and stared. It was now outside the party, in the dark hallway. You walked alone, quietly. Lost in thought, you didn't notice Cedric leaning against the wall and walked right past him. When he saw you pass without noticing him, he called out, "What are you thinking about?" which startled you. Only then did you realize, and Yuri looked at him and said, "Ah, it's you." You turned back to Cedric and said, "I can't let him kill Ina." He, exasperated at your words, exclaimed, honestly. Cedric stroked your head and said gently, "Good grief." Being patted on the head left Yuri momentarily dazed. He stared at. Then he smiled inwardly, thinking it's been a long time since he last felt this way. Suddenly he called out, "Yuri." With a cold expression he said, "Do you want to lend a hand?" The person you are about to face pretends to be kind, but in truth is the opposite. As you say this, you recall Jorg telling Yuri at the banquet that he should have fought himself, but for honor he would send someone instead. Because you are young, he would choose the youngest royal guard. Cedric then said that if the two are of the same age, even accidents in the duel could occur. You replied calmly, "Yes, I know what you're worried about. Seeing you so confident puts me at ease, so you don't need to explain further. I will handle everything." Seeing him ready to help, you hurriedly stopped him. "No, I started this, so I'll finish it. Once I'm determined, I'll do whatever it takes to see it through." Cedric smiled at that and said nothing. Then he lightly poked your cheek and said, "I trust you, Yuri Brial." You affirmed, "Of course." You asked, "What about the ball?" He turned back and answered, "It's a bit messy now, but I'll take care of it. Go rest." You replied cheerfully, "All right, thank you." If the kingdom hadn't fallen, he would probably be ruling Brial now. He looked back at you and smiled. Then you turned and walked on, pondering that you would witness what Brial would become under his rule in this life. And you silently vowed to fight so you could see it with your own eyes, no matter whom you had to face. The sky arched high in clear blue, sunlight blazing over the vast arena, brightening the space where you and Rosso stood. Beside you, Jorg and Catherine chatted, while others watched the match. Across from you, Sand and Floor looked worried as they watched. Hernando cheerfully said, "The third prince is taking part in the duel. Captain Sand, what do you think?" He replied, "The opponent's composure is steady. He's very skilled with the sword despite not being a knight," and watched him wield the blade expertly. Suddenly, bang, the sword tip stabbed straight into the ground. He stood at attention solemnly. Sane said, "The Empire's guard is indeed very elite." Sane whispered, "I wonder if the prince is all right," then saw Hernando smile and asked, "Why are you smiling?" He only replied, "Look." Sane looked down, worried. while Hernando smiled with amusement. You stretched as if just waking. Then your face brightened, quickly regaining spirit. Hernando, seeing this, told Saint, I don't think you need to worry. Archmages are a rank no one can easily attain. Within the hierarchical system for mages in the magic order, it is granted only to those who have comprehended the primal magic. Among those, the supreme magic that can reveal the world's fate is called destiny-revealing magic. In this world, only Hernando has reached that level. At that moment, in some room, a voice rang out. Earlier, you were all show. It was Yuri teasing Hernando jovially. Couldn't even win a single round. Pathetic. Here's a hint for you, he said, looking at you in disbelief. This was the first time he'd lost to a game since gaining the primal magic. Hernando used his magic to inspect the wager. Could it be mere coincidence? No. He looked again at your face, that incredulous joy. Normally, a single glance lets him read an opponent's hand, even the flow of fortune, yet he could read nothing from that kid. Instead, what he saw was an illusion of Sword Mountain, the face of someone who had endured some crisis, that gaze. He witnessed a youth with black hair and eyes, the symbols of Brial's royal house, and the unmistakable proud look of the third prince. Even though his body was soaked in blood, he kept fighting, kept swinging his sword, and never faltered. The vision ended as he collapsed in despair. He was so shocked by that scene that perhaps everything began then. The story he once thought a random coincidence started to converge on a single point. Then he spoke up, all right, maintain proper decorum. However, after witnessing the Prince Yuri's unusual actions on his recent outing, Hernando became convinced that that miracle, the destiny-revealing magic, could indeed be used. Hernando's mind could only call his name, Yuri, Prince Yuri, a person without fate. Besides saying, puzzled, he smiled and asked, why are you laughing? He replied, look, down on the arena Yuri is watching his opponent with delight, adding, there's no need to worry. Yuri called out to Rosso, we're ready on our side. How long do you intend to twirl your sword in the air? Jorg propped his hand on his chin, looked down at the match and said, do you need more time to prepare? Yuri said indifferently, I can start whenever. Rosso beside him replied, same here. Seeing they were ready, Floor declared, very well, I hereby announce the judgment duel begins. As the words rang out, the two immediately assumed combat stances. Then shouting begin, Yuri flashed like lightning, only a blur, as he sprinted toward Rosso. Rosso, unable to match Yuri's speed, was astonished. Then a slicing cut across his cheek, blood spilling out, shocking him. He quickly gripped his sword and struck back at him. The two fought evenly, neither yielding. Suddenly Rosso struck hard at Yuri, forcing him to retreat. You merely smiled at him, saying nothing, as if you had anticipated it. Rosso's face darkened. He glared at you with displeasure. While watching the match, Floor called out Hernando. Hearing his name, Hernando looked up, bowed and answered, yes, your majesty. Floor stared down and asked, what do you think the outcome will be? Hearing this, Hernando glanced downward and replied, right now the two are still fighting fiercely. Yuri was now covered in numerous cuts and wounds, yet his fighting will did not falter in the least. Hernando only smiled. He smiled and said, I don't know. Floor, hearing him say that, changed the subject. You once said your coming to Brial was ordained by heaven, correct? He casually replied, yes. While the two spoke, Saint and the other knights were secretly worried. Floor asked, is it time for you to leave now? Hernando answered no. Floor closed his eyes in satisfaction. I'm glad to know you don't intend to leave yet. Hernando smiled cheerfully. You have bestowed too many honors on a humble mage like me. I'm very grateful. Floor's expression changed as he said, excessive humility can bring misfortune. So I take it something significant is about to happen. Hernando replied, who do you think is stronger? Rosso's face burned with anger as he swung his sword, delivering a powerful arc. A sharp glint flashed across his features. Floor looked down and said, the opponent. Hernando answered, it seems you think so as well. Then watching the match, he thought back to when he first set foot in Brial. Everything then was guided by omens from heaven. And looking at Floor again, it showed him that the one who could turn the world's fate, the strongest on the continent, was here. But the sword had never been drawn, so I once thought I had no reason left to stay. Suddenly Hernando spoke. Floor turned to look. I thought my time here had ended. Rosso then lunged straight at Yuri. Yuri stood motionless. He continued, but it seems that moment has not yet come. Yuri smiled and stared at Rosso. Then blue mana flowed from his sword. Just a probe, that was enough. He flashed like lightning toward Rosso. His eyes glittered coldly as he said, let's finish this. Rosso, seeing him rush forward, grew anxious. He'd suddenly become faster. His gaze held a frost-like light as he swung his sword with no mercy. Yuri's strike was lightning quick, ending with the blade at Rosso's throat. He gripped the hilt tight. He let the sword touch Rosso's neck lightly. Rosso's pupils contracted in disbelief. Me. He shut his eyes as if accepting his fate. I'm going to die. Jorg and Catherine, watching from outside, were astonished. Flor was stunned and incredulous. Sane panicked and cried, "My gods, oh my gods." Hernando only smiled as if he had foreseen the outcome. Someone else said, "Unbelievable that he turned the blade at that exact moment." Well, Yuri merely snapped Rosso's sword. Rosso stammered, I. You smiled, and those around yelled in awe. In the end, Rosso conceded honorably, "I yield." As the words fell, the stands erupted. Amid the cheers, Hernando stood, full of joy. I'd come here to follow omens, and I found one that defied. Life turned to death, and death turned to life at the third prince's blade. The fate given to the royal guardman changed with that boy. Jorg applauded as he thought this. Each step he now takes is against heaven's will. Yes, he is someone outside the world's fate. Yuri Brial, the one who rises above destiny. Hernando began to applaud. You are extraordinary, Prince. Truly, I eagerly wish to witness. Seeing Yuri's smile, Hernando thought of how the prince would continue to reshape the world's fate from now on. Hernando smiled joyfully at the lively scene before him. Fate led me here, and I met someone resisting his own destiny. He looked at Jorg, clapping not far away. Life to death, death to life. The third prince's sword had altered the fate of the maid in that man. Amid the guards' cheers and Flor's pride, every step he takes runs counter to destiny. Yes, he is someone beyond the world's ordained fate. And there stood Yuri, proud amid the cheers and praise. Yuri Brial, the one who transcends fate. Seeing him smile so brightly made Hernando even more eager for his future. I long to see how you will use your will to bend this world's destiny. 5 years later, someone ran down the corridor in a panic. Everything's fine, everything's fine. The maid with her hair in a bun ran as fast as she could, her face full of worry. How did I end up in the wrong wing? What if I'm discovered? As she kept worrying, a voice suddenly called out, "Hey, you there," making the maid with the bun startle and stop. Joshua strode over aggressively, hands in his pockets, brow raised as he looked at her. Newcomer, seeing him approach, the bun-haired maid panicked, black hair, the emblem of the Brial royal family. When she didn't answer, Joshua asked again, "What are you doing here?" The maid's face filled with fear. She stammered and couldn't form the words. Her heart flooded with anxiousness. She swallowed gently and silently coached herself. Calm, stay calm, answer as the seniors taught. Seeing her remain silent, he grew impatient and raised his brows higher. I asked what you're doing here. The maid's mind raced through her lessons. 1. If the face looks weary, it's his majesty. 2. The crown prince is said to always smile warmly, though this man looked scowling, so deny it. It's not him. She continued listing. 3. If there are sly eyes and unsteady steps. While the maid was lost in these theories, Joshua lost patience, scowling. His tone hinted he was about to get angry. Are you ignoring me? Hearing that tone, she turned aside, covered her mouth and muttered, "It must be the second." Joshua, standing nearby, caught the word and wore a questioning look. The maid clutched her apron and hurriedly offered an excuse. I have to go somewhere. At that, Joshua understood somewhat and stepped closer, raising his voice slightly. What is this? Were you taught how to deal with people like us? Am I on a list to avoid? The maid stepped back, flustered. Seeing her stammer, he flew into a rage. His face darkened, murderous intent thick in the air. You lot, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Before Joshua could strike, a voice rang from afar, brother. Both turned their heads toward the sound. What are you doing? Seeing the young man approaching in the soft morning light, the maid recalled another lesson. And finally, a confident face. Always carry your sword. Yuri came over, smiling with a teasing tone. Are you bullying her? I'm the third prince. Yuri popped a piece of pastry into his mouth. He was idly strolling the corridor in the morning sun. With the last bite in his mouth and crumbs still at his lips, Yuri glanced intently outside. He remembered the earlier conversation with Joshua. Why do you always pick on the maids? Hearing that, he snapped back angrily. No, I don't. Because Yuri had come to rescue her. The bun-haired maid was spared, so she gave him a bag of pastries. Thank you, to show my gratitude. He wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth and praised. The cookies you gave are really good. Then he brushed his hands off. His expression grew serious, combat readiness. He looked at his hand full of mana, channeling mana through his grip to ease the strain on his hand when wielding the sword. He focused on his hand, then relaxed it and clenched again. I've come this far. Yuri recalled his previous life and the strange regression. 5 years had passed since he died under Roland's sword and was reborn. He strapped on his gauntlets and, staring into the distance, told himself the peaceful days were nearly over. They're probably busy discussing that now. In another palace, there was a raucous commotion. Yuri knocked on a door, but only a loud uproar replied, "Can't you hear me? I didn't." Before the other could finish, someone interjected, "You're the one who won't listen. You've been standing outside helplessly knocking with no answer." A nearby guard spoke up to dissuade him. I think they didn't hear the knocking because they're in a meeting." Yuri angrily gathered mana in his hand. Seeing that, the guard hurriedly suggested, "They might hear if you knock again, Your Highness." Then the guard cried out in alarm, "Wait, wait," but he wasn't faster than Yuri's hand. Yuri used mana to blast the door off its hinges. Those inside were equally astonished, eyes wide. Yuri spoke up, "Well then, sorry about that." Yuri put a hand on his hip and nonchalantly explained, "I knocked a little hard because nobody responded." The guard fell to his knees in helplessness. "See, it wasn't the knocking. I'm the one being punished." Seeing Floor seated in the main chair, he softly asked permission, "Father, I'd like to join the meeting as well." He then took the seat prepared by the attendants. Yuri cheerfully addressed everyone, "Let's continue." The blonde, having settled, cleared his throat and resumed. "What I want to say is we no longer have enough manpower to assist the Allied forces." No sooner had he finished than someone retorted, "So do you mean we should ignore the Empire's request?" The blonde remained indifferent. "Then other houses can send more troops." The brown-haired man slammed the table and shouted, "That's irresponsible." The two then plunged into a fierce argument. Yuri sat with his arms crossed, watching the scene. He had already seen through each person's selfish motives. They quarreled only for their own gain. He pulled a document on the table toward him and read, "Right, this happened around this time. The Empire's request for reinforcements from its allies. The Empire demanded additional manpower from many nations and sent them to fight the orcs in the east. But the campaign failed. Instead, the orcs went berserk and increased pressure on the participating countries. Except for the Empire itself. That's when we realized we'd been set up by the Empire." Thinking of this, anger welled up in him, and Yuri crushed the document on the table. Looking at the blonde man, Yuri thought, "That was when many skilled knights died, including lions, so he is Lion Flanders." He clenched the document. His expression hardened with resolve as he told himself he would not let that happen again. The gray-haired man refused, "We won't send anyone." The orange-haired man slammed the table and stood. "Do you think we have idle knights?" Before he could finish, a voice cut through the argument, "Stop." Hearing that, everyone turned their gaze toward the speaker. Yuri stood and said with absolute determination, "I will join the Allied forces. The rest of you must do something as well. Do not tarnish the name of Brial. Fulfill your duties as nobles." Seeing his son so resolute, Floor at his side smiled faintly. He propped his chin on his hand, wondering inwardly, "Do you really think that?" Meanwhile, Yuri was training with his sword in the courtyard. Joshua approached and loudly called, "Yuri." Hearing his name, Yuri paused mid-strike. Having heard the news, Joshua had rushed over, hands on his knees, panting. "Are you really joining the Allied forces?" Yuri replied, "Yes." Hearing the admission from Yuri himself, Joshua was astonished. "Why? The royal family has no reason to enlist." Yuri explained, "As I said before." He sheathed his sword with a smile and answered, "It is the duty of the royal family." Joshua threw his head back in resignation. "I see now, Yuri, I understand your thinking." Yuri asked, "You only understand now." He vowed fiercely, "Return safely. I'll guard the palace while you're gone." Then he ran off happily. Bernard, witnessing the scene, sighed, "You two are really close brothers." Yuri replied reluctantly, "I just hope he doesn't cause trouble." He then turned to look at the man. "You're worried about me." Bernard answered me. He teased as a reminder, "I believe you'll return safely if you don't do anything reckless." Yuri chuckled, "You think highly of me." Bernard grew serious again. His voice was a little hoarse. "But please, be careful." He explained to Yuri what he would soon face. Orcs are hard to deal with. They're stronger and more brutal than you think, especially the ones carrying flags on their back. Orkvol, they're particularly berserk. Yuri noticed his concern and stepped closer to reassure him. "Don't worry, I have a plan." Bernard, hearing that, was somewhat puzzled. "You already have a plan." At that moment, Ina ran in and called from the door, "Your Highness." She was out of breath and urgent. "A guest has brought the item you requested." Yuri turned to Ina and smiled, answering Bernard's question. "A plan, of course I do." Sunlight fell on him like the halo of a victor, quite striking. Yuri picked up a short dagger, sneered at him, "Very precious indeed." Yuri gathered mana and levitated the dagger, briefly explaining, "They're sacred relics sealed with ancient magic." Seeing the dagger whizzing above his head, the man turned pale with fear. It moves on its own." When the blade stopped before his ashen face, Yuri reassured him, "It's fine, you won't die." Guillermo, voice trembling, "Look, you control it with mana." Once he grasped how it worked, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't think your highness was so powerful to use mana this way." Yuri sheathed the dagger, folded his arms and smiled. "You think I spend my days idling?" Suddenly, he noticed a strange movement and looked over suspiciously. Guillermo, confused, asked, "What's wrong?" Yuri sheathed his sword and replied, "Nothing, it's nothing." Then he asked a favor, "Send my greetings to Elaine, and next time report on that Empire branch's situation as well." Guillermo stood, nodded, and took his leave. "Yes, your highness, I'll take my leave now." After Guillermo left, Yuri leaned back in his chair and admonished, You can show yourself now. Following his words, a pair of legs slowly appeared. Asuna emerged from the black mist. Yuri folded his arms and closed his eyes, already guessing Asuna. His smile vanished as he turned to her and asked, "What did you do to Goryo?" Asuna pulled down her mask to report, "I warned him under your orders. I planted the warning on his pillow while he slept." Yuri chuckled at her report. "Good job. He's always eyeing Elaine's money." Then Asuna, uncertain, asked, "Your Highness, are you really joining the Allied forces?" She hesitated and added, "I heard the palace servants gossip." He answered, "Uh-huh." Asuna lowered her head and looked away, her voice laced with worry. "Please be careful." He interjected, "You speak as if it's none of your concern." She looked at him puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yuri closed his eyes and with a serious tone said, "You should come along too. You'll be able to keep up with me, right?" Asuna paused, a bit surprised, then smiled and replied, "Anywhere is still better than my origin. Yes, I will contact you later." She then turned into a wisp of black smoke and drifted away. A few days later, on the day of departure, Brial's flag fluttered proudly in the wind. Yuri was carefully putting on his armor when Cedric called, "Yuri." He tilted his head and smiled, his voice warm as spring breeze. "Travel safe." Yuri looked at him, firm-voiced, "Don't worry, I'm unbeatable. I'll raise Brial's renown even higher." Then he returned to a teasing tone to provoke Cedric, "And you should rest, take care of your eyes." Cedric chuckled and replied, "I know." Cedric looked at him and quietly smiled with relief. He embraced him and murmured, "Stay healthy, my brother." Yuri closed his eyes, savoring the moment. "Yes, I'll return." The horns sounded resoundingly. Floor stood on the ramparts and loudly proclaimed, "The send-off ceremony officially begins." Yuri climbed each step, the steps marking the start of a new future. The wind whispered, his expression was gray. He stood behind the podium and asked him, "Are you worried?" Yuri replied resolutely, "Not at all." After Yuri spoke, Floor called out, "Look behind you." Yuri obeyed and turned to look. Floor then entrusted him, "All the soldiers before you are precious lives you must carry on your shoulders, Yuri." He closed his eyes in thought, his face tinged with melancholy. "Not everyone will return alive, but at least I must help them not die in disgrace like before." Floor asked seriously, "Are you confident?" Yuri looked back at him and replied with great confidence, "Yes, father, of course." Before he could finish, Floor interrupted, "Then accept this." As soon as the words ended, Yuri felt an indescribable strange sensation. A murderous aura. He saw the air around his father thick with it. Now Floor seemed distant. He was only a shadow filled with killing intent and piercing eyes. His body, he felt it start to go numb. No matter what he tried, he couldn't move, and Yuri panicked, unable to move. Looking at the strange shadow before him, he thought his instinct told him what was approaching was death. The shadow drew near, its face ferocious, its mouth and eyes a sickly red and demonic. Seeing the shadow raise its sword, he did not intend to dodge. If he dodged, death would be the same. Then he wondered, what if I refused? No, a stream of blue mana gradually appeared and began to grow stronger. He drew his sword. The blade was poured full of mana. Yuri's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he swung his sword, cutting a razor-sharp arc. He parried Floor's incoming strike, creating a considerable shockwave. Floor smiled with satisfaction. "You parried it." Hearing him say that, Yuri set his teeth. He looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. Not letting him wonder long, Floor explained, "That stands for a blessing." He sheathed the sword and said concisely, "I don't have much to say. Return safely." Yuri replied respectfully, "Yes, father." He glanced downward. The tip of the sword flashed brilliantly. Yuri raised his sword high and loudly proclaimed to the army below, "I am the third Prince of Brial, Yuri Brial." He wore a proud smile and confidently shouted, "Trust me." Then he added one final command, "The army march." Brial's flag flew high, followed by countless spirited shouts from the soldiers below. In contrast to Brial's excitement and pride, a certain dungeon was utterly silent and desolate. A large hand gripped a blade. An orc stood in the cell, both hands clamped on the bars, his blood-red eyes flashing murderous intent at the person before him. Haim stood outside, his face was solemn. "After 5 years, at last he could meet you again, Your Highness the Third Prince." Sunset began to slip through the leaves, and the birds were racing each other back to their nest. Yuri and his teammates had paused in the forest after a grueling journey, where the trees provided welcome shade. While Yuri was drinking, he suddenly heard someone approaching. He glanced around the woods to size up the situation. It turned out to be Lord Raymond walking toward him. Spotting the newcomer, Yuri called out from a distance and then asked, "Lord Raymond, how far have we come?" Raymond replied they had reached the gates of Sedor. He began to explain that if they pushed a little farther they'd reach the coastal town of Sedor, and that afterward they planned to cross Gid and head straight to the rendezvous at Balshed. This man being Brial's knight, Raymond. Yuri kept chatting with Raymond, praising him. "Good, the current pace is fine," to which Raymond replied, "Of course, your highness." While the two of them conversed, someone stood watching from afar. Yuri and Raymond began to notice and turned to look at the same time. That year's scene flashed through Yuri's mind. The knight's voice that had ended his life back then echoed. It was all because of you, and only one name now filled Yuri's head: Roland Flander. The name that had ended his previous life's existence, the eldest son of Count Flander, Roland Flander. Now that he stood before Yuri, he was still a youth with bright, shining eyes. Roland stepped forward and began to bow. "It is an honor to meet you, your highness." He bowed very low with all the courtesy of an introduction. "I am Roland Flander," and Yuri, taken aback by the gesture, stammered, After the greeting, Roland lifted his face, hand over his chest, his voice sincere and eyes resolute. "There's something I've wanted to tell you since before we met." Yuri was surprised and immediately asked, "What is it?" Roland's face flushed slightly, his eyes sparkling as if he'd been waiting to say this for a long time. "I admire you, your highness." The blunt confession Yuri hadn't expected left him open-mouthed. Roland began to explain that since hearing of the incident 5 years ago from his father, his highness had become his idol. Roland was referring to the time Yuri defended his maid. Roland pictured Yuri's heroic moment, the day he raised his sword for his servant. His eyes lit up recalling that tale, his tone full of admiration. That was a perfect example of a true knight. Roland's eyes, full of 1,000 stars, gazed at Yuri, who stood helpless before him. Yuri helped Roland to his feet. Roland looked a little embarrassed and then smiled. "All right, I've heard about you from your father, Lord Lion, from time to time. Let's cooperate well from now on." Roland cheerfully declared, "No, serving you is my honor, your highness." Roland stepped aside, his eyes still twinkling, while Raymond stepped forward and spoke, "Your highness, it's time to depart." Yuri immediately replied, "Yes." Raymond grew serious, worrying as he mentioned the Count of Sedor. "If you don't know, Count Sedor isn't one for warm welcomes, so even if we're not received warmly, don't take it to heart." Night gradually fell, and finally Sedor began to reveal itself. A flag was raised bearing the words, "Welcome to the third prince, your highness." 2 people stood at the city gate to receive Brial's procession. Seeing the spectacle, Yuri was excited. Now that's a welcome fit for a prince. Count of Sedor, Haim Theodore, officially appeared before Yuri this time. The old man bowed respectfully. "Your highness has arrived." Yuri slowly dismounted and courteously returned the bow. "Thank you for the warm reception, Lord Haim." The old man said with a tone of mockery, "We are merely showing respect to someone daring enough to jump onto the front lines while still so young." He looked at Yuri and asked, "Have you ever fought an orc before?" At that question, he half closed his eyes and calmly said, "Of course I," then seemed to trail off. He hesitated a beat, then resumed his composed manner. "Not personally, but I've read about them in books." Yuri turned to look at the knights from Brial and said bluntly, "Most soldiers here have no experience fighting orcs, so at least I should learn a thing or two." Haim chuckled softly. "Is that so? Splendid." He stepped closer to Yuri, placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "If that's the case, your highness." With a sly expression he asked, "Would you mind if I gifted you something?" Evening fell and everyone moved toward a large gate. The gate's lock was unlatched. Yuri followed Haim. They stood waiting as the gate slowly opened. When the gate opened fully, Haim took a torch and stepped inside, turning to lead Yuri. "This way, your highness." Yuri led the procession, and one by one they passed through the gate, each watching their surroundings carefully. Once everyone had entered, the great gate began to close again. This shocked the knights. Panic showed plainly on their faces. As leader, Yuri kept his panic hidden, but his face shifted as he asked, "Lord Haim, what do you think you're doing?" Haim remained calm and even smiled as he lit torches to reassure them. No need to be alarmed. He finished lighting the torches, and a wide corridor ahead revealed itself. Yuri noticed something and silently glanced to the side. The knights noticed it too, and stammering in astonishment, said, that." An orc lay in a cage, vividly before Yuri's group. Haim, as if nothing were amiss, said gently, "For now, call it a prisoner." He looked at the orc clutching its head in pain inside the cage and explained, "To survive, I had to study them, every tiny habit to instinctive behavior, anything useful in combat." Hearing this, Yuri spoke seriously. "Is this the gift you mentioned, Lord Haim?" He grinned wickedly but kept polite tone. "Yes, the war with these creatures is upon us. No gift could be more valuable." Yuri suddenly laughed, "Thank you," but inwardly he was more shocked. The man was crazier than he thought, torturing orcs too. He abruptly glanced at the man behind him. He turned fully and asked the man his name. The knight, a bit surprised, introduced himself solemnly. "I am Simon Peshu, son of Baron Wolf." Looking at the trembling orc, he asked Simon, "Tell me your true thoughts." Simon, anxious and hesitating, then spoke his mind. "I don't think this is necessary. This seems excessive for a prisoner of war." Yuri, having heard him, glanced at the orc and said, Fine, from now on you may think that way. Then he looked at Haim and ordered, Lord Haim, open the cage. Haim closed his eyes and answered, yes. Yuri asked Simon again, as if to confirm, your name is Simon, right? Simon replied immediately, yes. The orc was released, its foot struck the ground, cracking the earth around it, and Yuri declared, this is real combat. He stood behind with his arms folded watching Simon advance with his sword, then ordered, hit the orc. Simon gripped his sword tight, his eyes flashing seriousness and resolve. Before him was a savage face. The orc roared, seeming ready to leap forward and tear him apart at any moment. Its screams grew louder, it slammed its face to the floor and the stone cracked open. Simon froze, staring at the monster before him. Fear slowly showed on his face. He ground his teeth and stood still. Orkvul rose, reaching out to chase after the panicking, fleeing Simon. Yuri's accusing voice rang out, just as I thought, this is too much. You're asking us to fight a prisoner who's lost the will to fight. Orkvul caught up to Simon and landed a thunderous blow right beside his ear. Simon was struck so hard his helmet dented. He cried out pitifully. The comrades outside, seeing the terrifying scene, shouted his name, Simon. Amid those desperate cries, Orkvul had clamped its hands around Simon's neck so he could no longer struggle. Yuri's command voice began to ring out, everyone, prepare to fight. At the same time, Haim's nonchalant voice intervened. Relax, we've cut most of its tendons already. Yuri fell silent to listen. The two beside him continued, Your Highness. He enunciated each word, this is an orc. The dungeon was shrouded in gloom. Haim stood beside Yuri with a cold face and sharp eyes, bowing slightly as he whispered, Your Highness. Their faces turned grave as he spoke. This is an orc. At the slightest slip it will rush in and kill. Haim's urgent voice rose when he saw the soldier being squeezed by the Orkvul. Your Highness, we must save him. Yuri calmly assessed the soldier's condition and reminded them, stay calm, we've cut most of its tendons, it won't die, though it may be injured. The Orkvul still had the young soldier in its grip, and let out a huge roar that echoed through the dark dungeon. He tilted his head and quietly asked Haim, is it holding him hostage? Haim frowned and replied urgently, I'll summon a translator. Haim ordered sternly the hooded figure, translate. Corey timidly and bashfully stepped forward, looking utterly mysterious as Haim called his name. Corey, Corey. Yuri regarded him with curiosity. Corey's voice was odd and timid as he said, yes, yes, sir. He put his hands to his ears, focused on the Orkvul's screams, and then solemnly relayed everything. If you don't drop your weapons, it said it will start smashing bones starting with the first knife. Then it began to grasp the young soldier's hand and break it, making him scream in pain. Ah! Yuri's voice immediately rang out, Hernando. He stepped back to make room for Hernando. The man moved forward and traced a bright blue magic circle with his hand, clearly visible. A surge of green magic suddenly burst from Hernando's hand, enveloping the creature clinging to the soldier and causing it to howl in desperation. He frowned and shouted, now. Yuri smiled in satisfaction and couldn't help praising as he rushed forward. Well done. In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed the soldier, successfully freeing him from Orkvul's hold. Very quickly, Yuri returned to his comrades and gently laid the soldier down on the ground. The creature, furious at being blatantly robbed, screamed loudly, Krah. The group took a cautious step back as a giant Orkvul with blood-red eyes roared in anger. Yuri watched quickly and asked, Lord Haim, this isn't a normal orc, is it? Haim, eyes fixed on the beast, replied, no, sir, small but very experienced. He recalled the horrifying sight from moments ago. It was eating a knight alive when we came to capture it. That orc has killed many people. A hot-headed young soldier shouted, you bastard, whether it's a prisoner or not, I'll kill it myself. Yuri turned and gently soothed him. Calm down. The youngster flickered with worry, Your Highness. He cast a serious glance over his shoulder. I'm not trying to stop you, but look behind you. Yuri's voice carried as the massive Orkvul's shadow fell on the ground with heavy steps. They're looking for an opening. That orc isn't special. What we meet on the plains is worse. He stepped up, patted the young soldier's shoulder, and reminded him, focus, this is training. Learn how to kill an orc. The young soldiers gripped their swords, glowing faint blue, eyes fixed on the approaching orc. One of them swung a blazing lantern and hurled it flying. Hernando, standing before Yuri and Haim, immediately raised a shield to block the flaming lantern. The Orkvul, shocked, spat a mouthful of blood and showed a pained, surprised expression. A young soldier suddenly appeared behind it and decisively drove a sword into the Orkvul's back. It slowly collapsed, coughing and gasping. Yuri applauded loudly, smiling with satisfaction and praising, well done. Although they had felled the Orkvul, their faces couldn't brighten. Seeing this, he asked, not satisfied. Yuri approached the fallen Orkvul amid a pool of red fluid and said with understanding, understandable. This was just an exercise against an enemy that couldn't even fight back, but this experience will raise your survival rate on the battlefield. Thank Lord Haim for that. Haim, hearing his name, respectfully placed a hand on his chest. bowed slightly and said, "Some may think this unbecoming of knighthood." Then he turned decisively and strode off. "These creatures don't deserve chivalry. Follow me, I have one more thing to show you." Everyone fell in behind Haim, leaving the orcvils lying still on the cold ground, just puny brats, nothing more. In the dark dungeon, only scattered lantern light flickered along the path. In the orc encampment, their acts were far worse. Haim held the guiding torch and opened the door, illuminating what lay ahead, the consequences of their actions. Yuri frowned slightly as he followed Haim's lead, thinking sourly, "I see." The young soldier beside him was equally shocked by the scene before them. This is. Skinny, skeletal orcvils, shackled by chains at their feet, were reaching out toward them, half-orcs. Yuri glanced down, thoughtful, and said, "More than I expected." Haim did not deny it and nodded. "Yes, and digging them out isn't easy either." He explained calmly, "The orcs capture humans and treat them like toys. This is what remains after their games." The young soldier felt nauseous and clapped a hand over his mouth. Yuri turned and quietly asked Haim, "Do you hate orcs?" He pondered for a moment, averted his gaze, then replied decisively, "I do, until the day I die." He fell silent and stared intently at Haim. Yuri tightened the sword at his hip, thinking to himself, "Stay calm. It's as if the Lord is used to this mess. Everyone has an archenemy. Mine is the Empire." He recalled Haim sitting quietly in the rain, tears streaming. Apparently for Haim it was the orcs. Word has it he recovered his son's body from an orc village. That scene seemed to haunt him, just as I can't forget the kingdom's ruin. Morning sunlight glittered over the magnificent castle. A call rang out, making Yuri tilt his head and look back. "Your Highness." Haim appeared and pushed Corey forward, saying, "Please take him with you, sir." He smiled and quickly recognized him as the fellow from the cellar yesterday. The old man nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, his name is Corey." Yuri couldn't help but praise with a smile. Speaking orc is a valuable skill. Corey reacted a bit slow, stammering, Sir, there's something I must say." Yuri put a hand up to stop him. "Hold on." Yuri nodded softly and continued, "I know," and Corey went blank for a moment. "Yes." Yuri went on, "I know what you're worried about, so don't dwell on it." Then placed something in his hand. "I'll give you this. I expect you to do your job well." Corey fretted and stammered, "But this is so valuable." Yuri seemed unconcerned and turned to speak loudly, "Lord Raymond." He smiled and asked, "The borders just past here, right?" Raymond nodded slightly. "Yes, there will be some monster packs, but no need to worry about ambush." Yuri closed his eyes and shook his head. "No, you're wrong. The monsters are the real threat to the border, as are the orcs." His commanding voice boomed across the rugged mountains. "They must all be wiped out." A group of merchants appeared in the dense forest, with a large wagon piled high with goods. The clip-clop of hooves grew steadily closer. A scar-faced man appeared wearing a dangerously wicked grin. He drew a sword drenched in blood, terrifying the merchant guards. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Then he swung, directing the blade down toward the merchants. Red fluid sprayed everywhere. Yuri rode proudly at the head of the troops, charging forward. He glanced back briefly over his shoulder. Yuri watched Corey riding a small horse beside the towering Hernando and thought, "The company will be noisy when they find out Corey is a half-orc." Then he smiled satisfactorily, reassured, "I've assigned him as a guard. Hernando will handle things, haha, what a nuisance." Yuri opened the map in his hands and stared at it thoughtfully. Suddenly he raised a hand and called, "Jard." Gerald from behind replied at once, "Yes, your highness." He urged his horse forward to ride alongside Yuri and glanced over. Yuri studied the map seriously and said, "From now on you'll handle scouting. I'll mark locations, go and report back." Gerald, a bit worried, asked, "Scouting, but this place is full of bandits." He frowned and continued, "They'll only run if we find them, are you sure?" Yuri looked at the map intently and replied solemnly, "We'll chase them down. They're preying on border merchants, aren't they?" He curled a mocking smile and continued, "What, not confident? That doesn't suit someone as talented as you." Then every word Yuri spat felt like a knife through Gerald. "Other soldiers are too tense for this duty. I'm just a young prince with little experience, while you're a sword prodigy who can't grasp ordinary feeling." Pushed to the limit, the man shouted and spurred his horse forward. "I'll go now." The others laughed loudly with satisfaction. "Fine, go, love the enthusiasm." Raymond rode up beside Yuri and said, "You seem to favor him." Yuri, still chuckling, replied, "Favor is too strong. I just brought him along." Yuri smiled and whipped his head around to the side. He cheerfully spoke on, "Lord Raymond, may I ask you something a bit dull?" Raymond returned a polite smile and said, "Please, your highness." Yuri's question left even prepared Raymond momentarily stunned. "Why do you fight?" He hesitated. "It's been a long time since anyone asked me that." Raymond's gaze turned serious as he glanced at Yuri and said, "My only answer is an old one." Yuri calmly replied, "I'm listening." This time Yuri was the one taken aback by Raymond's answer. the safety of Brial. A satisfied smirk curled Yuri's lips. Not a bad answer. Yuri tightened the reins and called out, "Keep this marching pace. I'm going to check on Jard a bit." Then Yuri spurred his horse and dashed after Gerald, who had ridden off moments before. Deep in the woods, on a clearing, a group had pitched tents and set up camp. A stranger was tied up and thrown to the ground with force, screaming in pain. Another man stepped forward and barked in a commanding voice. Silence. Yuri crouched, clutching a razor-sharp dagger, and spoke threateningly, making the man tremble. "At least learn to value your life, won't you?" Gerald peered through his spyglass, observed, and reported, "Your Highness, I've found it." He pointed to the group below at the foot of the mountain and said, "That's the bandits' base." Yuri promptly praised Gerald. "Well done, Jard." Then he glanced down at the bound man on the ground and questioned, "So you say you went scouting alone? You weren't with anyone? Is it true your commander sent you out solo?" The man, ropes biting into him, could only stammer, Yes, that's right." The man continued, and Yuri frowned immediately. "I'm just a recruit, I don't know much." The bright red pendant at his throat caught Yuri's attention. Without a word, Yuri plunged his hand into the man's shirt and rummaged, causing him to scream in terror. "Kaya." Yuri produced a necklace with a pendant glowing red. "What's this?" Yuri interrogated. "Is this yours?" The man shrank back and answered timidly, "No, Big Brother gave it to me and told me to wear it on patrol." Yuri's face darkened as he drew the gleaming sword at his hip. It looked almost like a magical weapon. "What enchantment is on it?" The man shrieked. "I don't know anything." Yuri's voice dropped low as he stepped closer to the trembling man. "Is that so? Then there's no other way." He smiled confidently, turned and walked away. "I'll catch your big brother myself and find out." The sun was sinking behind the mountain, and darkness slowly fell. Yuri gripped his spyglass, crouched in the bushes scanning around when a loud call rang out, "Your Highness." Gerald returned with a few nights after scouting. "As you ordered, we've deployed forces along the routes we expect they'll flee, and I've also instructed scouts to prioritize counting how many are inside." He put the spyglass away and beamed. "Good, if I cause a commotion from within, they'll walk right into the trap, won't they?" Gerald blinked at Yuri's words. "Sorry, cause a commotion." Quickly he vaulted into his saddle and shouted, "Move out. If you're late, there'll be nothing left to divide, understood?" While everyone was still bewildered, Yuri spurred his horse forward at speed, prompting Gerald to panic shout, "Wait, Your Highness." Yuri paid no mind to the shouts from behind and urged his horse on. "Going alone is dangerous," they yelled. Smiling, Yuri pulled the reins and called out, "Soldiers, where are you?" A powerful roar erupted, shaking the whole camp. Chard. Those in the camp were still dazed and clueless. What's that noise?" Then both of them looked up in utter surprise. One man on a horse plowed straight into their lavish food table, sending everything flying. They sat dumbfounded on the ground, terrified by the bizarre appearance, unable to speak. "Nice to meet you all." Yuri tightened the reins and smiled affably. Bandits. Night soon fell over the dark forest. Gerald led the knights in a frantic rush, calling out nonstop, "Your Highness." He and Raymond ran a short distance, panting and a little dazed as they took in the scene before them. There he was, lounging on top of a bandit who'd built a fire, surrounded by many other bandits. "You're late." Gerald, astonished, stepped toward Yuri. "Why would you act so recklessly? It's dangerous." Yuri still sat calmly on the bandit and fired back, "Why didn't you follow me on time? Now all you do is complain." Yuri then turned to Raymond and asked, "Lord Raymond, did any of them escape?" Raymond straightened, serious. "No, all were eliminated, and no casualties on our side." He held a skewer of roasted meat, stood up briskly, and said, "Good, now take their meat and prepare dinner." Everyone had appetizing skewers in hand, and set them near the fire to roast. Tonight's dinner, field-grilled kebabs. Gerald commented helplessly, "Not very fragrant," but Yuri smiled proudly. "That's the best part, apparently you just don't know how to enjoy it." While he chatted by the fire, a bandit behind him clambered up and suggested, "Let's camp here tonight and march on in the morning." The soldiers cheered in unison, agreed. Suddenly Raymond spoke up, "Your Highness, about the next destination, Geed. Before we reach Balshed, the Allied rendezvous, it seems we may encounter a large army from another kingdom at Geed, since our route overlaps there." He asked calmly, but his foot had already booted the bandit in the face. "Which kingdom?" Raymond frowned slightly and replied wearily, "The Holy Kingdom." Yuri smiled faintly and asked, "A nation that uses holy magic, huh? Fine." He continued cheerfully, "Maybe they'll heal our wounded if we make friends," which made Raymond look worried. "I'm not so sure about that." He remembered the figure of a woman, both delicate and resolute, and rumors said the Allied army's supreme commander this time is the Princess of the Holy Kingdom. However, because she's in a weak position in the power struggle, it said she's very sensitive about achieving results to secure her stand. So rumors say she'll do anything to claim credit, in this allied campaign. Hearing that, Yuri put a hand to his chin, thoughtful. A princess of the Holy Kingdom, Raymond stepped forward and asked, shall I look into it further? Yuri folded his arms, smiling. No, we don't need that. Yuri looked up at the sky, the bright moon against the dark heavens, his face showing amusement. I could go meet her in person. The Allied rendezvous is the stopover for those heading to Balshed Gede. They handle supplies for the Allied army. Cause trouble and you're done for. If found guilty in Gede, you'll be judged by Gede's laws. Gede is an isolated zone, so we must follow its rules on their territory. From the soldiers' camp came a voice. Lord Raymond, ensure our troops keep proper decorum before entering, including the knights. Immediately Raymond's firm voice answered. Understood. We'll wait outside the city a moment to make sure no one makes a mistake on entry. I'll go meet the lord of the city. The lord smiled warmly at Yuri. It's an honor to meet a prince of Brial. Yuri, following etiquette, extended his hand to shake. Thank you for the reception. Brial is deeply grateful for your support. The lord cheerfully replied, no problem, we'll fully support the allied forces. He then sat, laughter barely concealed. When the king of Brial was young, he was famed for fighting orcs. Those orcs must quake with fear at your presence, haha. Yuri smiled and eased into the chair opposite. I'll do my best. The steward called from outside, my lord, which drew the lord's attention. He then lined close and whispered in the lord's ear in Yuri's hearing. The lord turned to Yuri with a smile. The princess from the Holy Kingdom has arrived. Would you like to meet her with me? Yuri gave a small, polite nod. Very well. After a moment, the sound of footsteps echoed. A woman's silhouette entered the room, and the lord hurriedly rose to welcome. Beneath the bright light of the great hall strode a female knight in pristine white armor, radiating authority and confidence. She was the second princess of the Holy Kingdom, Sevilla Arsene. Sevilla's face was stern as she introduced herself. I am the second princess of the Holy Kingdom. Call me Sevilla Arsene. He rubbed his hands and smiled warmly. What an honor to meet a princess here. She fell silent for a beat, glanced at Yuri, then asked, are you a retainer of the Lord? Yuri's face registered clear confusion at Sevilla's question. She looked at Yuri sternly, but you pay no mind. I have matters to discuss with him, so please leave us to speak privately. The Lord, sensing the misunderstanding, hurried to explain, ah, princess, he is. Before the Lord could finish, the soldier accompanying Sevilla barked, silence, the princess is speaking and you're sitting there, show some respect. Yuri finally let out an oh, meese. His next words left them all gaping, frozen. I am the third prince of Brial. The lord quietly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his brow in this awkward moment. The knight from before suddenly panicked and hurriedly explained, I also command forces of Brial, your highness, me. He flusteredly shouted, leaving Yuri at a loss. My fault. I should have dressed properly like the other knights. Instead, I look like a homeless man. Then the other knights all bowed deeply and apologized in unison, very sincere. Sevilla, watching this, could only cover her face in helplessness. Forgive us, we were wrong, please forgive you, your highness. They both sat back down and a voice asked, do I seem that cheap to you? Followed by an awkward smile. No, not at all. Sevilla calmly apologized first. Sorry about earlier. All right, that's enough, and Yuri beside her smiled and teased, oh, should I let it slide? He produced his name tag and offered it with a social smile. We should reintroduce ourselves. I'm Yuri, the third prince of Brial. They shook hands warmly. Very pleased to meet you. Yuri, cheerful, asked on impulse, how old are you, Sevilla? Sevilla kept a cool demeanor and answered, 20. Yuri honestly replied, I'm 18, close enough, so we're friends, right? With a warm look and a friendly smile in the sunlight through the curtains, he tilted his head and said, then I'll drop the formalities. Really glad to meet you, Sevilla. She was a bit surprised and exclaimed, ah, the lord beamed with satisfaction. Wonderful, making friends before fighting orcs is always good. Yuri eagerly asked again, you're okay with that, Sevilla? Sevilla, taken aback by his brisk banter, hesitated a beat. Ah, yes. He frowned slightly and with his keen observation asked, I don't see the other unit on the way. Sevilla, did you go ahead with your knights? She beside him nodded softly. Yes, the main force arrives tomorrow. Yuri stroked his chin pensively, looking off. Hope they're all right. Sevilla frowned in reply. She looked very serious and a little intimidating. The Holy Kingdom's military rules are strict. Do you think something might happen? He gave a slight, wry smile and said, oh, I meant outside stuff. Not internal. Orcs sometimes appear beyond the border. Despite their size, they're good at ambush. The lord hastily nodded in agreement. Right, they're crafty beyond their physique. Yuri smiled, a touch affected this time. Shouldn't be a problem, after all, they're Holy Kingdom troops. Still, he cast a quick glance at Sevilla, but I think you should remember that. In the sunlit central square, bustling with people in colorful stalls, a familiar voice rang out. How are the Holy Kingdom knights doing? Yuri and Hernando strolled and chatted. She's had a rough time, the princess, he said, rubbing his chin and looking around. Do you see any good in her? Looks like you're concerned about. Yuri replied, but his step faltered. I think so, but Yuri pulled out the red pendant taken from the bandits, holding it up to study. Are you sure this was bought here? Hernando, also scrutinizing the jewelry shops, concluded, only that place would sell this. Yuri took the pendant and led the way. I clearly remember him saying this can lure orcs. More specifically, he said if an orc smells this necklace they'll go berserk and charge. Sounds like a battle drug. They stopped in front of a shop and peered at the items. Their critical remarks made the shopkeeper flush with anger. A magical item. Looks flimsy. Yeah, I don't think it'll work. The old shopkeeper couldn't take it and shoved his hands together, shouting, if you're not buying, get out. The two spun away and acted like nothing happened. I don't see anything like this here. They probably sold out. Yuri smiled with a hint of regret. What a pity. Hernando cried out excitedly, pointing ahead, Your Highness. A group of soldiers filed into a tavern. I'm guessing they're gambling inside that place. Seeing this, his face darkened noticeably, eyes flashing, an enlisted Brial soldier gambling. Can't let that slide. They both cracked their necks and strode toward them. We can't be a decent army if shameful behavior like this continues. The man following nodded in agreement. Indeed, Your Highness. Ahead of them, at the gate of a large building, quite a few knights were gathered. One stepped forward a few paces and asked, Was your talk with the Lord all right? Sevilla replied coldly, Yes. He sneered, dripping with sarcasm and contempt. I've heard, Prince of Brial can't be trusted. He's that vice-captain of the Holy Kingdom, Fennec. Fennec pressed on with his disdain. How could he lead others? Calling Brial the knightly song is ancient history. Sevilla, sensing he was going too far, warned, Don't speak behind someone's back, Fennec. He casually shrugged off Sevilla's rebuke. What's wrong with that? He dresses like a mercenary. She frowned slightly in displeasure, and his behavior is worse than I've heard. Fennec kept spitting insults. Wait till this orc affair is over. Brial might be down one prince. Sevilla snapped sternly. Enough, stop. He finally stopped. Right, she asked seriously. How's the main army doing? Saying that, Fennec brushed past Sevilla with a slight glance and a loaded comment. Don't worry, princess. I will handle it. She turned to watch the soldiers marching away. We're going to patrol now. Sevilla lowered her eyes, looking troubled. Night was falling, and laughter and rowdiness spilled out from the tavern. Fennec led his band of knights into the tavern. He furrowed his brow, looking ahead, and asked, Who are they? Another voice said as the group of soldiers laughed together, I think they're Brial troops. Hearing that, Fennec scoffed sarcastically. Let common soldiers into the city. What kind of military discipline is that? Someone else observed and added, Looks like they're playing cards, and those soldiers seem to be having fun. What's with Genord's men? Next, let's see what gambler Euges can do. The more he looked, the more annoyed he became. Don't they have any rule? The knight beside Fennec scoffed. They're like that because their captain's no good. Then he put on a serious face and declared, We can't let this slide. As knights of the Holy Kingdom, we won't stand by. With that, Fennec drew a breath and shouted, What are you doing? His heavy voice echoed through the tavern, making the knights and even Raymond turn, bewildered. You think this is a playground? Fennec raised a finger as if lecturing them. Even if it's another nation's affair, I can't believe my eyes. Do you think the Allied army is a joke? Suddenly, a familiar voice cut him off. What did you say? A firm hand landed on his shoulder, causing Fennec to freeze and slowly turn to look. Yuri smiled warmly and asked, What's your name? Fennec disdainfully brushed Yuri's hand off his shoulder and returned the look with unfriendly eyes. Third Prince. Then Fennec glanced toward Raymond's group and said, Behaving like this will only get you and your knights into trouble. He wore a smug grin, as if the Lord still didn't get it. You should hand them a sword, not cards, and I'm not even sure you've ever held a sword properly. Yuri let out a cold little laugh. Ha. His eyes sharpened and grew icy. I'm asking your name again. Do the Holy Kingdom's forces not have ranks? That was enough to make the self-satisfied man falter, stammering, WL about that. This time another person appeared. When the familiar voice rang out, both turned at once. What are you lot doing? Sevilla planted a hand on her hip, stepped forward with authority and said, Lord Fennec, didn't you say you were on patrol? Fennec bowed his head, unwilling. My apologies. With a cold, murderous gaze, he frowned slightly and ordered, Clear out of here. Still resentful, Fennec left with a few of his men, and as he reached the door, he shot her a brief glance. Sevilla, not one to be bullied, frowned back. She then turned to Yuri, sighed, and said, I'm sorry, I'll apologize for that incident. He smiled carefree, no need. Yuri spoke up. Sevilla's hand shifted on the sword at her hip. Hard to control everyone. Could a crusading army be affected? She turned and walked toward the door, leaving. I'll repay this debt next time. He cheerfully replied, All right, next time then. Yuri frowned and watched Sevilla leave in thoughtful silence. He recalled Raymond's words before they arrived, that she was losing influence, hence sensitive about reputation, and thought to himself, Is that what Raymond meant? Yuri brushed the thought aside, smiled, and walked on. After all, he's not that different from her. In the lively tavern, his free-spirited voice rang out. Shall we start the next round? A young soldier eagerly volunteered. This time it's my turn. Yuri laughed approvingly. Good spirit. Outside, Fennec stood fuming and muttered, damn it. Puzzled, he turned to Sevilla and asked, You've gotten close with that Prince of Briol. She replied mildly, Is now the time to worry about that? Fennec, extremely displeased, snapped, Your Highness, didn't I say that fellow's position is? Suddenly another voice cut in, Your Highness, Lord Fennec. Both turned at once, surprised. A ridered knight came dashing in from afar. He pulled up, jumped down. Both he and his horse scratched and caked in mud. Then knelt and said, Forgive my discourtesy, but I have urgent news to report. Sevilla, sensing danger, replied, What's happened? His words stunned both her and Fennec. The main force was ambushed by orcs. Armor glinted and clanked in the night. The Lord looked up at Sevilla, fully armored atop her horse, and asked respectfully, Your Highness, will you ride out at once? Worry creased his face. Shouldn't we request aid from Briol? She fell silent, as if pondering something. The Lord urged, If you want to minimize losses to our troops, it would surely be better if... Suddenly a gruff voice cut in, What are you saying? Fennec, inexplicably having ridden up, sat high and sneered down. The Holy Kingdom will handle Holy Kingdom affairs. Do you think we would lose to a bunch of lowly orcs? The Lord waved a hand with a nervous smile, quickly explaining, Ha ha ha, I didn't mean that. Sevilla calmly said, It's fine, Lord. She stood in the moonlight, her strength magnified by it, smiling softly. I understand your concerns, but we can end this matter easily. Thank you for your concern. With that, Sevilla kicked her horse hard and shouted, Mount up. So a company of knights, led by Sevilla, thundered down the forest road at night. The Lord clasped his hands behind his back and watched the troop gallop off. The young soldier beside him turned and said with a puzzled look, The Holy Kingdom is stubborn indeed. The Lord's wrinkled face still showed undisguised worry as he added, Especially the deputy commander. He's even more stubborn. We have no choice. Then he told the young soldier beside him to ride straight to the Briol camp and find the third prince. The lad bowed and answered, Yes, sir. The Lord frowned, his tone urgent. Hurry, there's no time to lose. Under the bright moonlight, against the black night sky, Raymond approached Yuri, who was intently reading a piece of paper, and asked, Your Highness, what's written on it? His eyes didn't leave the paper. In a serious voice he replied, startling Raymond beside him, The Holy Kingdom's main force was ambushed by orcs. Yuri frowned and continued, The Alliance is asking us to help clear out the nearby orcs as repayment. Raymond hesitated, worried, but the request came from Guide, not the Holy Kingdom. Yuri looked up from the paper, recalling Fennec's cold remark, She seems very stubborn. Then Yuri ordered Lord Raymond prepare to march at once. Raymond placed a hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and replied immediately, Understood. Yuri turned to the young soldier beside them and asked, What's your name? Still kneeling, the man nodded respectfully, Roy, Your Highness. Hearing this, Yuri said, All right, Roy, go to the tavern by the Charm Market and summon the Briol troops. He bent down and whispered a little secret, that he'd only accept the first 10 to arrive so they'd rush over. Roy caught on quickly, Yes, Your Highness. Yuri clenched the paper in his hand and watched the rider gallop off. Yuri set the paper back on the table and said, Now then. He raised both hands and dusted them off. Then Yuri grinned with delight and said, Let's go out for a little night raid, shall we? A short while later he regrouped with his men, and they set off to join the battle. As he rode, he glanced back and smiled. I didn't think you lot had sobered up yet. Immediately the knights raised their swords and shouted, No, we're sober now. Seeing this, he couldn't help laughing aloud. Ha ha, very well then. Yuri glanced at Gerald and teased, Jard, you don't look so good, you're pale. Jard, dizzy but trying to reply, stammered, I am fine. The thunder of hooves suddenly grew loud. Roland hurried up from behind and smiled. Your Highness, Yuri answered in kind. What is it, Lauren? His eyes then went misty with admiration, sparkling as if tiny stars were circling him. Once again I'm amazed by you, Your Highness. Yuri forced an awkward smile. Roland kept gushing. No. Not only did you forgive those holy knights who insulted you, you reached out to help them now. Your eyes lit up more and more. I've learned you don't need petty revenge. I admire you for that. He continued, flattering Yuri. Truly the farsightedness of a prince, seeing both surface and heart. Yuri gave a helpless, forced laugh and hurried to explain. Ha ha, it's not like that. Yuri thought to himself, when did Laurent become like this? A face hidden in shadow curled into an unreadable smile. I appreciate your loyalty. Yuri kept mulling over Roland's expression. He's nothing like in my past life, strange, but then I'm different now too. He kept praising Yuri nonstop. I just know how to show appreciation better. That fool might have been influenced. Raymond shouted and pointed ahead. Your Highness, look forward. Ahead a chaotic battle raged. The Holy Kingdom's holy knights were in the thick of it. Yuri's commanding voice rang out, snapping every knight to attention. Hear me, this is our first fight against the orcs. From now on I'll go in first and come out last in every battle. He rode forward, a murderous aura already radiating around him. Third Prince of Brial, Yuri Brial. Yuri's orders carried an invisible weight as he commanded them. Horses neighed through the forest, along with his solemn voice. No one is to be injured. Rewinding a bit to earlier. Before the Empire's knights arrived, Sevilla's face flashed with annoyance. She silently scolded herself for being too complacent. She should have anticipated an ambush. Images of our protagonist warning her that orcs sometimes emerge from within the borders popped into her head. Thinking that, she chastised herself again. I should have been more cautious. By then they could see the group of knights ahead, locked in combat with hulking orcs, both sides hacking at each other ferociously. Someone in Sevilla's party shouted, "They're still fighting." From Sevilla's viewpoint, seeing her stragglers holding on gave her slight relief. In her head, okay, our banner's still up. She turned and ordered her subordinate, Lord Fennec, "We'll charge straight at their command center." Hearing that, Fennec nodded at once. "Form up, let's charge." With that signal, the knights urged their horses forward at speed, and Sevilla at the rear silently prayed to her pendant. "O Holy of Holies, your servant begs, grant us strength." Right after she spoke, a white radiance spilled from the pendant, enveloping her and her horse. The knight raised her sword and shouted, "Faster." Led by her, moments later they collided with a grotesque skull-like figure. As they approached, its eye sockets flared blood-red, and some magical sigil on the ground activated, splitting the earth into jagged fissures. The horses panicked, and the princess realized something and shouted, "It's a trap." Sadly for them, before they could react they plunged into the deep pits the enemy had prepared. Falling, Sevilla's mind flooded with regret. Did I make the wrong decision again? Everyone praised her when she awakened her divine power as a child. "You are extraordinary," they said. The warmth in those voices. I began learning swordsmanship to live up to those expectations. When my sword defeated my brother, I realized learning swordsmanship was the worst decision I've ever made. My brother kept pushing me into battle because he was afraid I'd steal the heir's spot. A vision flashed in her mind of a young man pressing a document into her hands and saying, "Miss Sevilla, you must join the Allied forces. It is the will of God. Your soul will be saved and ascend to heaven if you fight for our holy Lord." Back in the present, her face twisted and she swore under her breath, "What nonsense. He just wanted me dead." All around, knights trembled in pain as they fell into the depths. Still, Sevilla forced herself to steady them. Everyone focused. She then noticed dark liquid clinging to her and guessed, "Is this oil?" Then, as if remembering something, the princess quickly looked up. Sure enough, at the rim of the pit, the orcs stood with torches in hand, ready to hurl them down to burn them alive. One orc raised his torch high, looking like he was about to throw it down. Seeing that, Sevilla went pale. Her mind scrambled with chaos. Ambush first, then fire trap. What do I do now? How do I survive? What am I even living for? A torrent of questions filled her head before a familiar voice cut through. "Sevilla, open your eyes. Is asking for help really that hard? Are you all right?" The one who'd just appeared was none other than our protagonist, Yuri. At that moment, he had already severed the torch-bearing orc's head and cheerfully called down to those below. Then Yuri's men tossed down ropes to help the third group's people climb up. Once up, Sevilla didn't forget to thank him. "Thank you, I owe you one." Yuri shook his head slightly. "No problem." On the side, the obnoxious Fennec buted in. "Ladies and gentlemen, vice-captain of the holy nation, Fennec, presents himself to the third young master of House Brial. Pardon my rudeness at the tavern the other day. I, Fennec, will never forget this day." His words surprised the princess. She couldn't believe Fennec was actually apologizing. Yuri, meanwhile, seemed hardly bothered. He smiled and accepted. "I accept your apology. Let the holy nation aid House Brial when we face trouble in the future." Their reunion hadn't lasted long before the group's attention was drawn to sounds from the battle. Yuri scanned the battlefield. The fighting was raging intensely. Then suddenly an orc produced a horn made from a bull's horn and blew it hard. At that sound, the 8 other orcs promptly turned tail and fled. Someone shouted, "They're retreating. Their assassination of the holy knights failed." "Let none escape," Yuri shouted, and the group answered in unison, "Yes, sir." They pursued briefly when Yuri's eyes narrowed. He'd spotted an unusual orc among them. With his knowledge, the protagonist immediately recognized it, Orc Val. Knowing how dangerous it was, Yuri reached out to stop Sevilla from advancing further. Across from them, Orc Val began to draw its bow. even concentrating its mana into the weapon, then released, firing a razor-sharp arrow aimed straight at Yuri and Sevilla. But this simple attack was hardly going to trouble our hero. With a single swing of his sword, he easily cleaved the arrow in two. Even after that, he was so chipper he teased, "Looks like the orc commander is all riled up now." Because I better respond to his taunt. Next, the protagonist wrapped himself in a soft blue aura and began to stride forward. Behind him, Princess Sevilla showed a flicker of worry on her face. Still, she didn't reach out to stop him. Yuri bent down a little to gather momentum and said, "I'll be right back." His words startled Sevilla and she blurted, "Hey Yuri, you're not going alone, are you?" But before Sevilla could get an answer, our knight had already lunged forward to start chopping through those orcs. Of course, the monsters weren't idiots. They immediately turned to fight back. One orc in the pack snagged a spear from somewhere and hurled it straight at Yuri. The spear sliced through the air at breakneck speed. Seeing that, Yuri instantly brought his sword back, eyes wide, watching the spear's trajectory closely, and just as it was about to strike, Yuri remembered 5 years ago when Uncle Bernard spoke to him about the soul segment. Countless variables arise on the battlefield from terrain and environment, and the key is expanding adaptive ability through repeated training. But the young master's soul segment was different. He immediately grasped the whole situation, and his intuition found the optimal path and turned it into a sword technique. When Yuri was a kid, he found Bernard's explanation a bit long-winded and grumbled for a simpler version. Bernard sighed and said, "When the time comes, you'll understand it yourself. Your body will react that way first, allowing you to defeat foes most effectively." Back to this kid. Now Yuri seemed to grasp the meaning, a faint smile at his lips as he tilted his head and dodged the deadly spear. However, this wasn't over. Yuri immediately sensed another dangerous presence. It was heading his way. He quickly turned and saw another spear hurtling toward him at dizzying speed. Reacting to this, Yuri dropped down to the ground on the spot, then sprung up high, just in time to evade the spear as it gouged a small hole in the ground. Next, his brave body lightly landed atop the shaft of the spear. He used its rebound to catapult himself onto the heads of the monster. The two orcs across from him were startled that Yuri had dodged so easily. But sadly, they couldn't react in time. Before they could, our protagonist drove two swords into their chests, blood spraying everywhere. The remaining orcs, seeing their comrades fall so quickly, howled in fury and charged to gang up on him. Realizing this, Yuri quickly calculated a response. One-on-many head-on would be too dangerous. "But it's been ages since I've been back on the battlefield. There's no way I'm skipping this chance." Thinking that, an expression of sheer excitement flickered across his face. Yuri's eyes widened, locking forward with absolute focus, and very quickly. In his sight, streaks of slashes began to appear, revealing the optimal sword path. Following those guiding lines he saw, Yuri launched countless sword strikes at breakneck speed, making the unlucky orc yelp miserably as he went to meet the ferryman. Next, naturally, the two green-skinned ones behind him couldn't escape the same fate. Following their fallen comrades, cries of agony rang out until all sound faded. Orc bodies lay scattered in pools of blood all around. Yuri casually sheathed his sword at his side and began thinking over the fight. His body hadn't quite caught up with his thoughts yet, so he'd settle for being satisfied for now. Then he glanced at a spear stuck in the ground. Yuri reached down and picked it up, hoisted it high into the air, and shouted, "Orc Val." Not far off, Orc Val heard the call and turned toward the sound. Immediately, Yuri's hand tightened hard around the spear. He made no hesitation, wrapped the spear in an aura, and hurled it forward at lightning speed. In response, the big brute hurriedly raised both axes to his chest to block. But seeing that move, Yuri broke into an exceedingly confident smile. Sure enough, Yuri never intended to aim at Orc Val. Instead, his spear shattered their rallying pole, causing the remaining orcs' morale to visibly fall, while their leader had eyes blazing red with rage. After a few seconds to compose himself, he seemed to sense he couldn't win this fight, and began muttering orders for his troops to retreat quickly. Back in Yuri's head, he thought they might all charge at once. But then they concluded further losses weren't worth. Smiling, he said, "Hope that's enough revenge for that arrow earlier." No sooner had he spoken than Princess Sevilla's worried voice came from behind. "Hey Yuri, are you hurt anyway?" Yuri turned back with a grin and replied, "No, I'm fine. After all, it seems everything's over now, right?" "So, Sevilla, how does it feel to win your first battle as part of the Alliance?" Hearing the question, the princess's face unconsciously brightened into a gentle smile. Then she said, "Thank you. It's all thanks to you." Cut to Orc Val's position. He still couldn't accept his defeat and vented his anger on a nearby tree, leaving a large dent in the trunk. His whole body began radiating a thick, murderous aura, enough to show how furious the monster had become. Cut to a small tavern in town, loud with the smell of beer and chatter. Suddenly, a shout rang out, breaking the noise. Really? Razor clenched his mug in one hand, the other balled into a fist, his whole body trembling with excitement. He embarrassedly spoke up, voice full of zeal. I'm serious. He continued, eyes sparkling as he recalled. Prince Yuri suddenly leapt out and grabbed the torch midair, just as it was about to fall into the pit of fire. Absolutely epic. Hearing this, the two nearby soldiers chimed in at once. One went, the other, oh, their eyes shining with admiration. Another guy, skeptical, cut in. Rumor says Prince Yuri's useless in battle. I thought he was just some gambler, partying and playing cards all day. Gotta admit, he's damn good at cards, though. Roland, sitting beside them, immediately retorted proudly. All those rumors are nonsense. He slapped a hand to his chest, exclaiming, clearly he carries the royal blood, kin to the king. Another soldier hurriedly interrupted in a booming voice. Don't let me tell you in detail about the prince's extraordinary martial arts. Someone else laughed and jeered. Hey, this guy's drunk. Who's been pouring him so much booze? In a shadowed corner of the tavern, a mysterious figure quietly watched the conversation. The purple-haired woman, eyes icy, murmured to herself, Prince Yuri, how strange. Just a normal royal, yet he saw through the assassination techniques I'd hidden. And now he willingly leaps into the battlefield. When I tried to stop him, it felt like he was always a step ahead, as if he could see the future. She turned and called to the innkeeper in a low voice. I need someone found. The innkeeper, wiping a mug, looked up and asked curiously, what kind of person are you looking for? She replied, cold but clear. He has dark brown hair, carries a sword, and is a master swordsman. The innkeeper rolled his eyes, thought for a moment, then shook his head. That's a hard description to ID on its own. She continued, sharper now. He's not fluent in the continent tongue. His accent is heavy. At that, the innkeeper flinched as if remembering something. He clapped, eyes bright. Ah, now I recall. Not sure his hair was brown, but there was a guy who spoke the continent tongue clumsily. He ordered risotto with no seasoning and asked for directions to Balshad. The purple-haired woman nodded, slid a gleaming coin onto the table. Understood, thank you. Seeing the coin, the innkeeper's eyes lit up and a wide grin spread. Ha ha, I'm not saying this for thanks, but I gladly accept the patron's gratitude. He turned and walked away while the purple-haired woman sank into thought. Balshad, the Orc Alliance's rendezvous point, that's where the prince is headed. I must set out first and find him, one of the strongest swordsmen of the East. Cut to Yuri. After the battle at Jide, the army quickly moved to the next location. On the way they camped several times, and thanks to prior experience, everyone prepared more thoroughly. Watching the troops grow more proficient, Yuri smiled contentedly. Everyone's quicker after a few drills. I thought I'd have to teach from scratch, but this is great. Raymond, standing nearby, replied, we've camped many times, we're getting used to it. Yuri nodded sincerely. Thank you, Raymond. It's all thanks to your hard work. Having said that, he turned calmly. I'll go scout the surroundings. Please take care of things. Raymond bowed and replied respectfully, yes, your highness. Alone, Yuri walked through the vast forest, thinking to himself, just stepping away from camp a bit makes everything so quiet. The risk of a night ambush is probably higher than I thought. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from deep in the woods, cutting through his thoughts. Yuri immediately headed toward the noise. There, two soldiers were berating Kori. One man growled, I told you not to draw attention. He continued, sneering, dirty orc-selling scum. Faced with the insults, Kori stayed silent, tears quietly falling. The soldier grew more aggressive. You look like a spy. Aren't you betraying the prince, collaborating with the orcs? Kori quickly lifted her head, voice trembling. No, that's not true, I'm not. The soldier stepped forward, grabbed Kori's hand, and yanked off the glove she was wearing. Not stealing, huh, thief, give it back. Kori begged. I didn't steal it, please return it. Just then Yuri stepped forward, voice icy. Hey, you lot. We're pitching tents, what are you doing here? Seeing Yuri, the soldier stammered. Your highness, this one. Yuri spoke, gaze cold. Apparently you don't understand. I'll say it again, get lost. At that commanding tone, the two soldiers trembled and echoed. Yes, your highness, sorry. They quickly turned and fled. Yuri looked at Kori, softening. Are you okay? He handed back the glove with a smile. Here. Kori, grateful, bowed. Yes, thank you, your highness. Yuri continued, I could punish them. Want me to? Kori shook her head, voice low but firm. No, it's fine. People like beautiful things and hate the ugly. That's instinct. If you help me, things might get easier, but my dream will feel even farther away. Yuri, curious, what's that dream? Kori hesitated, then replied, I want everyone to accept me, to live in harmony with. Yuri pondered, that's not an easy dream. He placed a hand on Kori's shoulder, warmly. Kori, you're with Hernando, right? Learn the orc language from him. Learn the orc language from him. Cut tonight. The camp remained on high alert. In a tent, someone asked, how are the nitrate defenses coming along? Raymond replied confidently, all supply areas are covered with fireproof tarps. guards are posted around the wooden fence. Razor interjected skeptically, "Do we need to go this far? You've increased manpower above normal." Yuri pointed at a spot on the map, voice low. "This is orc territory. Anything could happen. The chance they're using dark magic is high." While he explained, a soldier burst in, shouting, "Your Highness, it's big orcs are attacking." The whole tent shook, and everyone rushed outside. Chaos hit Yuri's eyes. Soldiers clashed fiercely with the orcs, fires bursting from the tents. Yuri remarked, "This is worse than I thought." A large barrel suddenly fell, releasing a pitch-black dark aura as it slammed to the ground. From behind Yuri, a large explosion went off, startling him. "What's going on?" Looking at the flames, Yuri wondered, "Are they even using gunpowder?" Hernando beside him shook his head. "Not gunpowder. That's dispelled demonic magic. This is a large-scale attack." Yuri turned, resolute. "Hernando, what's the plan?" Hernando pointed ahead. "They're crafting bombs with magic and throwing them down. We need to stop whoever's behind." Yuri fell silent, then shouted toward Raymond and Razor, "Spread out by units, take command." He tightened his grip on the sword, eyes blazing. "I'll find who's behind this myself." A burst of mana exploded from Yuri, carrying terrifying power. He muttered resolutely, "And I'll see his face." Yuri looked to Hernando and asked, "Which direction is the magic coming from?" Hernando pointed ahead and replied, "Over there." With that, Yuri stomped the ground hard and said, "All right, I'm going, I'll be back." Saying no more, he dashed off in the direction Hernando had indicated. As he ran, something suddenly caught his eye, making him flinch. He noticed the broken flag, tied to the back of the orc Val, that he had knocked off earlier. Clenching his sword, he charged forward, gritting his teeth. "So it was you." The orc Val didn't let him have the comfort, immediately drawing the axe from its back, swinging it forward to block the attack headed for it. Then the two of them exchanged blows for a while. Yuri stepped back, stared at his trembling arm, thinking to himself, "Its strength isn't ordinary, and its movements are strange. Like someone with tons of combat experience. I don't like this, but first, keep distance." Before he had time to think, the orc Val lunged, raised its axe, and slashed hard at him. But with his quick reflexes, he easily stepped back to dodge that blow. It followed with a flurry of attacks aimed at Yuri's position, but he used his agility to avoid. This angered the orc Val, which roared and launched another strike. This time Yuri decided not to dodge, and immediately raised his sword to meet the attack. As soon as he parried, he spun his blade and delivered a powerful downward slash toward the orc Val, making it cry out in pain. His face darkened as he muttered, "I admit he's different from the others. He's on a whole other level." Then his gaze grew serious and he said, "All right, let's see how good your skills really are." With that he lunged, thrusting his sword hard toward the orc Val's throat, forcing it to flinch away. Suddenly dense dark energy swirled around it, as if it had been empowered. It immediately swung the axe down with full force, striking the ground and shattering the earth. Luckily, Yuri stepped back in time to avoid that attack. Sliding across the ground, he continued to watch every move of the orc Val with extreme care. Then he said, except for the warning up front, "This is the moment." Following his gaze, the entire orc Val was enveloped in dark energy. Looking at it, he exclaimed, "Magical mana method." The orc Val tightened its grip on the axe and calmly stepped in front of him, showing no fear. He muttered to himself, "When I heard they used magic, I should have been suspicious. Can that orc mage really use mana?" Recalling the scene of the base burning, he exclaimed, "Could they even use gunpowder?" Hernando beside him replied, "Not gunpowder, it's twisted mana magic. That means among the orc warriors there's someone skilled in the mana arts." Thinking that, the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. He tightened his grip on the sword, stared straight ahead, and said, "You're one of those elites, aren't you?" His eyes flashed, and he used the soul-seizing slash. Countless invisible sword marks appeared across the orc Val's body. Unaware of this, it crazily charged at him to attack. He defended while watching the weak points that had appeared on its body, then immediately swung his sword, thrusting straight for its throat so it couldn't react in time. The moment the blade touched its throat, it shot out a hand to grab the sword to stop. Its eyes looked terrifying at his action. Seeing that, he exclaimed, "Bastard, you channeled mana into your neck to reduce the damage." It then violently pulled his blade out of its throat, screaming in anger. Its arm was still gripping his blade, but he tightened his hold on the hilt and swung a vicious cut, severing the fingers holding the blade from its hand. He then used his speed to immediately step back, dodging the attack it was bringing down. Blood flowed down his shoulder. There was now a cut. He gritted his teeth, silently admitting an annoyance. This one isn't a pushover. Then the corner of his mouth spread into a smile as he said, "So light taps don't work on you, huh?" He infused a large amount of mana into his sword, looked forward again, and grinned, All right then, let's have a proper match. Both sides remained highly focused, facing each other, not daring to lower their guard. Then like two arrows they lunged at each other, launching successive slashes that made the surrounding air tremble violently. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred where the two were fighting. When the dust settled, only large craters remained on the ground. Alongside them was a fragment of an axe blade stuck deep in the earth. Yuri's gaze turned ice cold. He stared straight at the orc Val kneeling before him, without hesitation. He rushed over, gripped his sword, and shouted, "It's over." Then he drove his sword hard into the orc Val's chest, causing it to cry out in pain. Then it rolled onto the ground. Pulling his sword out, he looked at the orc Val. It was still moving, and thought to himself, he's still alive. This one is an elite, so he'll surely know a lot. Killing him now would be a waste. At that moment, soldiers ran up from afar, shouting, "Your Highness." One of them asked, "Are you all right?" The other glanced at the orc Val and asked, "Is that an orc?" He nodded in agreement, "Yes." He asked, "How's the situation at the camp?" The soldier saluted respectfully and replied, "It's almost completely stabilized, sir." Yuri gently sheathed his sword and said, "Good. Gather all surviving orcs in one place and bring this one along." He glanced down at it and said, "From now on, the orc interrogation begins. Return to the camp." At that moment, Hernando stepped forward, looked at Yuri's wound and said, "This is a vulnerable spot. You must loosen it properly from time to time if you don't want injury." He began treating it. Yuri turned and asked, "You got into a fight with an orc again?" Hernando smiled and replied, "What, you mean you wander off and let others take hits?" Hearing that, Yuri snapped, "You brat." After a few minutes of treatment, Hernando withdrew his hands and said, "Done." Fortunately, it wasn't too deep. Yuri rotated his shoulder joint slightly, feeling movement easier than before. He smiled and said, "Much better now." But before he could finish, Hernando interrupted, "Ah, Your Highness, please wait a moment." He turned to a soldier and said, "Bring that chair here." Yuri flinched and looked at him. A finely carved chair was set down with a thud. Hernando respectfully introduced it, the chair of a commander commanding respect on the battlefield. "Now conduct the interrogation right here." Yuri, puzzled, asked, "What is this, Hernando?" Hernando smiled from behind and said, "A commander should have dignity. I had a soldier who used to be a carpenter maker." Looking at the chair, the corner of Yuri's mouth twitched into a smile. He sheepishly stepped forward and said, "Since someone went to the trouble to make it, I can't refuse." He then sat down with a satisfied look and remarked, "Not bad, actually pretty decent." He cleared his throat a few times, looked down at the orcs below, and said coldly, "From now on, the prisoner interrogation officially begins. Now bring them up one by one." Following his order, Jard hauled each orc up and shoved their heads into the cauldron of oil, scorching their faces and making them cry out in pain. Seeing this, the remaining orcs flinched in fear. Yuri said, "You have one chance to answer." Then he asked who ordered the nighttime raid. At that moment, one orc shouted loudly, as if trying to say something. Corey beside him began to translate, "Oh, Your Highness," this orc just said. But before she could finish, Yuri raised his hand to cut her off. "Never mind, you can tell he's cursed just by looking." He then ordered Jard to proceed with his task. Jard immediately grabs the rope binding the orc, and once more pushed its head into the cauldron of oil, making it emit pitiful screams. This served as another warning to the remaining orcs. Witnessing this, even Hernando and Corey behind them flinched in fear. The orc was now engulfed by flames, screaming in despair. Above, Yuri deftly manipulated the small blade in his hand, stared down at the orcs below, and said coldly, "I'll ask once more and keep it short. Your fate depends on your answer." As he spoke, he guided the blade toward the orc lying on the ground. With a single cold motion, the blade plunged into the orc's chest, producing a pitiful wail. He continued coolly, "Or I might grant you a merciful, painless death." The orc was still alive, so Yuri immediately ordered Jard, "Finish him off." This made the other orcs below howl in fury. He turned to Corey and asked, "What did he say?" Corey replied, "He says they're just low-ranking soldiers, so they don't know much." But they confessed that the one who gave the order was Orc Bal. They begged us to punish that one and spare them. Hearing that, Yuri smiled and said, "Ha ha, I see he's trying." Then his tone turned cold as he said, "So this raid was on Orcua's orders, correct?" Hearing that strange name, those standing behind began to whisper, "Orcua. I've never heard that name before. The Orc King Orcua must be the one who stirred up the Orc Alliance, the one who slaughtered countless knights in his previous life. In this war, he's someone who must be killed and wiped out." Corey turned and translated clearly. He asks if he'll be spared if he answers. Yuri replied to him, "Yes." Then Corey began translating his words back to the orcs below. After hearing the orcs' words, Corey shyly turned to Yuri and said, "Your Highness, this orc Val wants an oath." Yuri asked in puzzlement, "An oath?" Corey continued, He says betraying an oath and attacking an opponent is like dragging your honor through the mud. Hearing this, Yuri smiled and said, "Ha ha, seems he's had plenty of contact with humans. An orc with a brain of muscle spouting words like that." Then he immediately said, "All right, I swear." Jard behind him flinched at those words. Jard said, "Your Highness, what are you thinking letting that one go?" Yuri quickly reassured him. "It's fine, Jard, calm down." Then he turned to Corey and asked, "Is it really Orcua's order?" Corey translated, "He's right, it was exactly the order of the Han tribe chief. The Han chief acted on Orcua's command." Yuri asked further, "And the Orc Alliance, how did they know our march route?" Corey continued, "He says Orcua has his own way of gathering intelligence, but he himself doesn't know how it's done." Jard beside him immediately interrupted, "Your Highness, so you mean that Orcua learned of our march and ordered the raid?" Yuri sighed softly and replied, "Yes, the Qing state's concentration was probably discovered the same way." Then he looked down and asked, "Orc Val, this is your final question. Orcua, how strong is he?" At the question, Orc Val let out a low growl, then said something that made Corey flinch. She began to tremble as she translated. "He says that even a pack of Orc Vals charging together couldn't defeat him. He swore that no creature in this world is more brutal and mighty than Orcua." Thinking that, Yuri nodded in agreement. "Yes, maybe so, but remember this well. Humans are even more treacherous than orcs, and far craftier than you think." As he spoke, he picked up a pendant, making the Orc Val below glare wide-eyed in anger. He continued, "You want to challenge me. I intend to keep my oath, you know. Hey, are they really about to rush in?" The Orc Val was trembling and thrashing, and the chain around him began to fray. Seeing this, the soldiers behind gasped and shouted, "The chain is fraying, damn it." Soon after, the rope snapped completely, and the Orc Val slammed his foot down on the ground. Clenching his fist, he charged straight at Yuri, letting out a cry of hatred. But Yuri stopped him with a word. He went on, "What a pity. Someone who babbles on about honor all day long is truly unworthy." At that moment, the Orc Val was ringed on 3 sides by Yuri's 3 personal guards. Yuri paid no mind, turned away calmly and said, "Take him to meet his ancestors." The instant he finished speaking, a spurt of hot blood sprayed, splattering across the ground. Time flew by, cut to the human army's camp. At the same time, inside the tent, the soldiers' tortured groans began to ring out without pause. Not far off, a warm voice chimed in to reassure them. "Stay still, it'll be fine." He said this as he started using his healing arts to mend the wound. From his palm, a golden light began to spread over the soldier's injury, helping it knit up at a pace even the eye could follow. But before he could rest a single second, another urgent voice called out, "Priest, please check over here too." Hearing that, Father Germain only managed to turn and reply, "All right, I'm coming." No sooner had he spoken than Hernando's prompting voice came from behind, "Priest, take care of the patient over there first. I'll handle this one." Seeing that, the priest nodded and said, "Ah, yes, thank you." Elsewhere, Corey, an old friend, lugging a large bucket of water, stepped into the tent and said, "Priest, I've brought the water." Hearing him, Germain answered, "Good job, Corey, step back." After saying this, the priest began to cast his holy spell into the bucket. Runes of pale gold streamed from his palm, making even Corey, watching from the side, blink in surprise. His mind filled with admiration. That was just ordinary water a moment ago, but when the priest enchanted it, it gave off the strangest glow. Ignoring Corey's thoughts, Germain finished and said, "Corey, use this to wash the wounds. It's holy water. It'll cleanse the evil taint from them." Corey hurriedly nodded, especially at that last line. Meanwhile, another urgent voice called, "Priest, over here, please hurry." Okay, I'm coming," Germain replied and quickly grabbed his bucket of water and went off. Back to Corey, he still couldn't take his eyes off the priest. In his head, he kept thinking, it's magical when a priest uses spells. Those grimaces quickly smoothed into calmer faces. So this is magic, huh? With that thought, the half-human's face lit up with excitement. Time sped on until dawn. Hernando, Germain, and Corey sat outside the camp to rest, each looking drained after a night of running around tending the soldier. While resting, Hernando, smiling, said, "Looks like things have calmed down a bit." Father Germain nodded slightly. "Thank you for your help, Hernando." Hearing that, Hernando laughed and slapped Corey's shoulder to cheer him on. "You did well too, Corey." Embarrassed, Corey pulled his hood up and mumbled, "Oh, it's nothing. I didn't do much." Turning to Germain, the priest continued, "Lucky the damage wasn't worse." Germain agreed and elaborated, "Because this is only before the real battle." How could Germain not understand that? Still, he folded his hands. Surely the real fight would bring worse things. To God then will follow. From Hernando's perspective, noticing the priest's heavy mood, he offered comfort, "But I don't think it'll be that bad." His words left the priest somewhat puzzled. Fortunately, Hernando went on to explain. He glanced at the soldiers singing all around and continued, "Look, even after a dangerous battle, they're still helping one another, tending each other's wounds, and using our magic too. After speaking, Hernando snapped his fingers, releasing a burst of magic that shot straight up into the sky, creating a brilliant radiance that made the soldiers all around look up with beaming faces. Seeing this, Hernando added, "This is just a little boost to their heart." As for his friend Corey, his face stared blankly up at the sky as the cold wind blew through. He turned to Hernando beside him and said, "Lord Hernando, please teach me magic," he said, his face full of eager expectation. However, upon hearing that, Hernando suddenly stiffened. It had been a long time since someone made such a request. So Hernando smiled, gently rubbed Corey's head, and asked, "Corey, what made you suddenly want to learn magic?" Corey stammered, fiddling with his fingers, then whispered, "Your Highness gave me the idea. And because magic makes people smile, I just wish I could do the same." That was a beautiful wish, and Hernando fully supported it. "So that's it, a half-beast wanting to cast spells for everyone's sake. That would be wonderful," he cheered. Time quickly passed as the scene shifted to the main character's location. They were taking a short break when suddenly a call rang out, grabbing everyone's attention. "Your Highness." Yuri turned and asked, "What's the matter?" A soldier stepped forward and reported, "Knights of the Empire have come to visit. They say they wish to see you." Beside him, one of the knights curiously asked, "Do you want to meet them?" Yuri slowly stood and replied, "I must meet them. Let's see why they've come for me." Balsha was right there before them. He then ordered the soldier, "Bring them in at once." The soldier nodded and hurried away. Soon after, the imperial party arrived to see Yuri. Their representative stepped forward and introduced himself. "An honor to meet you, third young master of the Brial family. I am Rapio Artem, a knight and the second son of Count Xenon." Yuri smiled in return. "Welcome. So the Empire reached Balsha before us." Rapio nodded and explained, "We are the vanguard. We've confirmed enemy presence around Balsha and relayed the information to nearby forces." From Yuri's viewpoint, he suddenly noticed a subordinate standing behind Rapio and asked curiously, "Who is the knight standing behind you?" Hearing Yuri's question, Rapio grew flustered and was about to explain, but before he could, the knight himself spoke up. "Sorry I didn't greet you sooner. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position of honor at the moment." As he said this, he began removing his helmet. Opposite him, when Yuri saw the knight's face, his expression turned shocked and sweat broke out. In his head he thought, "So we meet again like this." The emblem of the past he wanted to forget most, Graham Heartful. Graham planted his sword into the ground and saluted formally. "I, of the lost 11 who were stripped of knighthood, respectfully present myself to the third young master of the Brial family." To the protagonist, in his previous life, he had once knelt before this man begging for his life. Though a bit bitter, Yuri calmly greeted, "It's an honor to meet you, Sir Graham." Hearing that, Graham slightly bowed to show respect. "Please don't call me by such an honorific. I'm no longer a knight." To that, Yuri fired back a question. "If you say you've lost your knighthood, are you fighting in this war without a title?" The knight looked a little embarrassed but admitted, "Yes, though it's shameful." Before Graham could finish, Rapio butted in. "Graham did nothing wrong. He just ran into a lousy superior." Graham raised a hand to stop him, as if to say, "Don't say another word." Rapio, still a bit annoyed, pressed on. "I mean, did I say something wrong? There's no knight as famed as him." Back with Yuri, he quickly began piecing the story together in his head. Hearing Graham had been stripped of his knighthood by the Empire for some reason, he hadn't expected to run into him allied with. Yet this man, more upright and knightly than anyone he knew, now doubted his own worth and chivalry. Thinking that, Yuri offered some encouragement. "Indeed, I've heard a lot about you, Sir Graham. It's an honor to meet you." Graham cleared his throat awkwardly. "You don't have to praise me so much." On our side, the protagonist smiled and stated his purpose. "I meant to ask, Sir Graham, would you come to Brial with us?" The sudden offer left both opposite them visibly surprised. Yuri himself reminded his inner voice, "I may not hate Imperial Knights, but he's an exception. In his previous life, he spared me, and he paid the price for it alone." Back to the present, Yuri continued his offer. "So, Sir Graham, if you come to Brial, I'll treat you well." For a moment, Graham's face broke into a faint smile. Then the knight bowed and declined. "I'm sorry, Your Highness." His words left Yuri silent for a few seconds, then he smiled, because he'd already guessed Graham would say that. "It's inevitable. I respect your decision," Yuri replied. Time quickly passed. By then Yuri's group had moved to Valshard. Glancing at the massive fortress ahead, Yuri whispered, "We've arrived." Valshard, the Alliance's rendezvous point. "It's bigger than I thought." Hearing the young master's exclamation, Hernando quickly chimed in. "It's a city in the steppe center. Its scale and influence are enormous." Yuri kept scanning the walls and marveled. They even used magic to build the ramparts. Scary stuff. "The Valshard ducal family are mages, right, Hernando?" Hernando laughed and explained to his young lord, Yes, the entree line has produced great archmages for generations. Hernando's mood grew a bit tense as he warned, related more important than deadlines. Be careful, if you slack off, you'll be swallowed whole. He said it with a face like he was trying to scare a child. Yuri wasn't frightened. Instead he asked, an archmage, a mage, shouldn't he be a grumpy old man? Hernando quickly pictured an old geezer. By then the city gates had opened, so he tossed those thoughts aside and stepped in. Time swiftly passed, cut to some sort of banquet. The host's voice rang out, welcoming everyone. Welcome to Valshard. I am the Duchess of Valshard, Marie Rose Entree. I am the Duchess of Valshard, Marie Rose Entree. Seeing her, the protagonist shot a sidelong glance at the subordinate beside him and complained, not an old man after all. Hernando snickered, as if he'd successfully tricked his young lord, and explained, the title was only recently passed down to the next generation. Nearby, Lady Marie approached and greeted the two. It's an honor to meet you, Knight of Brial. Are you the third young master of Brial? She said as she gently sat down beside. Yuri nodded in confirmation. I'm Yuri Brial, commander of the Brial forces. Hearing this, the lady tucked her hair aside and smiled. So handsome, just as rumored. If you don't mind, how old are you? Yuri replied coolly, 18. The number only seemed to pique the beautiful lady's interest. She leaned in boldly and said, oh my, you're only 4 years younger than me. We'll get along splendidly, won't we? Her words brimmed with innuendo, but our protagonist kept a cool head, muttering, we'll see about that. Silently, Yuri admitted Marie's beauty to himself. She's skilled at using her looks. That charming smile could make anyone weep. But in his memories, it wasn't pleasant. Whatever her intentions, he couldn't view them positively. The more he thought, the clearer his mind became. He offered a reasoned line, what does age matter? If the goal is the same, anyone can be friends regardless of background, age, or gender. As soon as he finished, Marie's mouth fell open in surprise. Then she flashed that seductive smile. Oh my, so that's how you think, such sophistication. Not sure what mischief she had in mind, she slapped the table, stood up, and shouted, Knights of Brial, come over here. We have the young master, and the knights of the Brial family, the land of knights. From now on, we will go to battle together, and fight the enemy side by side. Since we already know each other a little, why not use this chance to get better acquainted? She rattled on, smiling the whole time. Meanwhile, to one side, Sir Jard seemed to sense something off and asked Hernando, hey, why is she acting like this all of a sudden? Hernando glanced at the lovely lady before him and forced out a chuckle. Haha, I'm sure she means no harm. She really does have a friendly nature. From Jard's perspective, he still didn't fully buy that explanation and whispered, and she's from Brusen too. Isn't that just a tiny coastal nation on the continent's edge? Yuri nodded and clarified. Yes, and besides, it's a seafaring nation, tough folk and plenty of fierce warriors. Before he could explain further, a voice caught his attention. Young master of Brial. I am Jonathan, commander of the Brusen forces. The uncle spoke as he quickly poured wine for the protagonist. Yuri smiled and replied, thank you. But he was surprised. What I see, this is truly Sheoxing wine, a top-quality brew. This isn't fitting for a backwater country like Brusen. Yuri's mocking tone chilled Jonathan's face like ice. A subordinate behind him couldn't contain his anger and shouted, how dare you insult us? Call us country bumpkins. Seeing him getting overexcited, another teammate hurried over to grab him. Still, the blonde knight yelled, how dare you mouth off like that and look down on us, you bastard. Not wanting more commotion, Commander Jonathan reached out to stop them. Calm down. He then looked toward Yuri and asked, those words earlier, should I take them as a provocation against Brusen? Yuri didn't admit fault and shot back. If that's the case, what do you plan to do about it? Do you expect me to apologize for my rudeness? Contrary to everyone's expectations, Jonathan suddenly laughed. No need for that. I see this two ways. 1, the third young master of Brial is as rumored, a damnable brat. Or 2, you're testing us before this alliance forms, the uncle calmly analyzed. A subordinate still couldn't accept it and shouted, Captain, step aside and let me teach him a lesson. Back to Yuri, he kept smiling as if nothing had happened. Nothing's more dangerous than an untrustworthy ally on the battlefield. So can you prove yourself, he suggested, which seemed to suit Jonathan's wishes. The uncle agreed at once. Of course, a knight proves himself with his sword. On the other side, the lovely Marie clapped with delight at the prospect of men about to fight. All right, then let me lead you to the arena. And so, the group quickly led each other to the arena to fight. Each side would send out one knight under their command, while Jonathan, Marie, and Yuri happily watched from above. Meanwhile, the red-headed lady smiled and asked quietly, did you do this on purpose? Yuri smirked. Maybe a little, I'm just here for an entertaining show. Marie sipped her wine and said, oh really? And now you've bitten the bait, are you waiting for it? Of course, Yuri had his own reasons for provoking Brusen to spark a match like this. He thought to himself, testing Brusen's strength is important, but there's another thing I need to confirm. In the future, one of them might receive a title, like his father did. The title awarded to the strongest on the continent, the 10 strongest, and their names would be engraved on the 10 strongest list. It wouldn't hurt to know in advance. Cut to inside the arena. The Brusen knight spoke first. My name is Freund. Seeing that, Brial's knight replied, I am Laurent. Before Laurent could say more, Freund sneered, enough with the pleasantries. Let's have some fun, you fool. Laurent responded coldly, it will be my honor to receive your instruction. Everyone fell silent, waiting for the duel to begin. The 10 great strongmen, on this vast continent among them. It's a kind of honor given to those closest to the title of the strongest, the name that follows them. In every national conflict across the continent, and in every war, it holds an overwhelming deterrent power. The one sitting at the head of the stands was none other than Yuri. He sat in contemplative thought. Having talents like these would be a huge asset in the future, and as friendships between men often go, they always start with a fight. Laurent, clad in knight's armor, looked coldly at his opponent, and suddenly the other called his name, Laurent Flanders. That man was one of Jonathan's subordinates. With a sneer he said, I've heard a lot about that name, a prodigy who's won countless sword tournaments, right? Freund, knight of Brusen. The rasp of a blade against the ground rang out in waves. Freund's voice was hoarse and deep as he asked, aren't those tournaments just the noble's little swordplay show? He coldly raised his sword and shouted angrily, in the end, they're just spoiled rich kids playing with blades. Laurent watched Freund approach, his expression icy as he observed the man's movements. He moved like a snake, slipping around Freund's lightning-fast strike. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself as suspected. The motions were exactly as written in the manuals, classical footwork and textbook swordplay, but suddenly his face turned sly. He sneered with contempt, thinking, too predictable. Freund spun silently and lunged at Laurent with his sword, crying triumphantly, I'll be the first to win. Laurent bent down swiftly, calmly watching the cold blade skim past his head. The sky was still clear, and the wind whispered across the bustling castle. In the stands, Maryrose and Jonathan wore different expressions. She sat surprised, glass in hand, letting out an O. At Yuri's side, he looked down at the arena and murmured with chilly approval, impressive. Roland's face stayed unchanged. Now he had his sword pointed at his opponent. Freund's expression turned fearful. He couldn't believe it. His opponent had a blade at his throat. The noise in the stands fell silent. Only the wind and tiny drifting dust could be heard. Suddenly a smile appeared on Yuri's face. He touched his chin and grinned. He recalled Laurent's movements and smiled wryly. Laurent revealed no openings, yet still intended to create one. He baited the attack toward his shoulder. Then with a wrist twist, he neutralized Freund's power. At that instant, he shifted his center inward. Having deflected the strike, he simultaneously moved into position to deliver the next blow. Of course, the Brusen knight was excellent too. Most knights' tricks are exposed if they can't match that speed. But he read the attack and created the most effective counter. Laurent was a cut above in precision. On the arena floor, Freund planted his sword upright, brushed sand from his trousers, and laughed helplessly. Looks like I was red. Then the two shook hands and laughed excitedly. I yield, Sir Laurent. Remarkable skill. This match has taught me much. Back with the Brusen knights, they clapped and laughed together good-naturedly. There was no envy among them. In the stands, Jonathan smiled faintly. Truly Brial, a nation of knights with astonishing skill. Yuri replied modestly, you're too kind. Brusen's knights are also excellent. It's not a 1-0 thing. Brusen won't concede here, he added, shaking his head. Of course not. Then he looked down and called a name. Jose. The man immediately answered, all right. Jonathan stood on the dais, looked down at Jose and ordered, you'll be next. He stepped slowly into the arena. He hurriedly rested his sword on his shoulder and appeared before everyone with deliberate slowness. Yuri smiled faintly in quiet approval. Jose, looks strong. Maryrose covered her mouth and gushed excitedly. Oh my, look at those muscles. He boasted arrogantly, I'll use the standard sword stance. Name's Jose Arater, knight of Brusen. Up in the stands, Jonathan glanced proudly and said, Jose is the strongest in our squad. He's aiming for Brusen's top title. Yuri stroked his chin and murmured, the strongest in Brusen, Then he ordered someone to face Jose, Jard. Jard flinched when he heard, Jard, you're up this time. He was surprised, trembling finger pointing at himself as he stammered, me. You scolded him to hurry up. Well then, get on with it. Jard trudged to the arena, weary and dejected, while his teammates cheered him on enthusiastically. Go on, good luck. Seeing the small man before him, Jose clasped his hand and smiled. Jose Arater, looking forward to your instruction. he replied in a low voice, "Ah, I'm jarred likewise." He watched the frightened look on his face and thought to himself, "Damn, that face, no doubt about it. A pure winner's hunger." Jose suddenly smiled, coldly nodding. "A fellow who probes his opponent, I see. Then I'll strike first," he said, immediately changing his stance. Jard swallowed and stared at Jose's movement. A giant of a man prepared to swing his sword down at him. Jard trembled, calculating that he had to block the strike. Seeing the cold, sharp blade coming at him, he fearfully sank to the ground and backed up, thinking, "No, can't stop this." Jose prepared to raise his sword once more. Jard went pale and sat frozen. He watched the blade, breathing raggedly and shaking with vigilance. Suddenly Jose's voice, dark as a demon's, growled, "And yet you still have time to glance around." With that, he moved like a coiling snake, cutting and slashing Jard before he could react. Overwhelmed by strength and power, Jard wearily parried the cold blade. He frowned at his opponent, body trembling in waves. Yuri sat dazed in the stands, watching the two fight in thoughtful silence. Jose Arator, possessing the strength of an orc, yet mastering techniques far beyond human limits. Not just swordsmanship, but he also employed martial art. No doubt, he's a knight who one day will be listed among the 10 strongest. At this moment, Jose grabbed Jard's brother, who panicked at the urgency and brute strength. He hurled him hard into the sand with a thud. Suddenly, Yuri's voice called out, "Enough." He crawled up, gasping. Jose bowed slightly, reached out his hand carefully and said in a low voice, "Sir Jard, impressive. You withstood my blows for so long." Jard took his hand and smiled. "Thanks, I've learned a lot from that." At that, Yuri suddenly stood up. A faint smile crossed his face as he said, 1-1, well done. Let's end the bout here." With that, Jard's side smiled and applauded. Marirose carefully set her wine glass on the railing and softly said, "So, our getting acquainted time is over, is it?" He glanced at her, grinned, and replied quietly, "Seems so. Building trust among companions on the battlefield is important." She slowly approached him, hesitated sadly, and said, "But, Your Highness, I'm a bit disappointed." Then Marirose lightly touched the shoulder beneath Yuri's knightly armor. She spoke in a measured tone. "You said understanding Brusen is important, but are you really going to postpone getting to know me?" Marirose stepped closer and placed a hand on Yuri's shoulder, her voice suggestive and teasing. "You did say understanding Brusen is important." She smiled beautifully, eyes expectant and inviting. "But are you going to delay learning about me?" Marirose stroked his cheek gently and purred the last line seductively. Your Highness." At that moment her curvy, alluring form filled Yuri's view. He looked at her for a moment, and then suddenly sighed. Just then Jonathan came over familiarly to break the awkward mood. "Come to think of it, Supreme Archmage, didn't you say you'd show us your study?" Marirose had to give up, turning around somewhat displeased. "All right, I did say that." Beside Yuri he sighed again and muttered, "Was that an act?" Jonathan, not noticing her still gleeful request, pleaded, "Could you show us now? Everyone's curious." Seeing him like that, Marirose knew she couldn't refuse and nodded. "All right then, fine." She then turned to ask Yuri, "And you, Your Highness?" Before she finished, he flashed a bright smile and cut her off. "I have matters to discuss with my knights." After that he bolted with the speed of a temple sprint. Only his distant voice reached her. "Excuse me, I'll take my leave." Obviously Yuri's action drove Marirose mad with anger. She, embarrassed and furious, shouted so loudly her voice echoed through the arena. "How annoying." Jonathan beside her, puzzled, asked, "What's this? Why are you acting like that, Archmage?" She, embarrassed and furious, shouted so loudly her voice echoed through the arena. "How annoying." Jonathan beside her, puzzled, asked, "What's this? Why are you acting like that, Archmage?" At the city gate a tall knight had arrived. His presence made word spread that the Empire's commander-in-chief was here. This sparked plots and schemes as knights from different places began to approach each other, each army probing and assessing the other's strength. Except for Brial, and true to that, Yuri was leisurely practicing swordplay in his own camp. Hernando came onto the open ground to meet him, worriedly asking, "Your Highness, are we really just focusing on training?" He answered firmly, "Yes." Hernando remained uneasy and reported on the opponent's situation. Other commanders seemed to be sharing strategies and forming alliances. Yuri glanced at the sword in his hand with disdain and replied, "Even so, it's only half measure." He hit the point. They were just gathering swordsmen from each nation. Hernando, still stunned by the remark, repeated, "Half measure," before Yuri explained, "Do you think their pride will easily lead to real cooperation?" Yuri calmly analyzed, "Everyone thinks they're the strongest, so talk won't make true cooperation." Hearing this, Hernando was persuaded and touched his chin in agreement. "Ah, right." The polished blade reflected Yuri's face. He thought solemnly, "After all, only real strength is the ultimate proof." Suddenly he turned and smiled warmly. "Then how about we spar with each other?" Replying to Yuri wasn't Hernando, but a third man who stepped forward, approaching and saying, "It's an honor, Your Highness." It was Roland. He drew his sword with relish and declared, "It's a privilege to spar with you, sir." Yuri pointed his sword at Roland and taunted, "Don't think I'll go easy on you." Hearing that, Roland broke into an excited, eager grin. Then Roland raised his sword before him, assumed a fighting stance, and replied, "Of course." Yuri immediately turned serious, eyes studying him. "Indeed, Roland, his mana is pure." Yuri commented with satisfaction, a worthy opponent to spar with, and seconds later readied himself as blue mana shimmered around him. In the blink of an eye, Roland leapt forward and struck first. Yuri reacted swiftly, raising his sword to block the strike. Seeing this, Roland stamped his foot and switched tactics. He held his blade across his chest and concentrated mana into the tip. Instantly, he thrust the sword rapidly toward Yuri. Not stopping there, within seconds, Roland kept driving out a flurry of dense stab. Yuri watched the blade flash by his cheek and marveled, precise to the point of shock. He admired each line of Roland's strikes inwardly, a sword honed so finely it rejected even the slightest wobble, typical. Recalling memories of his past life when he was killed, he appreciated Roland more, even in killing him. Clashing with his fiery emotions, Roland's blade held only purity. Now facing Roland's close-range assault, Yuri smiled confidently. "So, unlike before, if I can imagine a future, I could entrust my back to his sword." In an instant, Yuri shifted from evasion to counterattack, nimbly swinging his sword to parry all of Roland's points. Firmly, he thought, "My duty is to hold the line until he gets there." Yuri forcefully knocked Roland's sword aside. Roland was pushed back several steps and had to plant a hand on the ground to steady himself. But he quickly sprang up and rushed back into the fight. Yuri also grinned and charged forward, enthusiastic. Roland raised his sword by his head, ready to give it his all. Their blades collided with a violent clang, sparks flying. Outside, the soldiers drawn to the duel cheered and shouted encouragement. Gerald folded his arms and sighed in exasperation. Everyone's so fired up. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him with a voice praising, "Prince Brial truly has formidable strength." Gerald turned to the newcomer and blurted in surprise, "And you are?" Seeing the red-haired youth's glittering, excited face, he confirmed with a puzzled tone, "Lord Jose." Suddenly, Jose cupped his hand to his mouth and shouted, "Your Highness, I have a request." Yuri, turned by the odd shout, heard his request, "I want to spar too." Hearing that, Yuri stopped, hoisted his sword on his shoulder and murmured, "Spar, huh?" Yuri smiled brightly and eagerly agreed, "All right then." He then pointed at someone and instructed, "Then I'll have you face Jard over there." The man panicked and cried out, "What?" Jose, without ceremony, hoisted Gerald onto his shoulder and carried him off as Gerald's pathetic screams echoed, "Your Highness." Yuri ignored the cries, beaming and waving, "Have fun." Roland sheathed his sword, bowed in thanks, "Thank you for the spar, Your Highness." Yuri replied amicably, "No problem, let's train again next time." Yuri stood silently watching his figure walk away. Leaves on the tree formed a dense canopy, shading out the sun. He stepped under the trunk to rest. Yuri plopped down on the grass and sighed in relief. He suddenly folded his arms and asked seriously, "Did you learn anything?" Where moments ago there had only been him beside the tree, suddenly another girl's silhouette appeared. He called out, "Asuna." A breeze rustled the leaves, making the scene blissfully peaceful. Yuri watched Asuna's abilities and assessed, "Seems your skills have improved a bit." She replied respectfully, "Perhaps my techniques do seem more effective on the meta." Yuri glanced at Asuna and asked calmly, "So, how's the investigation into the stranger?" She leaned against the trunk and reported, "We found traces of him in Balsa." Immediately information about the stranger flashed into his mind. One of the 10 strongest, an Eastern swordmaster known as the Stranger. In his previous life, he once fought Okua alone. Yuri pondered, plotting. At that time no one knew why he fought, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thinking that, he ordered, "Good, find him before we clash with Okua." Asuna obeyed without hesitation, understood. Yuri's gaze grew solemn. Imagining the gruesome blood crystal scene to come, he thought gravely, "If we're slow, it'll be a real mess." He, during the battle with Okua, was the one who would inherit a seat among the 10 strongest. A prince of the empire, the emperor's half-brother, and the current commander-in-chief. He was Ragnar Gustaf Granzian, a name he had met once in his past life. In an antique-styled room, a soft, embarrassed voice blurted, "Wait." If caught in that situation, the two were holding hands and both wore matching rings, as if cast from the same mold. That person was none other than Yuri. She softly called his name, Yuri, and he carefully tugged his collar down, giving a faint smile. "You're too worried, it's fine, there's no one here." Catherine blushed, embarrassed, and stammered, but her gaze dreamily lingered on Yuri. She gently closed her eyes. At Yuri's soft words, "I'm fine, I'll take responsibility," The two leaned closer until their lips were almost touching. Suddenly someone grumbled in annoyance, "Hey, you kids." Ragna lay on the sofa and groused, "Go play somewhere else," and the pair froze. Catherine awkwardly replied, Uncle, so who's that?" he muttered, rubbing his head in irritation. All this fuss, such a bother." Ragna got up wearily and asked her, "Hey, let me ask." Catherine hurriedly blurted, "Yes, sir." He slowly approached her, observed Yuri and low-voiced, "You really like this one. He seems all right." He ruffled Catherine's head. She protested, "Wait, Uncle, what do you mean?" Yes, that's right." After she finished speaking, Ragna turned slightly and resigned said, Whatever. He can manage himself. I'm off." The two stood stunned as Ragna left the room. Another new beginning began. Yuri smiled meaningfully, thinking to himself, just a brief meeting, yet it revealed the depth of a person. Well, everyone. In the council chamber, people sat facing each other, chattering nonstop. If it's the commander-in-chief, it must be him. He's the emperor's brother, I heard. This person is the chairman of the Balsid Council, His Highness Ragnar. He raised his voice and continued, "It's not every day you meet him. This is a good chance to get acquainted with the imperial family." Yuri watched him silently and guessed. In wartime, they're always tangled up in politics. Suddenly, a relieved voice piped up, "How lucky." He froze, his pupils narrowed. That was Ragnar's voice. The man stood behind Yuri and rasped, "Quite a pleasant aura, isn't it?" Yuri startled, wondering when he'd arrive. He walked to the head seat and sat down gently. Ragnar laced his fingers and spoke coldly. After all, he was Commander Ragnar Gustaf Granzi. He explained while tapping the chair, "If things stay lax like this, it'll be troublesome." A powerful pressure radiated from him. In a low, threatening tone, he said, "I'll say this first. I hate cowards." Everyone's faces went pale, and a shared thought passed through them. This is the Empire's death speech skill. Even Yuri couldn't withstand Ragnar's overwhelming presence. He thought wearily, quite the dramatic entrance. Ragnar continued, "I'll cut down anyone who runs. The rest will be treated as regular knights, rewarded by merit and results. Any questions?" People stared at each other, sizing things up in silence. Yuri frowned, thinking he already knew this man's character. After a moment, he calmly raised his hand and asked, "I have a question." Ragnar replied softly, "Speak." Ragnar watched his face and those around him carefully, thinking, "I like people who hold their heads high before they have power. I like confidence even without capability." Then Yuri asked something off topic. "How does the Empire assess the orc threat?" Ragnar frowned and asked curiously, "Kid, who are you?" Yuri answered calmly, "I'm Yuri Brial, commander of the Brial forces." Hearing his name, Ragnar smiled approvingly and mused, "Among them I prefer those with both strength and composure. So that's the kid Jorg mentioned." Then he rose smoothly and said, "Good question. It's confirmed that a man named Okua has rallied 3 major orc tribes. They're growing at an alarming rate," he added, patting Yuri on the shoulder. He stood close behind him and explained the strategy in a low voice. "The vanguard is currently encamped near Balsa. We march the day after tomorrow. This will be the first battle for our allied forces. And that vanguard, will you take it, Yuri Brial?" A hush fell over the hall. At Ragnar's question, everyone sneaked glances at him. Suddenly, Yuri exhaled. He looked up at Ragnar and said firmly, "Very well, I'm honored to stand at the forefront." Night fell and the tents were set up. Yuri sat on a log, the firelight flickering across his face, when a soft voice suddenly asked, "What are you thinking about with such a serious look?" Mararose approached Yuri with a smile. He raised an eyebrow and said, "The Supreme Duke may." He didn't look at her, merely asked, "Is something going on in our camp?" She kept smiling and sat down carefully. She, hitching her skirt, replied, "You swaggered off and grabbed that coveted vanguard spot like a boss. Yet your face looks off. It's got us wondering." Yuri glanced at Mararose coldly and said, "You all worry about me too much." She turned to him, smiling broadly, "Isn't it you who won't let us get close to you? I'm worried about this battle because it's about the lives of Balsid's people. You can't just hand the vanguard to anyone and blindly follow, so I'm uneasy. So instead of that worried look, please answer seriously, Your Highness. So you'll have my support on the battlefield the day after tomorrow." Yuri turned to Mararose and asked doubtfully, "How?" She explained softly, "Don't forget, I am the Supreme Duchess Maid." A burst of crimson flame flared from her hand. She said with flushed cheeks, "On these plains, isn't I more useful than that Hernando fellow?" Hearing her, Yuri fell silent and mulled it over. Then he finally spoke. "The day after tomorrow, many will probably die." Yuri quietly stood up, prompting Mararose's puzzled look. He looked at the knights, his comrades, watching them laugh and chat, and said, "The vanguard is the most visible place on the battlefield, and the place with the most deaths. Someone who once ate with us here, laughing and talking together, will become cold corpses. Because I've decided it today." Suddenly Yuri's fingers clenched. He replied wryly, I'm not putting on a gloomy act, it's just, I want to take that responsibility seriously. At his words, Marirose's eyes widened and sparkled. She was a bit impressed. She suddenly stood up, beaming at him. Good, that's an answer I like very much. You're the sort who looks to the soldiers, not to me, though I'm not entirely pleased about that still. She stepped close to him, then gently stepped back and held out her hand. The pretty red-haired maiden spoke softly. I'm Marirose Anter, Supreme Duchess Mage of Balsad. I'll support your highness in the first battle. They reached an agreement. Yuri took her hand and said dryly, thank you, I'll rely on you. And a few days later, the day of our allied forces' first battle finally arrived. Ragna and Marirose, along with the knights, stood on the tower and stared coldly down at the vanguard below. Sunlight beat straight down, and flags fluttered lightly in the wind. Yuri's sharp, majestic eyes, he ordered coldly, all troops. Right behind him were the Empire's strongest knight regiments. He said coolly, prepare for battle. The Empire's blazing red banner snapped in the wind. Yuri's gaze sharpened, everyone. He gripped his sword hilt and led the mighty army, commanding, prepare for battle. Prince Ragna stood on the high wall, observing below. His face was tense. The vanguard was about to begin the battle. Ragna's eyes flicked back and questioned the woman behind him. Why are you here, Archmage? Marirose smiled and replied, someone asked me to do a favor. He frowned in puzzlement. Asked. She nodded slightly, yes. The trumpet blast echoed as the signal marking the start of the great battle. Marirose's voice wafted in the horn's blast, barely audible as she recounted, from the prince of the Brial kingdom. In front, Yuri rode his horse spear in hand, leading the charge. To the young, talented knights behind him, he called out loudly, everyone. Yuri solemnly asked, ready. The army shouted back without hesitation, ready. Hearing that, he kept the reins, guided the lead horse, and declared, let's go. Immediately, Yuri led the troops forward at speed, toward the Orkville horde. Seeing his conspicuous figure among the men, Ragna mused, the Prince of Brial is leading the way. He judged coldly and calmly, it's reckless, what if something happens? Too reckless. But at that moment, Marirose suddenly raised her staff and used magic. Permission, Commander. Hot flames danced around her. Seeing this, Ragna exclaimed in astonishment, Archmage. Marirose conjured a massive fireball before them and calmly explained, this is the favor he asked of me. Seconds later, she lifted her staff and pointed straight ahead. The fireball Marirose willed dropped from above onto the Orkville ranks. Ragna frowned, warning of the drawback. They're too close. This could sweep up our vanguard too. Marirose watched the scene intently and promptly replied, that's true, but under the blinding flames, Yuri cut through like a war god, spear thrusting forward. He smiled confidently down at the Orkville horde. In an instant, he nimbly slashed down a monster, and at the same time, Marirose's last words reached Ragna. Exactly what Prince Yuri wanted. Yuri halted his horse to strike. The stallion slammed its hooves into the ground. Meanwhile, the final fireball fell, and flames spread everywhere. Seeing the chance, Yuri thrust his sword forward. A ribbon of blue water materialized in the air at his summoning. Yuri directed the water to assist the troops in attacking the enemy, commanding sternly, advance. Time passed as Ragna silently observed the battles develop. Through his gaze, a scene of blazing devastation unfolded before them. And within that roaring fire, cool streams of water often appeared, cutting the heat. Yuri heroically and majestically formed streams of water to shield the soldiers from the flame. Right after he urged his horse forward at the vanguard, charging. Wherever Yuri and the soldiers went, they slashed through groups of Orkville. But the Orkville weren't cowed. They ferociously surged forward to attack. In the distance, the spear Yuri had dropped was stuck point down in the ground. He quickly rode over toward it. Then he pulled the spear out and hurled it straight at an Orkville. The spear struck its head dead on and ended it. Suddenly, a monster lunged at Yuri from beside. At that moment, a knight ran up, raised his spear, and cleaved off its head to protect him. Seeing this, Jose grinned appreciatively and praised, no wonder Brial is called the Kingdom of Knights. Now then us. Seconds later, he jumped off his horse, swung his sword to cut down another Orkville, and cheerfully shouted, pick up the pace. Elsewhere, a red-haired female knight loudly commanded the troops, for the Holy Empire, shield the Brial Knights. She assessed the battle and shouted orders, their formations broken, let no orc escape. Behind him, Ragna stroked his chin in surprised admiration. Impressive. He watched the Orkville charge through the flames with no protection and praised analytically. By breaking their formation, the vanguard's morale was spurred on. Then he glanced at his own troops, pleased, thinking they were both striking the orcs with the Archmage's magic and shielding the soldiers with water spell. Ragna turned to Marirose with a stern rebuke. Still, that was reckless, Archmage. Did you do that for him knowing the risk? She answered nonchalantly, I did try to stop him when I first heard the plan. Marirose tucked hair behind her ear and praised with relish, but he pulled it off brilliantly. She watched Yuri heroically cleaving monsters ahead and asked with delight, a man who can do the impossible, isn't that wonderful? The scene of ruin and death among the Orkful reflected in Ragna's eyes. He could only concede and agree, indeed, for the Allied forces' first battle. A red flag, whoever stuck it into an Orkful corpse, fluttered in the wind. Ragna judged with satisfaction. Not bad at all. Time slipped by, night had fallen, and a grand, luxurious castle had a few lit rooms, showing people still awake. In one of those rooms, Marirose was sitting at work. She held a quill, intently writing something on parchment. Suddenly she frowned in annoyance. Good thing Prince Brial won. Marirose put down her pen, folded her arms, and demanded, "And who gave you leave to barge into my room like that?" She called coldly Hernando, and from the empty space in front of her, a man suddenly appeared. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "We could at least greet each other without the chilliness." Hernando asked helplessly, "We're master and pupil after all. Can't we trade a bit of small talk?" Marirose sneered. "One who abandons their student has no right to call himself a master." She calmly asked why he had come. He walked over, sat, and replied, "To see the achievements of my former pupil." When she stayed silent, Hernando added seriously, "I'm talking about high-level interpretive magic." He looked at the messy pile of books on the floor and mused it seemed effective. Marirose reported calmly, "It was meant to link languages so others can understand. I've now successfully connected it to an ancient tongue." Hernando, expression solemn, requested, "If there's any progress, inform me." She coldly shot back, "Why should I?" But his next words stunned Marirose. "You seem concerned about Prince Yuri, aren't you? It's because of his fate, help me." She looked at him skeptically, then admitted, "The prince's fate must indeed be important." Marirose then warned solemnly, "But you know a great archmage shouldn't meddle in human history." Hernando sighed in vexation, "I know." He turned to the window, his tone complicated as he said, "However, far too many people are already involved in this matter." Hernando looked at the bright moon, and with a solemn voice confessed, "I think that applies to the Empire's commander as well." At the same time, in a distant camp, a fire blazed, lighting up the space inside a tent. Inside, Yuri stood opposite Ragna, who blurted in alarm, "You are?" Yuri, incredulous, asked, "You're trusting me with a reconnaissance mission." Ragna merely smiled with confidence and silently regarded him. It was night at their camp, the fire flickered outside, and the command tent remained illuminated. Yuri stood by the table and said, "You're giving me a reconnaissance mission." Granzian smiled and confirmed, "Exactly. Tomorrow we move into the eastern grasslands, the territory of those orcs." He pointed to a spot on the map. "There will surely be ambushes. The entire allied army will march cautiously." Hearing that you chimed in, so you want to form a separate unit to protect most of the allied troops, Granzian praised, "You catch on fast." Yuri fell into thoughtful silence, his eyes still seeming uncertain about something. Then he made his decision. "Thank you for giving me the task, however. We Brial were at the vanguard in the last battle. I think it's only fair to give other kingdoms a chance." Granzian turned away with a sigh. "Are you talking about those who think they're better than others? I only trust skills I see with my own eye." He then said to Yuri, "Therefore, Brial, your highness." Suddenly Granzian paused. Yuri smiled confidently and looked down. "How about we try it this way?" On the other side she jumped up, "Form a scouting team." He picked up the letter and said, "Yes, your highness did say that back then. I'll take volunteers who want to form the scouting unit to protect the main fort." Jonathan smiled at the paper and added, "And it's not just volunteering. The kingdoms that volunteer will have their troops compete against other kingdoms." Cut to another scene. Sane set a large cup of wine on the table. "See, your highness wants to make us compete." He grinned and confirmed, "So he hates those who just loaf around doing nothing. It's been ages since I was this excited." Over here Hernando, after reading, blurted out, "Hunt down orcs on the road and cut off their right ears. Future allocations will be based on these achievements." He turned back puzzled and asked Yuri, "Prince, did you propose this?" You replied gently, "Yes." Yuri smiled confidently. "It's the Supreme Commander's order, so people will sign up. Based on the results, we'll know each kingdom's capability." Gerald still asked worriedly, "But Prince, scouting is quite different from regular battle." He faltered with fear, "We really have no experience in this." Then Yuri suddenly raised a hand to stop him. "It's fine." He bowed his head, smiled mysteriously, "I have my own method." His words echoed across the fields where horses grazed. "From now on I'll lead the main force out onto the plains." Granzian, having readied his troops solemnly, ordered, "Move through the grasslands until dusk, track the orc columns and annihilate." He turned to his subordinates and said, "The kingdom with the most orc ears will get priority in future task assignments." Sane heard this and kept a stern, unmoved expression. Yuri didn't utter a word. his gaze sharp as he stared straight ahead. Then Granzian looked down at them and shouted, "Very well." He flipped the hourglass and said, "Starting now." Next, the three of them turned their backs to each other, tension thick in the air. Granzian observed, then curled his lips into a smile as he looked at the three, seeming to be plotting something. Beside him, Saint asked, "Your Highness, you seem to be looking forward to Brial Prince's actions." He, still facing forward, replied, "Do I look that way?" Granzian tilted his head up in praise. He's still young, but he certainly stands out. At that moment, the army surged forward fiercely at his call. If Brial shines again this time. He sighed, "I might get closer to him," and a confident smile spread across his face. Behind him, one of Yuri's men chased and asked, "Prince, do you have the whole plan worked out?" He answered at once, "No, I'm just going to hunt down a few orcs first." He broke into a sweat in anger. "Just hunting them down, what good is that? I told you this before." Yuri chuckled confidently. "Don't worry, there's always a way." Suddenly the man warned him, "Prince, look at 1 o'clock." At that moment, an orc warband thundered past them like a tide. He gasped, "A whole line of orcs. These beasts are all the same. Beady red eyes and long, jagged fangs." Yuri waved his hand. "Good, so should we lure them this way?" At that moment, the red ruby began to glow brilliantly, a ring of blue magic swirling around. The orcs spotted the group and immediately wheeled around, snarling fiercely. One opened its maw full of fangs and roared as if to intimidate. Then the entire pack shifted direction and charged them at once. Yuri looked straight ahead and reminded those behind him, "You all know what to do, right?" They all fell silent and listened intently. Everyone already knew their next move. He added, "Just cut off their right ears, that's enough." They shouted, "Charge," and the troops thundered forward. Gerald hurled himself forward with his spear. Sand moved like the wind. Then Jonathan also charged with his sword straight at an orc. The blade drove into the beast, and red blood spurted. One monster fell, defeated, lying motionless on the ground. Another creature collapsed, lifeless on the earth. Right then, an even larger foot appeared. The pack leader strode forward, raising its weapon high to strike. At the same time, Yuri charged, the thunder of hooves echoing across the field. The big orc gathered momentum and swung its weapon. Its eyes flared with a fierce red glow. But suddenly something flashed across its throat, like lightning, swift and decisive. That something was none other than his sword. Before it could reach Yuri, it was already cut down. He looked up, eyes determined, calculating the next move. Now the beasts lay strewn across the ground, not a single one left. I'd prepared 2 things for this mission. Yuri recalled, one of them was the crystal pendant I stole from the bandits, and the other was. Suddenly Gerald turned and said, "We caught 10. If we keep this up, we'll surely beat the other kingdom." Suddenly Gerald turned and said, "We caught 10. If we keep this up, we'll surely beat the other kingdom." Hearing that, he gaped in stunned sweat. "What did you say?" Yuri suddenly threw the dagger down. The tip sank deep into the ground. Immediately a pillar of golden light shot into the sky, a whirlwind rising. He stood open-mouthed in amazement, eyes wide. Within that golden flame, a vivid blue magical fire erupted from Yuri's body. He smiled and said, "We'll only return once we've wiped out every orc in this area." As far as is known, Spirit Cleave is a strange magical technique that can shift with the user's will, a unique method of controlling magic. The sword plunged its great power into the earth. It senses the ground's tremors through the blade's quake, channeling into the earth's strength. If you follow that rhythm with Spirit Cleave and expand the feeling, it can detect the movements of the orcful. It senses each deliberate step they take. And above all, it knows there's a mounted force riding toward the forest. Yuri Brial's thought revealed. You can feel everything beneath the ground, far beyond what the eye can see. A chill radiated from his gaze as he said, "But I won't be satisfied with just that. We'll hunt every orc in this zone." The third prince's eyes and face hardened with resolve, and will only return after every last one is destroyed. Cut to Lion's place. He watched the hourglass running low and said, "It's time." Knights stepped forward with worried faces as he continued his orders. "Now we'll check the contest results. Submit the bags containing orc ear." Lion's finger tapped the table, making the pressure in the room even heavier. He frowned, picked up an empty bag and demanded, "Which nation is this?" They wanted to be scouts instead of explorers, and handed in an empty bag bold. Then he immediately flung the bag to the floor and barked, "Pathetic. Next." But one after another, Lion kept getting empty bags. He shouted angrily, "This one's empty too." The stream of useless submissions only fanned his rage, this one as well. Lion finally threw up his hands in frustration and asked, "Can't so many nations kill even a single orc?" Suddenly he caught sight of something that made him pause and wonder. "This is." Jonathan stepped forward to answer, Brucin. He smiled proudly and said, 6 ears, the best so far. We were lucky to run into a scouting party." Lion handed the bag to the soldier beside him and praised, "Luck is a kind of skill too. Many have died on the battlefield relying on it. Then he slammed the bag on the table, pleased, and added, our empire also sent a scouting party. We couldn't miss out on this fun. The soldier returned a few minutes later and reported, 12 ears. Everyone buzzed, typical of the empire. Lion couldn't help but praise, not bad at all. Jonathan ground his teeth, thinking, we all know the empire is strong, double the numbers, and they even started an hour after us. The gap's huge. One of the nearby knights also clenched his teeth in irritation. Jonathan continued, looks like we've officially become the supporting cast. Suddenly Lion rallied everyone's spirits. Don't be discouraged, folks. The important part is what comes next. He then asked the soldier beside him, is that all? The man quickly replied, there's one more. He heaved the bag onto the table and announced heavily, it's from Brial. Everyone there dropped their jaws in shock at the size of the bag. Lion, a bit surprised, asked, what's this? Then he turned to the man standing there, Yuri, what's your secret? Yuri Brial confidently stepped forward and answered, nothing special, just doing my best. After that answer, dusk began to fall. Gerald then loudly ordered his subordinates, move that over there, careful, don't drop it. Yes, sir. Suddenly someone walked by and nudged his shoulder, and none other than Rosso. The two of them shot each other a deadly glance. Gerald rubbed the shoulder that had been bumped and blinked. What the? Who is that guy? A moment later, he went over to where Yuri Brial was tending the campfire and called, Your Highness. As soon as he arrived, he started complaining. Lately, knights from other countries keep picking fights with Brial. Yuri Brial stood and calmly asked, really? Gerald grew more indignant as he spoke. There are rumors too, their clients aren't exactly polite. Yuri Brial explained coolly, can't help it. We're the ones getting the most attention. We snagged the last scouting slot. Other countries are just jealous. They stopped somewhere and took his advice. Let them be. What's important is this scouting operation. It turned out they were standing before the cage holding the orcful. Yuri Brial changed the subject. We captured an orc wizard alive. He moved closer to the man in the black cloak and pressed, Corey, did you find anything? As soon as the man opened his mouth, he uttered, ah. Then suddenly, the orcful mage screamed something ear-piercing in some language. Yuri Brial immediately demanded, what is he saying? The odd fellow beside him answered timidly, he says Black Hound. Then that man worriedly guessed, it seems that nickname has spread to the orc's ear. He continued, they say there's a black-haired knight who can sniff out orcs like a dog. Yuri Brial seized the point. They're talking about. The odd fellow instantly tried to console him. Take it as an honor. When an enemy gives you a nickname, that's honor. Yuri Brial, slightly annoyed, frowned and asked, fine, but why dog, not wolf like Count Sidor? Hearing that, Gerald nearly burst out laughing. Yuri Brial turned dark-faced and demanded of him, are you laughing? Gerald struggled to keep composure, trembling as he answered, no, your highness. So Yuri forced a positive spin and proudly said, at least it means my reputation's reached them right. My achievements are pretty big. The man agreed, yes, exactly. The story didn't end there, he added. There's a rumor the Emperor's Black Hound has its sights on Okua's neck. Yuri Brial froze, puzzled, the Emperor's dog. In a flash, he understood and angrily snapped. So it's those bastards. His face twisted with fury as he drew his sword and demanded, so they think I'm the Empire's lackey. Just then Gerald shouted, Your Highness. Faced with his superior's anger, Gerald could only urge restraint and have the men handle interrogating the orcs. But Yuri Brial, still deadly serious, ordered, making the orcful mage tremble, kill every one of them for me. After a moment he seemed convinced and said, all right, I understand. Then the odd fellow spoke up, Your Highness, about the orc village on the hill. His tone turned serious as he recounted, under Okua's command is Kurui, leader of the hill tribe. They say he's completed preparations to face the alliance. And Kurui, who united the tribes by force, is an extremely powerful warrior. Before the man finished, Yuri placed a hand on his head and said, they say the alliance will be swallowed by Kurui before it reaches Oku. Yuri Brial smiled and praised, good work, Corey. The man, still timid, replied, yes, thank you, your highness. Then Yuri ordered, watch Jard's back. The other quickly answered, understood. He added, I'll report this to the Supreme Commander. A while later in Lion's tent, something left him gawked. Lion asked with interest, tell me, do you have a girlfriend? Yuri Brial replied at once, no, I don't. He continued, how old are you? Yuri answered curtly, 18. Before he could ask more, Yuri interjected, and what's this about? Lion, sipping wine, explained, not exactly the kind of talk for wartime, but the next words hit him like a weight to the chest. I have a very pretty niece, you know. Lion, ignoring Yuri Brial's ashen face, stood and said, let's go, we'll talk more about that later. Outside he couldn't help but brood stupidly. A niece? Could she be Prince Ragna's niece? Unbidden, Catherine's face popped into his mind, and he blurted, don't tell me. For a moment his thoughts scrambled, and he shouted, impossible. Yuri Brial clutched his head like he was losing his mind and groaned, I never want anything to do with her again. Suddenly a clear voice called Yuri. The speaker asked him worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you all right? You look terrible." Yuri Brial regained composure as if he'd found a plan. "Here we go." He looked at the girl who seemed to glow and silently thanked the saving goddess. The bewildered knight asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Late night silence, torchlight flickering and casting shadows. Yuri quietly calculated, "To avoid running into Ragna, I'll pretend I'm dating someone. Anyone will do." A gleam lit his eyes. Someone who doesn't truly love me but owes me a favor. Someone who can't refuse my request. Yuri fixed his gaze on the girl before him. "And that's you." He suddenly grabbed her shoulder. She asked, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Yuri's tone turned serious. "Sibylla." He asked again, "Remember the time I saved you?" Sibylla nodded softly. "Yes, of course." He asked again, "Remember the time I saved you?" Sibylla nodded softly. "Yes, of course." Without explanation, he dashed off, leaving only, "I'll see you later." Sibylla reached out. "Wait, at least explain what's going on." Yuri's figure faded and she murmured, "I wonder what's wrong." Right then someone suddenly appeared. "Your Highness." Sibylla started. "Your Highness Fennec, is something the matter?" He smiled slyly. "You two look good together." She frowned, obvious displeasure on her face. Fennec gave a thumbs up and declared, "I, Fennec, wholeheartedly support you too." He shot a starry glance at Sibylla. She merely glanced back with judging eye. In the peaceful night came a weary sigh. "I just want everyone to disappear right now." The next morning the army resumed its march, columns stretching on. Gerald asked curiously, "Your Highness, I heard a bit of gossip." Yuri turned. "What gossip?" He hesitated. "About why the princess keeps calling you." Gerald lowered his voice and said, "Rumor has it you're discussing marriage." Yuri reacted in disbelief. "Absolutely not. Wake up, my friend." Yuri then shot a warning glance at the people behind him. "Are you bored or what? Stuck on meaningless rumors?" At that moment, a rush of wings whistled overhead as a flock of black crows circled the sky. Everyone looked up in puzzlement. Why so many crows? The crows cawed suddenly, spooking the horses. "What's happening?" Gerald urged his horse forward. "I'll go ahead and check." Yuri said, "I'll come with you." Before they could move, Prince Ragna had already galloped ahead. The two hurried after him. "Your Highness." They stopped in the gorge, everyone frozen. What is this? Before them was a blood-soaked battlefield. Hundreds of human corpses impaled on stakes, mutilated, the metallic stench of blood thick, black crows perched densely on the carcasses. Gerald went pale. "What the— Don't tell me that's all of them." Prince Ragna curled a lip. "What a warm welcome from these orcs. How charming." Yuri clapped a hand over his nose. They used human bodies as decoration. He pictured the horrible scene of the fight. They skewered bodies on stakes, didn't even finish them, just flaunting them at us, as if to say, "This is your work." Thinking that, Yuri suggested, "Your Highness, this will sap our morale. Let us handle this bit." Prince Ragna nodded slightly. "Very well." Immediately Yuri ordered, "Brial, get the torches ready." The torches were lit in short order. The whole force dismounted and cleared the field, piling the corpses together and setting them alight. A knight frowned as he worked. How could they do such things? Yuri soothed him. "Don't let it get to you." He then turned to scan the other. Yuri shouted a warning. "Guinness, Dyke, don't go in too deep, pull back now." At their names the two reported, "Yes, sir, we'll return immediately." Guinness hesitated, "But this place is weird, right?" Dyke waved it off. "How could it not be?" He analyzed. The arrows are lodged in the ground, but they're angled opposite to how the orcs skewered the bodies. Guinness guessed briefly. "It's like they shot from above." While Dyke was still doubtful, "Really?" An orc on the cliff raised a bow and fired at the two of them. Hot drops of blood spattered across Dyke's horrified face. An arrow had pierced Guinness. He vomited fresh blood. He collapsed. Dyke cried out in panic, "Guinness." He immediately drew his sword to sound the alarm. Enemy attack. On the cliff, countless orcs strained on their bows. They loosed thousands of arrows in a sudden volley. Dyke froze. "We're done for. I have to run. But what about Guinness? What do I do?" At that instant, Yuri rushed over shouting, "Dyke, your arm, look." He grabbed his shoulder tight. Yuri then spun, shoved Dyke backward, and swung his sword. The gleaming blade traced bright arcs through the downpour of arrows. After fighting for a while, Yuri landed and softly called, "Guinness." Countless arrows fell around him. Yuri's voice was resolute. "He seems to still be alive." Yuri ordered, "Dyke and Simon, send a plea for reinforcements to the Holy Empire." He emphasized, "They'll help if you give my name, Yuri Brial." Simon and Dyke obeyed and supported Guinness away. Then Yuri turned and looked up at the cliff. There the orcs stood watching. They'd completely sprung a trap on us. They didn't continue the assault. Their contemptuous posture said it all. They withdrew, as if they'd given enough warning. Yuri gritted his teeth. "So they mean they can kill us anytime. Fine, I accept your provocation, however." He sheathed his sword with resolve. I won't let this slide this time. The sunlight slid back behind the mountain. Prince Ragna sat with his arms crossed and asked, "An ambush unit hidden on the right, is it?" He growled, "Not good. We have no room to maneuver, so we must eliminate the ambush." Ragna looked straight at Yuri and asked, "What will you do, Yuri?" He curled a corner of his mouth. "Really, any other plan?" Yuri made a request, "Your Highness, I only need your supply units to press the ambush positions so they can't come out." His hands clenched behind his back. From Yuri rose a seething determination. "Meanwhile, we'll take the hill." Above on the cliff, the orcs lay in wait to ambush. One of them suddenly heard an odd sound. It stood up carefully and peered down. Suddenly, countless arrows shot up and streaked toward them. They pinned straight into the rock where they stood. The orcs screamed in fright. Below, Prince Ragna commanded the archers into position, bows at the ready. He ordered, "Don't let the orcs escape. This is an orc hunt." At that moment, a persistent hand clung to an outcropping of rock. Some soldiers tried to climb the steep cliff. The vanguard was Yuri, since Ragna had assigned Brial to lead this hunt. He climbed faster and farther ahead of the men below. Someone called out, "Your Highness, you're climbing too fast." Gerald, out of breath, warned, "Your Highness, if you want to fight, you must conserve energy." Yuri teased, "Oh please, spare me the conserve energy speech. You're young but your stamina's limited." His expression turned serious. "Now's our chance while the archers stall. If we miss it." Suddenly Yuri's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. Above on the cliff, the orcs were pushing a huge boulder down toward him. Someone below yelled in alarm, "Your Highness." Yuri tightened his hand and gathered a surge of magic. He used his power to pull the short swords at his hips, commanding them to fly from their sheath. The short swords hammered into the rock beneath Yuri's feet, startling the two men behind him. With a foothold secured, he drove his heel hard into a sword hilt to spring himself upward. The moment his body launched, Yuri drew his sword. He lunged toward the massive, falling rock. Yuri's gaze was icy. A slash of his blade flashed and cleaved the boulder. Then he drove his sword into the cliff to anchor himself. Once steady, Yuri shouted, "Is everyone all right?" They answered, "Yes, we're fine." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, everyone follow me." With that, Yuri drew his sword and dashed up the cliff. In no time, his figure shot up high. Yuri landed lightly. "Wow, about this. How am I supposed to accept thanks for that?" The orcs were circling him now. Yuri couldn't help but remark, "Didn't expect such a warm welcome." They howled like maniacs while he strolled calmly through the ring. "Yep, it's me, your worst nightmare, orcs." One of the pack roared in fury. Yuri sprang forward instantly, using his momentum to charge. With a single slash, he cut the orc's arm clean off. It counterattacked unexpectedly, striking at Yuri with its remaining hand. The blow sent a sharp sting through him. His brow twitched reflexively. The orc raised its other hand to grip a massive axe. It swung down hard, but Yuri blocked with his sword. "Guess you thought losing an arm would slow me." He snorted, "So, not as strong as you thought, huh?" But this was getting tricky. Two more orcs slipped up behind Yuri to strike. He quickly knocked the attacking axe aside, spun, and sliced the ambusher's weapon in two. It tried to kick, but Yuri was too fast and cleaved its leg. Just then another took advantage of the opening and lunged with a spear straight for his back. Yuri spun around instantly, his blade rising in time to parry. But under the orc's oppressive strength, he struggled a bit. Yuri shouted, "What are you waiting for? Move it." No sooner had he finished when a hand grabbed the cliff's summit. "We're up, sir." The vanguard soldiers had finally climbed up. They quickly joined the fight, swords swinging as orcs fell one by one. Yuri broke free from his bind and countered, quickly finishing off the orc. He turned and ordered, "No time to rest, push forward now." The others, arriving, charged forward with renewed vigor. The clash was fierce. Gradually, the orcs began to fall. Below the cliff, Prince Ragna watched silently. Pride was plain on his face. The battle ended. That night at camp, the flames still flickered from the tents. At Yuri's quarters, Gerald reported, "Thanks to us handling the ambush well, the main force passed the gorge with no significant losses." He added, "I hear up ahead is Kilyui's camp, Oku's subordinate." Yuri nodded, "All right, good work." Gerald wasn't done and relayed a message from the Holy Queen. Yuri, surprised, Sibylla. He quoted her exactly. "Your deeds irk me with how much credit you take, but if you need troops I'll send some over." Suddenly Gerald seemed to have a thought. "Prince, could it be the two of them, could it?" Yuri cut him off at once. "No, none of your could be's." He waved it away. "Anyway, it's done, withdraw." Gerald bowed. "Yes, sir, rest well." Alone in the tent, Yuri stroked his chin and studied the map on the table. He suddenly muttered, "Thought I'd get to rest a bit." His eyes flicked. "You've been here the whole time, Asuna." She stepped forward to report, "I found the stranger." He lit up. "What? Perfect timing, where is he?" Asuna hesitated, him right now. She pointed to a spot on the map, right here. Yuri frowned in surprise, an outsider, stuck inside an orc camp. He propped his chin and speculated, could he be collaborating with the orcs? Asuna retorted, quite the opposite. She explained their guard is tight so I couldn't get closer. That outsider is currently a prisoner. Asuna didn't forget to warn, I know you're concerned about him, but be careful, your highness. He might have come with an agenda and be pretending to be a captive. She emphasized if his plans are disrupted by the Allied attack. Asuna concluded slowly, well, there's a chance he'll turn and see the Allied forces as enemies. At that moment in the orc camp's prison, a tall figure was bound in chains. In the dark his eyes opened slightly, flashing with a keen glint. In the dim light someone spoke. The stranger deliberately became an orc's prisoner. Did he really think that was clever? Asuna offered, let me try sneaking back in. But Yuri refused, no, that's not necessary. Because he thought it was fine. I'll meet him directly, also thinking to himself, after all the stranger's target is Okua's head. If we share the goal, persuasion is always possible. Then Yuri instructed, Asuna, when the battle breaks out tomorrow, infiltrate the orc camp immediately and check on the stranger before I arrive. Seeing her silent, he asked suspiciously, what's the matter? Asuna insisted, if you intend to meet the stranger, I'll come with you. Her reason, he's very dangerous, I'll protect you. Yuri stared at her for a moment, then said, Asuna, and coldly reminded her, I'm not hearing you as my bodyguard. My body is my own responsibility. Asuna bit her lip. Of course she wasn't pleased with that, but she gritted her teeth and replied, understood. Putting that aside, he extended an invitation. Also, hey Asuna, want a late-night snack before you go? I just got some a little while ago. Yuri enthusiastically added, it's really tasty. But when he looked up, she had already gone. At another time in the Gerald forest, it was being recounted that a death knight suddenly appeared right behind the prince. He boasted loudly that he had stood up to protect the prince, didn't he? Seeing his comrades' admiring looks, Gerald smiled inwardly. What a liar. Nearby he scoffed inwardly. The guy was flat on his back until I kicked him. He's grown a lot, huh? Rosso asked eagerly, Prince, is Gerald's story true? Yuri leisurely confirmed, yes, he tried very hard. They admired him more. You're truly amazing, daring to face that terrifying death knight. He pressed on. After all, the Death Knight has a body, can block a sword and fight. Suddenly Gerald became serious, but isn't the most fearsome enemy one without a body? He exaggerated like a ghost, slashes that miss. He smiled at everyone thinking this is fun. Suddenly Yuri felt something amiss. He wondered, puzzled, who tore his clothes to rags like a mop. But when he saw the shadow clearly in the hidden corner, Yuri jumped in shock. Immediately he ordered, everyone, raise your swords. Gerald was bewildered. Prince, what's wrong? Yuri warned at once, or the answer froze him for a moment. Nonetheless, Gerald asked doubtfully, Prince, are you very tired? Because clearly there was nothing there. He lost his temper and shouted, what are you talking about, Gerald? It's right there, can't you see it? Yuri pointed to a hidden corner, that aura. He could clearly see the dark aura seeping out from it. Seeing Yuri dart off, he shouted, Prince, where are you going? Yuri replied quickly, going to catch that aura. Yuri thought to himself, that one seems visible only to my eyes, a stealth scout or what? He immediately summoned his power. Then he focused his attack, thinking he couldn't just let it get away. A stream of energy shot out from the orc's eye. That cloud of aura steadily closed in on Yuri. It surrounded him tightly, making him groan. What is this now? Yuri hurriedly used mana to counter that filthy aura. He noted inwardly that a tainted energy was spreading through his body, though he reflexively used mana to shake it off. He muttered to himself, what on earth is this? That night when Yuri recounted it, Hernando was baffled, an invisible manifestation, definitely suspicious. Yuri agreed, yes, it's serious, an enemy lurking in camp unseen. He couldn't resist teasing a bit. So, in the dead of night, I must rush to see the esteemed royal mage of Brial, dashing here in a sweat, right? Yuri even laughed loudly. Seems I picked a busy time to drop by. Hernando waved it off and analyzed. He probably used a spell to stay hidden, and the prince's keen aura sense is why he noticed. Yuri pondered the variables for the upcoming battle, any countermeasures, like taking out Blenny as Marie Rose did. Hernando added that being near Balshed might make it possible, and obvious magic like that is easy to dispel. Yuri muttered, complicated. Later, we still need to examine that suspicious spell you mentioned. He hesitated, I'm not entirely sure, but it looks like a forbidden power, possibly mixed with dark magic. Yuri was surprised, wouldn't that be very dangerous? Hernando reassured him, don't worry, we've long studied this at the Mage Tower. With the right approach, dispelling it should be straightforward. He revealed, for now I'll focus on nullifying that spellcaster's trickery. Yuri nodded. Fine, I trust you. Suddenly Yuri called out, Hey Hernando, and he responded, Yes, Prince. Yuri warned coldly, I'll let it slide today, but next time you run a gambling den you'd better invite me. Hernando smiled obsequiously, I'll remember. The night squad, even punished, kept chatting, How'd you do at cards? Of course I swept the table. They teased each other in turn. Hey, how could you lose? Let me show you my real skill. Meanwhile, in a desolate graveyard, giant carrion birds circled, stained with death. Odd incantations echoed from within. A host of orcs were performing a solemn ritual. On a high dais, a massive skeleton sat firmly upon a throne. Standing beside it was an orc spellcaster bodyguard. The chant continued steadily as he absorbed power from the bone. At the same time, the orc army also channeled those energies. They reverently shouted, Leberang, leader. The new day began with trumpets blaring from knights amid tense air. The next day, at the Kulol camp, Ragnar stood tall, hands clasped behind his back with dignity. Rows of knights aligned behind him, awaiting orders. The full assault on Kulol's camp had begun. At that moment, Yuri, with a serious expression, loudly called Brial. Then he barked the command, Advance. As soon as he finished, every knight surged with fervor, spurring their horses and raising swords forward. They charged at full gallop, heading straight for the Orville camp ahead. The moment they sighted the knight formation, the Orville immediately raised their bows and took aim. Then a volley of arrows shot out, ripping through the air straight at the ranks below. Yuri, sharp as ever, spotted the danger and ordered, Change formation. No sooner said than done. They swapped positions on the fly and kept charging forward without missing a beat. A few knights took arrows straight to their bodies, their faces instantly contorting in brutal pain. Screams echoed everywhere, tugging at Yuri's heart, but he forced himself not to look away. Yuri Brial pushed forward. Thinking of his situation and the other knights, he steeled himself. We're the bait. This is our chance while they're fixated on us. On the other side, Ragnar, full of spirit, commanded, Charge, shatter the orcs' front line. The soldiers obeyed at once, maneuvering the siege engines and shouting in unison, Forward. Moments later, the battering ram smashed into the wooden gate, splintering it into shards that flew everywhere. When it finished, everyone shouted that the main gate was open, and the knights spurred their horses forward to encircle the Orkville while roaring, Imperial forces, attack. Back in the present, Yuri had shaken off its attack and signaled to halt, then guessed in a low voice that His Highness had probably started breaking the main gate. Yuri stopped his horse and announced loudly that the bait roll was over, and they'd join forces now. But before he finished, another voice cut in asking if they needed to head back there. Seeing Sir Jose approach on horseback, Yuri blurted out, Sir Jose, you calmly assess that with the main gate under attack, the orcs won't have strength to bother the rear. Jose analyzed further that a rear assault now would hasten their collapse. Hearing that, Yuri smiled approvingly. Good idea, but Yuri hesitated a moment, pointed at the gate, and calmly noted that here there were no siege engines, and unlike the main gate, this spot was ringed by a stout defensive wall. Hearing that, Jose gripped the sword hilt at his back and chuckled with excitement. Who says you always need siege gear? Then Jose decisively drew his blade. The moment he did, a surge of mana flowed around the sword, and he confidently declared, We'll break this place. Sir Jose hoisted the sword on his shoulder and strode toward the huge wooden gate. From behind, Yuri smiled, watching that steady back with admiration. Splendid. Jose gripped the sword, causing the mana to surge violently. Then he hefted the blade high to gather momentum. Watching Jose slam the sword down, the mana followed the blade and erupted in its wake. Yuri couldn't help but gape. That mana was like a tsunami. Instantly, the mana surged toward the gate with the blade, shattering the gate's sturdy structure and sending earth and wood flying. The Orkville that had been hiding in the dust began to emerge. As the dust cleared, the Orkville appeared fully and roared in fury. Yuri spurred his horse forward and praised, Well done, Sir Jose. In the next instant, he severed an Orkville's head with a single strike. Then Yuri turned and shouted, Brial. He then proudly raised his sword forward to signal right at that moment. Yuri then shouted boldly, Clear the way. Immediately, the knights behind adjusted their stances to prepare for battle. Etching into their minds the true might of the alliance, the entire cavalry surged into the enemy camp with overwhelming momentum. They shouted in unison, the force of Brial, while the Orkville in front gathered into dense ranks, spears gripped tight, ready to meet. But before they could act, the Orkville's weapons were cleaved in two. The thunder of hooves rang out in rapid succession, kicking up dust that filled the air. Gerard rode forward and shouted, For Brial. Yuri watched from behind with concern. Gerard wasn't acting like himself. He's too excited, while Laurent remained silent and pensive. After a pause, he strode forward eager to join, saying I must take part too, prompting the man behind to helplessly call out, Laurent. Laurent charged straight at the Orkville, perched on the back of a giant green monster. In the blink of an eye, he vaulted up and leapt off the mount with lightning speed. It startled and reared its head, eyes wide in confusion as it looked upward. Seconds later, the orcville was struck heavily before it could react, while Laurent landed lightly with a razor-sharp gaze. Then he drove his sword into the orcville's body, sending blood spraying. Laurent then raised his hand to the sky and shouted the rallying cry for Prince Yuri. From afar, Sir Jose observed and remarked excitedly that all the flashy feats belonged to Brial anyway. He then urged that they shouldn't be outdone, and with his men charged forward enthusiastically to fight. A short while later, all the orcville were finally wiped out, their corpses strewn across the ground. Jose breathed easier and said, "Good, the defense is weakening, the battle's outcome is clear." In contrast, Yuri remained serious, his gaze darkening in thought with a growing unease. It's odd not to see the main force. By now they should have been inside the camp. Just as everyone relaxed slightly, a large number of orcville suddenly streamed in from the distance with fierce momentum. Everyone tightened formation at once, weapons raised, shouting a warning, "The orcs are coming." But the orcville seemed strengthened. They easily hacked into armored soldiers, causing them to cough up blood in agony. Not only that, they killed horses too, throwing the cavalry's formation into chaos. Gerald went pale, panicked, and couldn't help shouting, "Damn it, why are there so many of them?" No sooner had he spoken than another orcville appeared beside him and lunged in a surprise attack. Its face was savage and murderous as it raised a crude wooden club high, ready to bring it down. Gerald's face drained of color as he cursed in despair, "Damned, we've been set up." Seeing him frozen, Yuri spurred his horse over and urgently warned, "Snap out of it." He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to block its attack. Yuri's short sword halted the orcville's massive weapon, the two blades clashing with sparks flying. Seeing Yuri shield him, Gerald cried out in horror, "Prince." Yuri, while parrying, glanced back and scolded him, "Are you planning to die spouting heroic lines?" Then Yuri immediately ordered, "Get ready to move, Gerard." Though terrified, Gerald gritted his teeth and raised his sword to fight. They struggled fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Then both simultaneously swung their weapons hard, creating a brief opening. Seizing that moment, Yuri flashed a signal to him. Gerald quickly caught on to his intent. At the same time, they rode past the orcville and slashed fiercely at it. In an instant, the orcville collapsed heavily to the ground, dead before it could gasp. After finishing it off, Gerald bowed his head in apology, "I'm sorry," while Yuri kept a tense expression, scanning warily before warning, "It's okay, don't let your guard down." He glanced into the pitch-dark room ahead, anxiety gnawing at him. There was surely something else inside. Inside the gloomy room lay the severed head of a knight. Inside the gloomy room lay the severed head of a knight. And the culprit was none other than Orkua, an extremely brutal and cold-blooded being. The fighting between the sides grew increasingly fierce. The Brussan people kept whispering that Kullul's camp must have fallen. "Brussan, don't let Brial be left behind." At that moment, Brial noticed something and tensed, calling out, "Gerard." Gerard followed Brial's gaze and saw a gloomy tent. He asked seriously, "I feel it too, are you going in?" Brial curtly replied, "All right, follow me, I'll enter the camp." Saying that, they ran swiftly toward the camp through the smoke and flames. Gerard couldn't help worrying and asked if the allied regulars had encountered something inside yet. Brial answered, as if to himself, "We can only hope it's not too late and that there are still breaths left." Suddenly, a body was hurled toward them. Brial and Gerard nimbly dodged. Then a gigantic foot stomped forward. A figure sprang up. Laurent, caught off guard, mumbled, "What was that just now?" Brial couldn't help cursing, "Damn it." The orcville charged at Brial like lightning. The soldiers shouted in alarm, "Your Highness Brial, watch out." The orcville suddenly changed direction. It raised the axe in its hand high. Then it swung down, a strike that ended several lives. The axe blade reeked of fresh blood. The orcville lifted its red glowing eyes and locked onto its target. It swung the axe again, sending off 2 more lives. Seeing the scattered corpses at its feet, it advanced slowly forward in satisfaction. Laurent called out fearfully, "Your Highness." Brial clenched his sword and tersely ordered everyone fall back. He hesitated and said, "From now on, I can no longer control my power." And without hesitation, Brial stepped forward toward the orc. Hearing footsteps behind it, it slowly turned to look back. Seeing that, Laurent anxiously called to him as if to stop him, "Prince Brial." At that moment, Jose came up to him and advised it was useless. Perhaps he wouldn't hear any words now. Seeing him, Laurent instinctively called Jose. Jose shouldered his sword and said solemnly, "I will fight alongside the prince." At that moment, on Brial's side, he swung his sword down with force. He attacked Orville directly, and it did not hesitate to block his blow. Thus Brial stared coldly at it. It arrogantly locked eyes with him. Without warning, it counterattacked, but fortunately Brial's reflexes were sharp, and he leapt back in time to avoid it. His feet scraped the ground as he held his stance, but he reminded himself that if he took even a single hit, he might die instantly. Suddenly, a sword plunged into the ground before him. Brial couldn't help but sigh helplessly. What kind of situation is this? Looking up and seeing Jose, he cried out in surprise, Jose. Jose chuckled half-jokingly and teased him. You look like you're having a hard time. Then he offered, may I join you? Brial, somewhat flustered, stalled and said, I beg you. There was no need to say more. Jose understood his meaning and simply stood silently behind him. Jose gazed into the distance, troubled in thought. I know those eyes well. Like a mother driven to the edge of a cliff. From Brial's silhouette, he unconsciously recalled the image of a mother wolf bracing herself to protect her pups. Jose understood why. There was something to protect, and that purpose had wiped away all fear in his eyes. Remembering Brial's fighting stance and his hardened, determined face, Jose felt some pity. Clearly still young, he had already learned what war was. The orcville swaggered and waved its hand, taunting Brial. Brial tilted his head slightly and signaled Jose with his eyes. Jose quickly caught on and nodded. The two immediately fought in tandem. Jose would strike at the orcville, while Brial supported from the side. Jose thrust his sword powerfully toward the orcville. It quickly used the axe in its hand to block his blade. Blade and axe clashed with a shrill screech. Irritated, the orcville pulled its axe back, and Jose likewise sheathed his sword. Brial stood to the side watching its every move, silently judging it to be truly monstrous. A flash of annoyance crossed the orcville's eyes. It wildly swung its axe about, and Jose simply continued to parry. Brial took advantage of the opening and launched a sudden attack. But unfortunately, the orcville noticed and ducked, avoiding his blade. It immediately turned and grabbed him with its massive hand. Then it violently hurled him away. Seeing this, Jose couldn't help but shout in concern. Prince Brial. The orcville raised its huge hand again. Reading its intent, Brial smirked faintly, blood at the corner of his mouth. Then he looked up directly at it and mocked. You have underestimated me. But haven't these matters been troublesome enough for you? As he spoke, he stood up and brushed the dirt off his clothes. Under its blood-red glare staring at him, he calmly taunted back. The orcs you sent have all been wiped out by our knights. Show me how you can fight us when you're the only one here, Brial said, regaining his composure and raising his sword. Following him, Jose also lifted his sword high. Before long, the two of them quickly agreed and charged together at Orc. It found itself surrounded by the two of them. Orcville could not fend them off empty-handed. In the end, it couldn't hold on and grimaced. It roared loudly. At that moment, dark clouds began massing in the sky. Jose asked uneasily, what is this? Brial also feared and wondered silently, what is this power? Orcville was enveloped by a gloomy aura. It seemed reborn as its red eyes flared. An orcville with a completely different presence than before. Brial noticed something amiss and thought, oh no, it can't be. Brial urgently warned Jose, Jose, fall back. But it was too late as Orcville swung its axe straight at Jose. Seeing this, Brial couldn't believe it and shouted Jose's name. Seeing it prepare another blow at him, he immediately yelled a warning, dodge. Jose did not dodge. Instead, he stared at it provocatively, as if saying something like that would make him hurt. Hearing his words, Orcville grew angrier and chopped the axe down. Jose blocked with the flat of his blade, but gradually weakened and was pushed back. Brial immediately lunged and slashed at Orcville's arm to assist. It then shifted its target to him, and the two struggled again for a while. When Orcville gathered momentum to swing the axe, Brial nimbly leaped up to avoid it, not forgetting to check on Jose. Jose, are you all right? Jose shouted back, yes, I can still fight. The two stood a short distance from Orcville. Jose whispered to him, since that black smoke appeared, my physical strength suddenly increased a lot. Brial agreed, yes, I noticed it too. Brial suddenly remembered someone. He worriedly churned with questions inside. This feeling is like the illusion from that wizard last time. But Hernando was using a dispel against dark magic, yet the thought trailed off as he returned to the present. Seeing the orcs writhing and rising before him and glancing at the pitch-black sky, he grew more confused and wondered what on earth was happening. Under the storm-darkened sky, the growls of the monsters made the area feel more like hell, each of them glaring with red eyes. Among them, a beast holding a hammer raised its neck veins and roared. The savage rips on its body emitted purple smoke, and its wounds began to heal rapidly. Regaining strength, the monster stamped the ground so hard a knight collapsed and trembled. Before him loomed the large, ferocious silhouette of the monster, raising a giant axe to finish him. Seeing the terrifying scene, Yuri rushed over and told his companion Jose, I'll leave this side to you. Jose heard this and calmly smiled, yes, sir. The moment the orcville swung its axe, Yuri managed to stand before it and stop the blow, successfully protecting the knight, who panicked and cried, Prince Brial. But right now he was busy blocking the monster's strike and had no time to respond. Unable to solve it that way, Yuri shifted his blade to one side, causing Orkville's axe-holding hand to move as well. And immediately after came two swift, graceful, and no less deadly slashes from the third prince, making the creature howl in pain. Two wounds gushed hot blood from the orc's body. But then the familiar purple smoke billowed out again, stronger than before. Its sudden appearance made Yuri frown and raise a hand to shield his face. Suddenly his eyes widened at what he saw. From where the smoke poured out, at the two slashes on the orc, appeared a pair of terrifyingly red eyes. The next sight was horrific. A clawed hand crawled out of the beast's chest. Although something was emerging from its body, the orc looked utterly calm and felt no pain. Seeing this made Yuri frown and ponder. Regeneration. No magic. What exactly is that thing? Before he could think any further, the thing that had just emerged raised its palm and thick black smoke shot outward. Yuri could neither dodge nor block, and the force enveloped him. Dark energies wrapped around his throat, the most vulnerable spot, and only then did Yuri, dazed, realize how dire his situation was and blurt out a curse, damn it. As Yuri tried to wriggle free from the restraint, a pupil blazing red with a black iris appeared before him. Don't resist anymore. Seeing it, he felt a terrifying aura, a deep, more menacing force, certainly dark magic, when his thought was cut off by a hoarse voice calling, "You, Rai." Surdik, bloodied and with white-trolled eyes, raised a hand. "Why are you still alive? Why only you?" Around him appeared countless dead from his past life, their voices and emotions full of hate, pleas, and reproach. "Prince, your highness, please save. Live, we beg you, Yuri. Why did you abandon us? Why alone? The Holy Kingdom's destruction is your fault. By what right do you shamelessly survive?" Their presence reminded him of his own destitution in his previous life. "You are the stain and shame of House Brial. You abandoned duty and honor to flee. And your child form, the age most affected. How dare you speak that name?" The bright eyes of the third prince gradually dimmed, whether from the encroaching black power or the hateful words of those apparitions, affecting his psyche, Yuri Brial. Seeing his state, that eye widened further, its tone quickening as if nearing the fulfillment of its wicked wish. "You can do nothing, this is fate," only for Yuri to snap, "Nonsense." No sooner had he finished speaking than blinding light radiated from him. Fragments of memories from his past life surfaced in the third prince's mind. The future was revealed. Questions poured out in succession. The destiny had been set. Amid the thick black mist, even a little light stood out brilliant. Familiar hands gently touched the hands that held Yuri's sword. The image of his old age from a past life briefly appeared. What era was that already? Yuri held the sword enshrouded in dazzling light like his mind and soul now, and he appeared older and more composed. His child form also surfaced, still babbling about fate. Outside, the one who caused these events calmly watched as the dark magic enveloped the third prince. Sensing something, it slightly lifted its head. A massive beam of light suddenly shot out from the pitch-black barrier. The third prince, the one responsible, had appeared. He gently landed on the ground. With power surging, Yuri launched forward at an astonishing speed. The beast reacted in time and struck back. Those spells meant nothing against the now powerful third prince. A sharp slash sliced through the air. The creature was hit squarely in the chest. The sound of cracking like breaking glass echoed through the space. Gradually, the familiar sky reappeared, confirming Yuri had shattered the barrier. Although the monster had lost a quarter of its body, he remained on guard with his sword raised. It gaped and spat blood, its face even paler. Then, as if unable to endure any longer, it collapsed to the ground. Seeing the monster gradually dissolve, Yuri let out a quiet sigh. The black energy was fading. This was the chance. Acting on that thought, he shouted loudly to those outside. "Their magic has been broken." The orcs heard his shout and looked up. Bolstered by the third prince's momentum, the cavalry surged forward full of vigor toward the monster. Suddenly, the clash of sword and axe rang out across the wilderness. The loud noise made Yuri start and turn to see the battle. The orc sneered with glee and swung its arm. It drove a punch straight into Jose's belly, a blow that felt like every bone shattering. Though his body was in agony and blood poured from his mouth, he still screamed to keep everyone focused and charged forward. Witnessing that sight made Yuri shudder all over. As the knight with broken bones fell, the third prince's cry of pain and anger rang out, "Jose." The orc kept that scoundrel's grin and raised its axe. And just as it prepared to strike down, Yuri sprinted swiftly toward them and came to a stop. Jose tried to shout, "No, don't, if you come." Although another human appeared, the orc was unfazed and turned around. The blood-slick axe aimed at the third prince. Seeing the blade about to strike him, Yuri calmly thought, "I will not run away. Until the moment of death, I will carve your faces into my sight." His eyes reflected the image of the orc, until the very end. A spurt of blood flew out. It was the blood from the orc's severed arm. It could no longer keep its smile and screamed in agony. But that cut wasn't made by Yuri. It was made by someone else. You. A quiet chuckle sounded, indeed, a formidable one. Before Yuri stood a burly, handsome, older man who praised him. I like you already. The suddenly appearing man raised his hand and decisively swung his sword down, hot blood spurting out. From behind one could see the solid, muscular back that left both women and men swooning. The orc, though in pain, still roared to assert its dominance. About to teach the human a lesson, the foe suddenly grabbed his helmet. Although smiling, his eyes were filled with killing intent. No hint of levity, too noisy. That bastard even denied me food. Yuri stood silently behind. Hearing the man's words and seeing his appearance, ideas sparked in his head. An unmistakably clumsy tone, a robust build. As he described it, the man acted accordingly. Swordsmanship of the East, completely different from ours. The descriptions leaked from Yuri's thoughts. Certainly, this person. His eyes tracked every neat, economical movement of the man's swordplay. The blade moved so smoothly that if you weren't alert, you would miss it. In the blink of an eye, the sword's edge was at the creature's throat. The man swung down, flinging droplets of blood, and behind him lay the beheaded body of the orc, blood gushing like a fountain. Seeing that scene, Yuri's thoughts finally snapped into place. He's the one I've been searching for. Noticing the bewildered face of the knight before him, the man chuckled. I acted because you did something pretty cool, but thanks to you my plan's been messed up. Suddenly the man's voice dropped dangerously. Sir, earlier. The abrupt action of that person cut off the old man's intended words. Thank you for saving us. Yuri seized the moment to add, superior martial skill, felled the orc general with one strike, masculine build, handsome face, and outstanding strength. At Yuri's final claim, the man's composed expression shattered. One of the famed 10 strong across the continent. Aren't you the foreigner? Recovering his composure, the foreigner slowly stepped toward Yuri with a gloomy face. You know me. What do you mean? Despite the pressure from the man's terrifying killing intent, Yuri forced a smile and asked, I know you intentionally let the orcs capture us for some purpose. Seeing no reply, Yuri grew bolder. The orc king, Okua, I believe the foreigner's target is him. For that reason, please join us. The foreigner raised an eyebrow, interested, and uttered an intrigued "oh." Memories from a past life surfaced. When Kyului died, the orcs quickly lost the will to fight. A soldier threw a spear toward the horde of monsters. It successfully pierced an orc's throat. Then a large-scale slaughter ensued, wiping out most of the orcs in the camp. A bloodied hand gripped the spear. That was the prince who had impaled Kyului's head on a pike. That head became a hallmark on that battlefield. In the previous life, the Allied forces never achieved such a great victory, and now predestined history had been altered. Back in the present, as Yuri wearily stepped in, someone greeted him. You've worked hard, Prince. The third prince turned to ask the knight beside him about the damage. Gerald replied seriously, I'm assessing it, but the losses are minor. But then he worriedly reported the next issue. After witnessing the scene inside the orc camp, the number of soldiers suffering psychological shock is rising. Hearing this, Yuri didn't panic, understandably so. He recalled the dark scene from before, a sight similar to that at the Sedor domain. The tortured women and the terrifying imp-like creatures struck fear into everyone. I don't want to live anymore, please, kill me. The sight was even more horrific. Regaining his composure, Yuri ordered the nearby men to comfort them. Don't let them be too shaken. The man complied, still worried. Yes. As if remembering something, Yuri asked another question. What about the foreigner? At the mention of this, Gerald looked exhausted and replied wearily, I'm following your orders, meeting all his requests, but the foreigner's drunken face reappeared jokingly. So hungry, so filthy, hey knight, the broth's too salty. After demanding food, a bath, and a shave, now he's back to eating. Hearing these reports, the third prince couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. He seemed extremely annoyed with the foreigner and complained at length. No one has ever been this troublesome. He called the soup bland, so we reheated it. Now he says it's too salty and overturns the table. He even tantrums that he won't eat unless there are more than 5 side dishes, making Yuri blush and lower his head a bit. Not wanting to hear more complaints, Yuri said, fine, I'll go. Where is he now? The man thought for a moment. Probably out there now. Outside the tents, the fire was the only source of light in the dark night. The foreigner was sitting on the ground by the central fire. He was absorbed in chewing meat when a voice came from behind. So you're here. Yuri politely asked if the meal suited his taste. The other sighed and commented, it's passable. A while later, after eating a pile of food, the foreigner finally sighed and rubbed his belly. Now I feel alive. Seeing this, the third prince, who had been waiting, spoke. If you've finished eating, I have a few questions, only to be cut off by the other. Wait. The foreigner put his hand forward, his gaze serious with none of the drunkenness. let me ask first. His expression darkened as he asked that mage, how did you kill him? Being questioned like that made Yuri hesitate. That matter. Before he could explain, the man continued, you say you know my goal, then speak plainly, don't be vague. A sharp sword slowly slid from its sheath. The foreigner now radiated a powerful pressure that cowed others. Depending on your answer, you may die by my hand. Yuri fell silent for a moment. Then he slowly answered, I don't know exactly. My mana method reacted, and I only swung my sword accordingly. The man echoed his words. A mana method, you mean an internal martial art. To prove his claim, Yuri emitted a faint glow of energy. His demeanor was wholly different now. This is a mana method passed down from my ancestor, Eri Brial. Seeing such strong mana, the foreigner stared intently. He suddenly turned away and said, it seems you and I are fated. Yuri, now back to normal, asked baffled what he meant. The old man had to explain more clearly. The internal art and your ancestor's name, both are very special. Suddenly, the foreigner slapped his other palm with a fist. Bowing respectfully, he said, I am the last true disciple and head of the Than Than sect, and guardian Madung Tan. I pay respects to the descendant of the benefactor of old. The Than Than sect has never forgotten its friendship with the Ba Thien swordsman. Being suddenly called a benefactor shocked Yuri. What a benefactor? Facing his surprise and confusion, the man calmly said, there's nothing to be surprised about. It's all old history. The image of a young man appeared in his mind. Your ancestor, Irui, whom we called the Ba Thien swordsman. Scenes from the past surfaced. He and the Than Than sect's master were friends and greatly aided in eradicating the demonic cult. Yuri's attention immediately went to a sacrificial altar. Demonic cult, the foreigner's bitter voice answered. Those bastards used living people as offerings. He continued, the Than Than sect's duty is to hunt demons and destroy fiends. I came here to cut down the unlucky star that appeared in the west. Yuri pondered and thought, now I understand. A demon-hunting journey, so that's why in his past life he was obsessed with killing Okua. The foreigner's words drifted in his thoughts. Even so, the sect was completely destroyed, wasn't it? The third prince's gaze hardened with determination. I can't let such a powerful fighter go off alone. Decision made, Yuri said at once, then you must come with us. The man blinked in surprise. What? Yuri continued listing benefits of traveling together. We'll grant you an honorary knighthood from the Brial family. You'll carry out the demon-hunting campaign with the allied army. The old man still seemed hesitant. With no other option, Yuri played his final card. Food, bathing, anything you want we'll provide. With a knighthood, no one on the continent will dare look down on you. Of course, wealth won't be lacking, and when the war ends, we'll arrange a position for you in a major trading guild. Hearing this, the foreigner excitedly exclaimed, a major trading guild. He covered his mouth and coughed lightly, then said seriously, if that's the case, very well. Then he held up a finger, but I have a condition. The foreigner curled his lips in an amused grin and stated his term. I rather like you. From now on call Madung Tan your master. The third prince froze a bit. Before Yuri could refuse, the foreigner decided immediately. Starting today, you will become an adopted disciple of our Than Than sect. One wonders what life will be like for this prince now. Hearing that, Yuri raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, an adopted disciple. The foreigner smirked arrogantly. Normally these things cost, but I'll personally instruct you, be great. Although the rare offer thrilled him, remembering that terrifying old man dampened his excitement. Thank you for the offer, but I already have a master. As expected, the foreigner erupted with anger, so fierce his words sounded abusive. A sword demon, a terrifying man, be his disciple and then mine, is that it? He acted like a 3-year-old, folding his arms and looking away while muttering loud enough for those nearby to hear, then smiling faintly. You don't know how noble my status is and still show no gratitude. But he immediately returned to seriousness and demanded more. Also, I need to meet your allied commander. Lead the way. Being suddenly asked to call out the leader left Yuri bewildered. What? Seeing the boy's dumbfounded face, he raised an eyebrow and said, you said you'd help me achieve my goal. The sun gradually set, and the moon prepared to rise. There's something you need to know about the orc. In the dark night, a tent flying a royal banner remained lit with a yellow glow. A voice from within declared, its living sacrifices. Ragnar propped his chin on his clasped hands, his face very serious, so that Okua is using humans as offering. The three sat on chairs discussing this terrifying matter. The foreigner, who held much information, continued. He sacrifices lives to perform dark rituals. Using live offerings proves he is steeped in forbidden arts. Yuri also contributed to the discussion to find something out. In the most recent battle, the orcs' combat effectiveness surged suddenly. We believe the cause was that dark magic. If the orcs are capable of continuing to use that dark magic, I think we need to prepare. Hearing the third prince's suggestion, Ragnar nodded in agreement while frowning and condemning the inhumane acts of those fiends. They are doing truly disgusting things. The foreigner grumbled irritably. Anyway, that's why I disguised myself as a sacrifice to get close to him. Then he raised his voice more. But you all ruined my plan. Seeing the others' growing irritation, Yuri quickly intervened to quench the spark in him. Commander, the foreigner has agreed to act with us. He explained excitedly that his goal is to kill Okua, so he'd be a great asset to the Allied forces, but the army leader stroked his chin pensively. Seeing the leader lost in thought, Yuri called out, Your Highness. The call snapped Ragna back to the present, his face suddenly turning fearsome. But that expression lasted only a moment before he returned to normal. Very well, I understand. Regarding the dark magic, we'll investigate. Ragna turned to assign the task to the man beside him. Put the foreigner's matter in your hands. Yuri smiled and replied, Thank you, secretly relieved that he had succeeded in recruiting the foreigner to the Allied army. Suddenly His Highness hesitated as he called, which made Yuri curious. But Yuri. He placed both hands on the table and asked, I've heard there's a half-orc in the Brial army. Though the prince's sudden question was odd, Yuri answered, Yes, that's correct. Hearing the answer, Ragna did not look relieved at all, and instead sighed wearily. He issued a request. I've handed the captured half-orcs this time to Graham, but there are too many conflicting opinions on how to deal with them. This final remark officially ended tonight's discussion. I want you to resolve this matter. Yuri slowly looked at the orcs in the prison and frowned in thought. It's not bad to have Ragna's trust. Thinking about it, a dark aura of anger exuded from him, but it seemed she was pushing the troublesome task onto him. Suddenly a shout rang out in the silent night, making him start and look that way. So are we just going to let the Brial people dominate? It was two cavalrymen speaking to each other, but their expressions and actions made it clear it wasn't a pleasant conversation. One cavalryman drew his cheek in and angrily demanded of his counterpart, Why are you being so stubborn? He tried his best to persuade him. If we use them, our empire will have the most orc language interpreters, won't we? Graham remained calm, but replied decisively. Many survivors have endured horrific abuses at the hands of those half-orcs. His words referred to the wretched women who suffered torment. Shouldn't we listen to the victims' voices? The cavalryman, lacking the others' empathy, shouted back loudly, but we cannot miss this opportunity. After silently listening to the whole exchange, Yuri sighed in frustration and thought, so that's how it is. At that moment, the third prince stepped into the conversation and said, Then I'll ask you this. The presence of a royal made the cavalryman flinch. Are you sure those half-orcs will be useful on the battlefield? Hearing the question, he shouted his answer, but his tone softened, perhaps out of deference to the prince. Of course. The cavalryman presented his idea confidently. They're very obedient. With a bit of training, they can be used. But Yuri merely said calmly, Is that so? You shot back at the ambitious, foolish cavalryman. In an emergency, could you entrust your life to that half-orc? As expected, he hesitated. Not giving him a chance to argue, Yuri continued with the truth. To fight together on the battlefield, you must be able to trust each other with your backs. Those words were both convincing and noble. You must be able to protect one another, even at your weakest. Having settled that conversation, he calmly stepped forward toward the victim. The woman at the front was quite startled by the sudden approach of a man. Seeing her fear and caution, Yuri took a step back and gently raised his hand in a soothing manner. Could you tell me what you saw? With each of his words, the pale hollows of her gaunt face revealed how they treated the weak. At that question, she could no longer hold back. Trembling, she recounted everything. My younger brother, when he was injured, he couldn't move. The images of that dark prison kept resurfacing in her mind. It was the most horrific, unforgettable memory of her life. Her brother's mangled, bloodied body lay on the ground. They had torn him apart until he died. She could only tremble and force herself to witness that horrific scene, as if they were ripping off the legs and wings of an insect. The cruel monsters tormented people, the woman's voice growing more and more shaky. Piece by piece, they laughed as they enjoyed the boy's screams. To them, my brother was simply entertainment. The death of her kin made her lose control and scream. Orcs like them are beasts. Hearing the story, Graham behind them frowned with sorrow and anger. Yuri slowly placed a hand gently on her and asked softly, Name, where are you from? She answered dazedly, Jane, from Sidor. After replying, she glanced at his appearance and then looked up with resolve. That hair, you're the Prince of Brial, aren't you? The third prince nodded, yes. Hatred filled Jane's eyes as she pleaded to the noble prince, Please avenge me. Yuri, pained, responded, I promise. A moment later he called Sir Graham. The man behind quickly replied, Yes. His face grew more solemn than usual. Today I speak as the Prince of Brial, not merely as the Allied army's commander. Across from him were victims who had endured so much pain. They had slaughtered innocent citizens of our country and left survivors with deep, unforgettable scars. This statement was both a warning and a sermon from Yuri. granting any value to those who trample humanity is not worth discussing. Orcs will never change. As he declared this, the third prince seemed to shine, compelling people to look up. I am determined to kill them all, spare none. Graham placed his hand over his chest in salute, carrying out the authority entrusted by His Highness. The red banner fluttering in the night marked a knight's vow. I will deal with the half-orcs. Time passed, and at last dawn broke. A low, throbbing cry echoed through the air, a sign that war was about to erupt. The cavalrymen hastily gripped their swords and shouted for all to hear. Orcs, the orcs are approaching. The familiar red banners of the orcs flew in the strong wind. Each rode a beast, looking more formidable than in yesterday's skirmish. What exactly are they plotting? Ragnar frowned and voiced his suspicion. Did the orcs come here to negotiate? A cavalryman standing nearby answered, Yes, your highness, they say they have news and requested the gates be opened. This reason made him trust them not at all. What trick are they planning? But endless warfare isn't acceptable, so His Highness ordered his men to open the gates. A few orcs stood chatting boisterously at the corner of the camp wall. Seeing the monsters who'd left them battered in yesterday's fight made the cavalrymen extremely irritated, yet they restrained themselves. Because it was the leader's order. Yuri stared at the opposing man and without hesitation asked, Your Highness, may I ask what the letter says? Ragnar clenched the letter so one side became crumpled. He looked extremely upset. Yuri. He didn't hand the letter to him, but instead posed an odd question for the moment. Why do you think I became commander of the Allied forces? Yuri, obediently cute, blankly said yes. Then Yuri answered the leader's sudden question seriously, because your highness is skilled on the battlefield. But this reply did not satisfy Ragnar, who irritably asked, aside from that obvious reason. Sensing something, Yuri earnestly asked, do you mean political reason? Mentioning politics darkened the leader's mood. Yes, I don't know if you realize, but the Emperor and I are not on good terms. He recounted their relationship and his own feelings. As an imperial prince with corresponding power, me serving as commander of the Allied forces seems reasonable, but the Empire's politics don't operate so simply. The image of an imposing yet cunning emperor came to his mind. Whenever things appear to follow a pattern, the Emperor's hand is always meddling behind the scenes. He also pictured victory with crowds cheering, and of course, if I win the battle, I'll be famed across the continent as a hero. A brilliant path secured by praise and support, but drenched in blood. His tone grew despondent over the illusion that might never come true, but that was only if, and only if, we win. Hearing his confession, Yuri couldn't help but recall memories. In a past life, Ragnar abandoned power, took responsibility for the Allied forces' defeat, and the Emperor fully manipulated the Empire so the alliance had been formed to fail. He pondered, in the end Ragnar is just a discarded pawn. The third prince's mood became genuinely irritated and sad. Do you think this is a trap? Ragnar didn't answer but handed the crumpled letter to him. Look at this. After reading every line on the letter, Yuri was stunned on the spot. This is. The letter contained a threat and exposed the royal family's dark truth. The Empire's emperor signed a secret pact with Okua. Don't become a useless sacrifice. Withdraw. The idea that others arranged a plan to trap them made Yuri furious and disgusted. Does this mean the outcome of this war was decided from the start? His teeth clenched in anger, but as royalty his curses remained mild. If it were me, I'd curse 3 generations. What a despicable scheme. Seeing his expression, Ragnar said, I heard this letter was sent by an anonymous force opposed to Okua. It's all a staged play. The Allied forces' plan to return alive never truly existed. The prince's question left Yuri silent for a long moment. So, what do you think, Yuri? After a while he spoke up. Your Highness, may I present a proposal? The prince had no reason to refuse, so he said, go ahead. As if seeing something, Ragnar's golden glow flared. The straight line of his mouth, which had been still, lifted with interest. Yuri crushed the letter underfoot. Whether its contents were true or false, a plot or anything else, it didn't matter. We must return victorious. Though his handsome face betrayed no emotion, the third prince's tone was utterly resolute, with no hint of surrender. The already difficult war would only become a bit tougher, nothing more. No sooner had he finished than Ragnar laughed heartily, his eyes narrowing into slits. After laughing, he rose and said cheerfully, right, perhaps that's how it is. The leader, excited, said that regardless of the Emperor's schemes, if we don't return victorious, we will have no standing. Regaining his composure, Ragnar placed his hands on his hips and said, now only the letter-bearers remain, when Yuri suddenly interrupted, Your Highness. He curled his lip in a satisfied smile. Please entrust those to me. The leader said nothing, but his expression showed agreement. The orcs outside were still gossiping when one suddenly noticed something. Its face gaped, looking both panicked and terrified. The orc pointed at Yuri, who was emanating a mana like mist but brighter. His anger flared. He drew his sword swiftly and swore, "Too noisy, you bastard." Sharp arcs of steel appeared in the air. The orcs were cut through body and neck by the deadly blades. When it was over, Yuri instinctively flicked his sword, so the filthy blood of the orcs dripped to the ground. The surrounding cavalrymen gaped at how cool the third prince looked. One move to take down 3 orcs. Their impressions shifted quickly to admiration and awe. Who would have thought the Prince of Brial was such a master? Ragnar slowly stepped out, saw the scene, and praised him. Isn't that splendid, to have such power at only 18? An experienced rider behind him, displeased with Yuri's showmanship, grumbled, "Isn't that excessive?" The man continued. I heard he swore an oath. 3 orc heads were pierced on spikes and placed outside the corner of the camp wall, as if to mark something. Yuri's face was filled with hatred, vowing to take revenge and make them pay. At dusk, Ragnar and his senior cavalry silently admired the picturesque scene. Then he said, "Bring Eisen here." The man behind immediately nodded. Yes. A moment later, a figure quietly approached. An elderly man with a staff like a mage's bowed in salute. "You summon me, your highness. This is the Empire Grand Scene's magic advisor, Eisen." Ragnar ordered the old man, "Explain everything you know about dark magic." The man did not hesitate and replied, "Dark magic is a long-lost secret art. Very few can use it, and it's easily dispelled and countered." Hearing this, the leader pressed on. "What is the most unimaginable power of dark magic that you know?" The old man continued slowly. "There are legends of attempts to resurrect the dead, but today it's dismissed as superstition." But the leader's next words contradicted the old man's explanation. Intelligence reports suggest Okua is immersing himself in sorcery using dark magic. They say he augments his power through living sacrifices. We experienced that in this battle, so the orcs should be expected to grow even stronger in the future. After recovering from his shock, Eisen rested his hand on his chin and thought, if that's the case. The old man proposed a suspicious hypothesis. Could the orcs have obtained a grimoire of ancient dark magic long forgotten? Hearing the unfamiliar term, Ragnar echoed it with curiosity. Grimoire. Eisen's seasoned voice carried across the peaceful grassland. Much on the plains remains unexplained, such as the kingdom called Adelvain that once occupied this land. A knight riding through a dark, seemingly haunted forest appeared, and even the heart that protected that land was said to be the work of dark magic. When the rider turned, he was a skeleton, and red light shone in the empty eye sockets. The fallen knight Gert was like that. Ragnar listened silently, then asked another question. If Okua is using dark magic, what do you think he would do with it? To avoid fully trusting him, Eisen replied cautiously, "This is entirely hypothetical. Could it be to summon something?" "I think so." Ragnar repeated the word thoughtfully. "Summon." His mind seemed to clear. So the reason he prolonged our march despite casualties was to buy time. Eisen nodded in agreement. Yes, if he obtained the grimoire, he may have found a dungeon within the ruins of the ancient kingdom. The prince said in a low voice, "Down there." In the cavern's gloomy night, a beam of light radiated around. Could there be something? It looked like a magical staff planted on a stone statue. A desolate wind swept across the forlorn grassland. Yuri rode his warhorse with the unit's banner hanging from the mount. The cavalryman behind him carried the same. Jard approached his commander to report, "Your Highness, supplies from the Valshard convoy have been cut off." Yuri nodded slightly in response. "Is that so?" He looked ahead and said it may be due to repeated attacks leaving them no choice. Jard agreed. "Yes, orders demand we prioritize protecting provisions." After hearing this, Yuri worriedly propped his chin and thought, "Although we've stocked enough supplies, the situation seems less favorable than I thought." Riding, he surveyed the surroundings. This is the center of the plains, and we are very close to Okua. If the entire orc host attacked, it wouldn't be surprising if they formed ranks and started an attrition war then. Just imagining that scenario was untenable, so Yuri steeled himself. We must fight decisively and resolve it before that happens. Suddenly the ground shook violently. The horses panicked and reared. Yuri on his mount was affected somewhat by the sudden tremor. Seeing the disturbance, he quickly ordered everyone, dismount. The moment his feet hit the ground, his whole body shivered. Jard and Yuri sat down simultaneously to steady themselves. "Why is there an earthquake all of a sudden?" he asked. "No, it's different from an earthquake," Yuri replied. As he spoke, Yuri emitted his mana, indicating the situation had become dangerous. This is a massive stone structure suddenly rose from the ground at breakneck speed. Something was surfacing. No sooner had he finished speaking than a fortress, with 3 pillars fully emerged in the clearing, rising from beneath the earth. Dust and smoke from the event spread, and everyone's view slowly cleared. Ragnar and the mages were casting spells on that rising structure. From afar came an urgent call, "Your Highness." Seeing who had arrived, Ragnar lowered his spyglass. Already, he He skipped formalities and asked, "Your Highness, what are those ruins?" The leader looked rather disappointed and shook his head. "I still haven't found any connection to the orcs. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary ruin." He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "The worrying part is we can't see inside." Yuri beside him smiled faintly and suggested, "Then let us go and inspect." He placed a hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and said, "It suddenly appeared before us like this. Something is definitely wrong." The confident smile on Yuri's handsome face gave the impression the prince had a plan. Wouldn't verifying it himself prevent future disasters? Ragnar replied with a slight smile, "Very well then." Before Yuri could celebrate, the leader's next words froze him stone still. "Take some of our empire's knights with you." A moment later someone respectfully spoke. "I will obey, your highness, and accompany the prince." He introduced himself. "I am Rodin at your service, one of the empire's knights, Rodin." Seeing those men, Jared showed a displeased expression and whispered to Yuri, "Must our prince really go with them?" Yuri reluctantly soothed him. "What can we do? Orders from above must be followed." A strange thought suddenly occurred to him about the sudden decision to have the empire's knights accompany them. Those men said nothing, only silently watching them. One wonders if they have other intentions. After some time getting to know each other, the knights stood before the unfamiliar ruins, looking fully prepared. Yuri looked up. "It seems this is the door." Jared suggested, "Let me check around for any mechanism." Two subordinate knights cautiously scanned the area, hands gripping their swords ready for anything. But Yuri refused. "Don't bother. If that fails, I'll just break the door open a little." He channeled his mana into the door with his hand. The currents of mana gradually strengthened. Suddenly, Yuri felt something that made him shiver all over. The door that had been tightly shut swung wide open. Everyone else was astonished. "My lord, what did you just do?" Yuri shouted, "I don't know either." His gaze went into the dark interior of the ruin, where no light shone. "I only touched it and it opened so easily, as if it were waiting for someone." Smoke from the structure billowed out, blowing away his thoughts. At last, everyone began to enter. "Let's go." After going a short distance, the first remark was, "It's too dark in here." Yuri turned and asked Jared, "Don't you have a torch?" He replied sheepishly, "I did not bring one, your highness." He glanced at the imperial knight, whose hands were empty. It seemed those men didn't have torches either. Yuri came to a stop. A new thought suddenly struck him. Remember, the door earlier seemed to respond to mana. Thinking that, he infused magic into his cup to kindle a flame. If the structures inside the ruin were designed similarly then. Sure enough, what happened next matched his thought. The cup flared to life with a pure white flame. Jared exclaimed in surprise, "Have you been here before?" Yuri gave up on his suggestion. "Of course not." Laurent obediently praised, "You are amazing, your highness." "No joking," Yuri snapped. "Let's go and stay alert." Both answered in unison, "Yes." The knights remained expressionless and silent, only watching Yuri and the others ahead. Rodin snorted coldly, but the sound was too soft for others to notice. Someone's foot stepped on a bone. After walking a bit, everyone's eyes had become accustomed to the dark, so they could clearly see what they had stepped on. A dry skeleton sat before the door. Yuri glanced around. "What's this?" Jard volunteered. "Let me inspect it first." While cautiously looking around, Jard suddenly called out loudly, "Your Highness." He stood by the skeleton and pounded hard on the sealed door. "It's a dead end." Yuri knelt to examine the strange skeleton. All around were orc bones. Are those the only human remains? From examining the place, he could deduce part of what happened. Judging by the battle marks everywhere, it seemed they fought to the death to protect something behind the door. Laurent emitted a faint blue light. "Your Highness, even after infusing mana, there's still no response." Yuri also unconsciously poured mana into what he touched and said, "There's no choice. Let's go back and check if we missed anywhere around here." As he told everyone to prepare for any danger, "Understood, understood." The skeleton's fingers suddenly moved. In an instant, the dry skeleton seized Yuri's arm. Jared shouted in panic, "What is that, your highness?" Laurent called anxiously, "Prince Yuri." The Empire's knights rushed over only after noticing the tense situation. Light burst forth, illuminating the dark interior of the ruin. Yuri covered his eyes with his other hand against the dazzling light. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed in his head, "Remember this is their salvation." The dry skeleton seemed to smile gently at him. The final words severed Yuri's consciousness. Salvation and repentance are the key to escaping this place. In the blink of an eye, Yuri was transported to a completely unfamiliar place in a dazed state. Startled, he quickly glanced around. Where is this? A kid suddenly ran past him excitedly, shouting, "Master, look at this." The man heard this and smiled smugly, asking, "Where have you been that you're only back now?" The boy replied excitedly, "I was just reading for a bit." At that moment, Yuri was shocked to realize the armor. Could it be the same as the skeleton? He immediately turned cautiously. So this is the world inside his memory. Yuri guessed in a low voice. To leave such a clear memory must be a fairly advanced magic. What exactly does it want me to see? Seeing the scene before him made him more suspicious about the owner of this memory. Very quickly, the boy dutifully knelt before the man's calm voice. Then let's study today's lesson. Have you prepared your exercises thoroughly? The boy didn't answer, only showed a sullen face. Seeing this, the man scolded, if you haven't, at least say so. Don't try to dodge the question. The boy frowned in grievance. Reading books all the time isn't fun at all. Hearing this, the man grew angrier. How will you become a real hunter like this? Yuri stood aside watching the whole scene and smiled softly. Such a nostalgic atmosphere. This reminds me of Bernardo. The man suddenly rummaged through a small pouch and called out loudly, look at this. His voice instantly grew solemn as he declared, this is proof of an orc hunter. You must have one too if you want to be a proper hunter. Looking at the stone, Yuri suddenly understood a few things. So it's that important, no wonder. A voice abruptly rang out, but the boy asked puzzledly, I don't understand why we have to kill orcs. He awkwardly pressed, what if there's still a chance to talk to them? At that the man sighed helplessly and replied, perhaps it's time I told you the truth. He immediately spoke sternly, listen carefully. Orcs are people tainted by dark magic. The words instantly frightened the boy, his face turning pale. Yuri standing nearby was also stunned and shouted, what? The man slowly recounted the tale. Long ago, there was a nobleman obsessed with murder, who invented all manner of excuses to slaughter people in his domain. But thick skins have sharp claws. When the royal decree banning murder was issued, a dark mage sought out the noble, who was frustrated by the ban. The mage wily suggested, the king only forbids you from killing humans. He never forbade using humans to create other things. The noble was overjoyed at the idea of transforming humans into killable forms. Without hesitation, he drove the entire village into dark magic madness. The dark mage then secretly performed black rituals on the opportunity. Before long, those exposed to the dark magic began to change, losing human form and becoming horrifying monsters filled with hatred for humans. The man asserted firmly, and those are the people corrupted by dark magic, the orcs we know. Yuri's body trembled unconsciously. He horrifiedly blamed himself. Orcs are humans. Does he mean the ones we've been killing are descendants of former humans? The boy, curious, asked further, was that dark mage ever punished? The man helplessly shook his head. No, it said that when the noble's crimes were exposed, he fled far away. He continued sadly, people tried to turn the orcs back into humans but failed. In the end, the kingdom decided to abandon them. Hearing this, the boy's throat seemed to choke, and he stammered, why? The man explained painfully, to take the cursed lives and grant them salvation is to give them a peaceful death. That is the work of hunters like us. Yuri quickly understood and thought to himself, so dark magic is not only the source of the orc shaman's power, it also ties into the living sacrifices that the outsider mentioned. When Yuri wasn't looking, the man and the boy suddenly vanished into the air, startling. Yuri panicked for a moment and frantically scanned his surroundings. The sky seemed to tear open, and Yuri realized in horror that the timeline within the memory was shifted. In an instant, the scene jumped to an abandoned ruin. Yuri looked around suspiciously, wondering inside the ruin. At that moment, an urgent voice suddenly cried out, Master, you mustn't. The man decisively shoved the boy away and shouted, let go. The boy, tense with worry, demanded, are you going to face them alone? Be sensible, doing that will be a pointless death. Despite the warnings, he stubbornly insisted, must we just wait for reinforcements? Adelvine has fallen. Observing their expressions, Yuri guessed inwardly that about 10 years had passed. The name Adelvine sounded familiar, probably the name of an ancient kingdom. The boy shouted angrily, so you're planning to use yourself as bait for the orcs. Can you even hear yourself? The man remained resolute. They've already poured in. If we delay any longer, it won't matter if we want to be bait. After saying that, he lowered his voice to reassure the boy. You must survive to pass on our will. That is the responsibility of those who come after. The boy replied, anyway, I can't get far if I run off alone. His eyes flared with determination as he firmly declared, in that case, I'd rather stay in this ruin to pass everything intact to future generations, the memories of orc hunter. The man sighed helplessly, stubborn as ever. Yuri watched the whole scene and thought to himself, so that's why they preserved these memories. Immediately, the atmosphere inside the ruin grew increasingly eerie. A decisive blow was struck, then a heroic voice rang out, we entrust these things to posterity, to those who will find this place one day. The boy tightened his grip on the staff with burning resolve, affirming the secrets of the orcs and the experience and techniques of orc hunters, the one called the strongest of Adelvine. He emphasized painfully, we will fall here. The final testament followed, we hope that in your era our wish will surely come true. The boy then lost all his strength and collapsed to his knees. In an instant, he fell to the ground, whispering, "May our deaths not be in vain." Watching that strange sight, Yuri wondered in astonishment. Could it be that he's looking at me? The boy, with his last breath, added, "Beware the demon grimoire." This made Yuri even more suspicious. The demon grimoire. A stone glowing with radiant light then appeared. But for some reason it shattered into pieces in an instant, and a flurry of voices cried out, "Your Highness, Prince Yuri." Yuri snapped awake immediately, his face pale with fear. Clutching his head, Yuri demanded, "Where is this?" Graham replied seriously, "We're in a ruin." He breathed a sigh of relief. The skeleton suddenly lit up and vanished. "Fortunately, you are unharmed." Seeing this, Yuri said at once, "It's good that you're safe too." He thought anxiously to himself. The hunter's memories feel not simply like reliving their past experiences, but more like recalling old memories buried deep in the subconscious. Yuri, as if realizing something, suddenly asked, "Hey, was that your doing? How many times did you batter that door?" Graham could only smile weakly. "We had a hard time, sir." He anxiously asked further, "Did you see anything, sir?" Hearing that, Yuri sighed gloomily. "Should I say I saw something or not?" A loud noise suddenly rang out, and Yuri was startled in panic. An earthquake. He quickly noticed something off and urgently warned the others. "No, the tremor this time is different from before. This is." Elsewhere, a large number of orcs were surging forward. They rushed in like a wave as numerous as an army, making Yuri jolt. An orc raid. Graham cried out in horror, "Orcs at this hour. Could they have discovered us here, or is this an ambush they've set?" Yuri stood up calmly and warned sternly, "Don't overreact." Having finished, he swept his eyes to observe the formation around them. Immediately, Yuri quickly guessed that this had once been an orc hunter's base. Seeing the remnants of a long-time enemy rising up, they must want to smash it at once. He tensed inwardly, thinking the intensity of the tremors indicated a group riding Komodo dragons. Yuri grew uneasy. A scout team. 5 no. Sweat rolled down his cheek as he counted tensely, 10 of them. Graham, unable to hide his worry, spoke up. "Your Highness, you should return to headquarters right now." Yuri agreed inwardly. Normally that would be right. He added in a low voice, "You all should leave too." Yuri gave a slight smile and firmly declared, "Prepare to fight." Rodin looked puzzled and asked, "Aren't you withdrawing?" Yuri replied calmly, "There's no need to retreat." Saying that, he calmly sat down beside the dry skeleton, lying motionless on the ground. Yuri said nothing as he silently picked up the mysterious sword. A self-satisfied smile spread across Yuri's face. "Now I can see clearly how to deal with these orcs." At the same time outside, the orcs were advancing like a storm. One of them suddenly howled, pointing directly at the ancient ruin. Suddenly from the bushes, a series of lights flared bright red. The orcs immediately froze, each wearing a momentary stunned expression. Their faces now showed ferocity, as if they wanted to devour the people alive. In an instant, they began to scream, as if maddened. The lights grew ever brighter, becoming more imposing by the moment. This unnerved the orcs. One was so frightened it broke into a sweat. At that moment, a stately figure stepped out from deep within the ruin. Without hesitation, Yuri loudly gave the order, "Now." In an instant, 2 figures sprang up from behind the bushes. Then 2 more figures appeared just as swiftly. Yuri targeted the savage orcs and shouted the command, "Attack them." A vanguard knight launched the first strike. In a blink, his blade pierced straight through the giant orc's head. Seizing the moment, Graham nearby also unleashed murderous slashes, effortlessly decapitating an orc. Rodin, though tensing and frowning, still gripped his sword tightly. Without hesitation, Rodin aimed a clean stroke at the monster's throat. The struck orc cried out in agonized wails. Surveying the scene, Yuri thought with satisfaction, it really worked. He remarked with pleasure that the remains of the hunters in the ruin proved unexpectedly effective. Using ground tremors to gauge orc numbers and set traps, things I never would have thought of, Yuri thought as he quietly drew his sword. He smiled excitedly, clearly thrilled, wondering if this was why they showed him that memory. At the same time, a giant orc charged forward furiously. Yuri's face remained expressionless as he calmly fixed a cold gaze on it, as if techniques honed over decades had suddenly come into view. Yuri asserted decisively that attacking the orcs' heads was the most effective. A murderous glint flashed in Yuri's eyes, and he suddenly lunged forward. A decisive strike was unleashed, and the unlucky orc was hit. Blood splattered everywhere as it let out a pitiful scream. Its arm was severed in an instant. Yuri thought calmly that there was no need to exert brute force or use any spiritual slash. Immediately after, he coldly swept his blade across the orc's throat. The orc was felled in despair, dying before it could utter a word. Yuri stared coldly at its massive body collapsing to the ground, saying nothing. A few seconds later, he turned and said, "I'll make good use of this legacy." Yuri proudly shouted a name, the Hunters of Adelvi. Night quickly fell, and in the camp, a familiar voice declared that the area around the ruins had been secured. His Highness Ragna praised satisfactorily, "Well done." Yuri replied calmly, "Thank you, Your Highness." Curious, he asked if the ruins had been home to hunters. Yuri answered honestly, "Yes, the battle traces of the last hunter remain." At that, Yuri's throat tightened for a moment, and he pressed his lips together. Yuri hesitated, then said there was something troubling him, making Ragna even more curious. He asked tensely, "Do you know anything about the demon grimoire?" At this, Ragna immediately denied it. "No, it's the first time I've heard of it." Ragna asked in puzzlement if it was connected to the ruins. Yuri replied solemnly, "Yes, I only speculate that it's related to dark magic." Hearing this, he responded coolly, "Very well. If I find anything, I'll report back." Yuri bowed respectfully and thanked him. "My gratitude, Your Highness." Yuri then turned his back and left, quickly stepping out of the tent. Someone who seemed to have been waiting for him all along suddenly called out, "Prince Brial." Seeing him, Yuri unconsciously smiled. "Who are you, an imperial man?" Rodin introduced himself at once. "I am Rodin." He kept praising that the prince's recent combat was truly impressive. Yuri replied modestly, "You were excellent as well." Yuri asked curiously if he usually smiled like that, since earlier he seemed stiff. Rodin explained frankly that imperial military discipline was strict. He added hopefully that most first-time soldiers freeze in fear, but the prince resembled a seasoned mercenary with extensive battlefield experience, truly a veteran mercenary. At this, Rodin suddenly wondered, in a low voice, whether the prince had a lover waiting at home. Yuri could only smile wryly. He bluntly demanded, "Rodin, were you sent here by His Highness?" which left him stunned. Rodin nervously asked what he meant. Yuri calmly guessed that if not His Highness, then perhaps the vice commander. "Your prying into my love life is too blatant." This made him hesitate, as if the prince disliked that. Yuri admitted calmly, "Of course, I refused any involvement with the princess." Rodin asked in astonishment why, since the princess is someone admired by the entire empire. She was beautiful and kind-hearted, truly gentle, so everyone adored her. As he spoke, he showed obvious admiration. Yuri was left speechless. Yes, that must be it. He winced inwardly, thinking that such gentleness makes people imagine they're being specially favored. Ekaterina. Then Yuri suddenly declared, "Anyway, I already have a girlfriend," which startled Rodin. "Oh." He shamelessly added, "It's true, our relationship is deep." At the same time, he sincerely thought, "Sorry, Sibylla." Yuri said loudly in exasperation, "Just accept it. I have a girlfriend," leaving Rodin flustered. "Understood, sir." He quickly composed himself and continued, "But you still look very happy. I also have a girl waiting for me to return and propose, so I understand the prince's feelings." Hearing this, Yuri snapped, "Don't say that on the battlefield." This left Rodin puzzled. "Sir," Yuri explained, saying that will surely cause trouble. No sooner had he finished than a loud explosion went off right behind. Yuri frowned in anger. "See, completely different from you." Rodin now wore a look of panic. Yuri quickly drew his sword and voiced his guess to Rodin. An enemy attack. In moments, the camp descended into chaos. Knights shouted that the camp was on fire. Some hurriedly urged each other to fetch water and split up to protect the supply stores. Staring at the devastation, Hernando helplessly wondered if they'd tunneled up. Dozens, no, hundreds of orcs were pouring into the camp. His face went pale as despair crept in. The problem wasn't just that, it was identical to before. "Don't tell me the wards are broken. Worse, our magic is being dispelled by them." And thinking this, Hernando clenched his fists in anger. A loud voice suddenly rang out, "Can it be dispelled?" which made him start. Hernando quickly recognized the familiar figure and unconsciously called out, "Your Highness." Hernando reported tensely that it seemed the enemy casters struck first. Yuri replied calmly, "I'll handle it, wait there. Once the dispelling ends, cast your spell immediately." He nodded confidently at him, "I trust you." With that, Yuri dashed toward the blaze, leaving Hernando stunned. "Your Highness." He shouted worriedly, "How do you intend to identify the enemy caster?" Yuri thought calmly, "Of course I can't tell who the caster is." But as he considered this, he suddenly stopped in front of the monster. Yuri recalled the advice of that respected knight. Orc casters lose their sight under the influence of dark magic, so look for the one with the oddest gait. Yuri briefly smiled. This was something that existed only in his memory. He quickly spotted the abnormality in one orc. There. Without hesitation, Yuri went on the offensive, gripping his sword tight. A straight, decisive stroke was delivered, driving clean through the creature's body. The creature couldn't react in time and was flung by momentum into the corner of the wall. In pain, the creature weakly strained to pull the blade from its throat, but Yuri had already noticed, and without hesitation, lunged forward. In an instant, Yuri appeared like a phantom in the creature's sight. A great spray of blood instantly burst out in all directions. Immediately after. Yuri cast a cold glance at the monster that had completely lost life. He tightened his grip on his sword and calmly turned. Yuri shouldered the blade and smiled with satisfaction. He'd killed the caster. But I'm cornered, Yuri thought helplessly as he stared at the ferocious orcs surrounding him. At this moment, each of them had eyes glowing red, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Yuri glared in annoyance and asked disdainfully, "Do you think I'd say that?" No sooner had he finished than he called out loudly, "Hernando." From afar, a massive surge of power shot toward them shortly after. Yuri showed no fear before that imposing force. He only frowned calmly. A decisive sword stroke was immediately unleashed, easily cleaving the force in two. Yuri stood alone amid the flames, radiating a dazzling aura like a god. Looking at the stupid orcs with insight, Yuri called out confidently, "How's that, you orcs?" He laughed provocatively. "Do you still think you have the advantage now?" At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly went off behind Yuri. He felt a jolt and turned around. Words can get you killed, indeed. Yuri looked at the monsters with a weary expression. They just kept coming out without end. With no other option, he shouted an order. "Hernando, fire another orc." Hernando replied helplessly, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. There still seems to be another caster." Hearing this, Yuri angrily shouted, "Hey." Facing the monsters, he cursed in frustration, "Damn it." Yuri cried out in despair, "Hey, spare me." At the same time, the orcs closed in around him. Yuri cried out in despair, "Hey, spare me." At the same time, the orcs closed in around him. "But I've already died once." Thinking this, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the sword. Shouldering his sword, Yuri resolved, "Yuri Brial, even if I die here today, I will not die in disgrace," he declared as he confidently pointed his blade at the monster. Yuri shouted challengingly, "Come at me, you pests." At that critical moment, a figure suddenly darted in well-done determination. The stranger appeared like a god and easily dealt with the orc before Yuri's stunned eyes. "Master." The stranger turned with satisfaction to praise Yuri. "One who serves others understands heaven's mandate. Where all die, there is life. Where all live, there is death. You must have such spirit to be my disciple." Then he grinned arrogantly. "Today I'll show you the holy sword of Than Than." After that, the stranger took a deep breath and quickly assumed a battle stance. In an instant, the stranger's sword blazed with will, the Than Van Zich Ha sword technique. The crescent strike, a powerful blow, was immediately unleashed straight at the snarling orc. In that situation, the stranger faced the horde without hesitation. The next moment, they were all cut down, bodies dismembered in a frenzy. Yuri watched the whole scene in horror. It resembled His Majesty the King. The sword of the 10 strengths. At that, the stranger quietly turned an appraising gaze toward him. He said sternly to Yuri, "I'll only help you halfway. Handle the rest yourself." Yuri immediately replied loudly, "Understood." With that, Yuri tightened his grip on the sword and dashed straight at the monster. The stranger looked at him and thought helplessly, "What a strange fellow." The stranger silently observed that although crude and mixed with unnecessary movements, the stroke was nonetheless seasoned and practiced. He suddenly exclaimed with hope, "Truly a rare talent. Someone like that will never be alone. Surely others will willingly follow." Thinking this, the stranger spoke up. "The heavenly order is in chaos, and evil stars spread darkness everywhere. But I have found a faint star of light in these western lands. If this isn't the guidance of destiny, what is?" he said as he slowly approached the orc. The stranger couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. "I'm very curious, then." He looked at Yuri with curious wonder. What will that child become when he grows up? Will he be swallowed by the black stars covering the world, or will he give birth to a new belief? Meanwhile, Yuri continued to land blow after blow, cutting down the monsters. The stranger cried out excitedly, "Let's wait and see." The orcs kept pouring in, making the scene increasingly chaotic. The successive large explosions left the knights stunned. A savage arm suddenly grabbed hold of the cliff face. The orcs then swarmed in, dense as if an anthill had been broken. In the critical moment, Yuri shouted tensely, "Jard, Lauren." He ordered loudly, "Hold them back." The knight obeyed without hesitation and rushed forward. His comrade also gripped his sword and charged. They joined forces to slaughter the monster. They worked together to wipe out the creatures. Soon a large number had been felled. Observing the surroundings, Jard was astonished. Too many tunnels, and their movement speed is very fast. Yuri agreed, "You're right. At this rate of movement, something is very strange." He cautiously scouted the ground, thinking to himself that besides the orc caster, there was something else down there. This made Jard curious. He called out, "Your Highness." Yuri closed his eyes tight and silently asked, "Where? Where are they tunneling?" Before long, a large number of orcs appeared within Yuri's sight. A deep pit with razor-sharp teeth soon appeared nearby. Yuri instantly snapped awake and exclaimed, "Found it." Without hesitation, Yuri lunged forward shouting, "This way," which made Jard alarmed. "Your Highness." He asked doubtfully, "Are you sure about that direction?" Laurent, hearing this, reminded him, "Don't doubt His Highness's judgment." He glowed with admiration. "Our prince is always right," leaving Jard speechless. Yuri silently guessed that the place, where the ground constantly trembled, was the center. With that thought, he decisively charged toward the monster standing rooted before him. Seeing Yuri, the monster immediately roared and hurled its hand forward without hesitation. At that command, the ground split in two, forming a yawning chasm. The orcs seized the opportunity and burst forth from the earth in waves. Just as predicted, Yuri couldn't help but grin smugly. Indeed, he glared at the monsters, his fighting spirit boiling within. "So you won't let me pass easily, huh?" Very quickly after, Yuri and his subordinates confronted 3 giant orcs. One of them suddenly let out a savage roar. Seeing that, Jard leaned close and whispered to Yuri, "It seems that one has chosen your highness." Hearing this, Yuri felt slightly annoyed and resentful. "Why does it have to be the biggest one? I knew that without you telling me." Yuri immediately shouted, "Each of you take one, don't lose." At this command, the 2 subordinates promptly replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Yuri tensed inwardly, thinking that there's something under the ground. If we don't destroy it, the raid won't end. With that thought, he shouted angrily, "Don't get in the way." In an instant, Yuri tightened his grip on the sword and lunged up, cursing in fury, "Damn leg." But unfortunately, his blade was directly blocked by the orc. The next strike wasn't much better and was easily parried by it. Yuri attacked with all his might, but was pushed onto the defensive. In a moment of opening, he failed to dodge the orc's attack. A large gush of blood spurted out immediately afterward. Yuri narrowly escaped death by a hair and clicked his tongue in irritation. Yuri looked at the savage creature and thought, "What a nuisance. This one knows how to use the advantage of that cleave." On the other side, the knights were desperately fighting the monsters, shouting, "Fight on." Seeing this, Yuri couldn't help but be irritated. He angrily wiped the blood from his face. "Hey, I need to finish quickly so I can get back to my kids." At his words, the creature briefly grinned and raised its hand in clear provocation. Seeing that, Yuri seemed furious. He yelled, "Stop stalling, finish this in one go." A blade was suddenly unleashed, but the creature easily dodged. The more he missed, the more irritated Yuri became, swearing, "Damn it, this one." He faced the beast with hatred. It had just enough strength to deflect his killing blow. Many of Yuri's successive pressuring strikes were repeatedly blocked. He frowned in annoyance and avoided ordinary strikes with minimal movement, as if he'd anticipated. Yuri couldn't help but suspect inwardly that it was deliberately stalling to hold him back. At this rate, the troops. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly rang in his mind. "Because your mind is chaotic, your blade veered off course." Bernard immediately appeared in his familiar form and sternly emphasized, setting impatience aside, "If the sword cannot keep up with the mind, it cannot touch the enemy." Hearing this, Yuri asked curiously, "What should I do then?" A destructive slash came hurtling in, but luckily he dodged in time and narrowly escaped death. Yuri couldn't help but angrily shout, "Seriously, if you're upset, say it with words. Almost had me killed." Bernard sternly stressed, "You must make a choice," then decisively swung a powerful sword stroke. Bernard suddenly loosened his grip on the sword's pommel in his palm. Then he tightened his grip again. Bernard said in a low voice that combat is unpredictable. Besides the direct, obvious path, there are many other ways, so always remember the reason your highness. Standing on this battlefield is what it is. Back in the present, Yuri's boiling will side in admiration, truly a master. Even an old scolding is enough to awaken me. Saying that, he quickly lowered his center of gravity and silently concentrated a large amount of power. Without hesitation, Yuri dashed straight at the giant orc to confront it head-on. The sight stunned the orc sorcerer. It froze for a moment. The other orc couldn't help but be terrified, its face immediately going pale. Yuri now appeared like a god. He shouted angrily, "Surely you wanted to see me flustered, didn't you? But my original goal had been this from the start." As soon as the words left his mouth, he struck the ground with a powerful blow. The orc's eyes immediately filled with panic. It stared at him in a daze. The ground was split in two by the impact, and Yuri quickly stepped back. At that moment, a not insignificant tremor suddenly occurred. A grotesque monster shot up from the earth, its jaws full of sharp teeth. Yuri tensed slightly and stared intently at it. He broke into a satisfied grin, indeed, charging straight and felt the best. Yuri's blade was driven deep into the ground, creating an indescribable pressure. In an instant, the surroundings were completely blurred out. Jard, who was fighting the monster, was also terrified. Shock showed on Jard's face. he cried out in alarm, "Your Highness." Over here, Yuri stood motionless, watching the monster collapse before him. His sword suddenly plunged straight into the ground. Yuri collapsed for a moment, panting. He thought to himself that not only his whole body, but he'd also drained all the mana reserves in his magic core. Damn it, recoil greater than I thought. At this, Yuri's face gradually darkened. He told himself he'd need some time to recover. But anyway, with that blow, the tunnel had. Elsewhere, Laurent was struggling to fight the monster. His eyes suddenly widened. Laurent turned around in horror. His eyes suddenly widened. Laurent turned around in horror. It lunged at Yuri without hesitation, leaving Laurent stunned. "Your Highness, that's too dangerous," he muttered desperately. "Damn it." At the critical moment, Jard appeared in time and hoisted him onto his shoulder. He quickly carried Yuri away, saving him from death's door. Over here, Laurent rushed in without hesitation. He swiftly struck at the grotesque creature. At the same time, Jard had just managed to bring Yuri to safety. "I'm truly grateful, thank you," he said. Hearing this, Jard unconsciously sighed and replied, "If you're really thankful, next time at least give me a heads up, please." Jard quickly stood up and asked worriedly if he could continue fighting. Yuri, exhausted now, replied reluctantly that he wanted to, but his body couldn't keep up. Hearing that, Jard muttered in disappointment, "This is going to be tough." He looked at the scene before him and, despondent, wondered if we could make it back alive. Contrary to Jard's worry, Laurent seemed excited. His eyes lit up at the thought of dying on the battlefield alongside the prince. There's no greater glory than that. Yuri could only give a wry smile, while Jard nearby scowled in annoyance. Here he goes again. Though exhausted, Yuri forced himself up and asked the two, "We can't fall here, can we?" Yuri tightened his grip on the sword and declared firmly, "Until the last moment, I will take down at least one more before I die." Without hesitation, he shouted orders. Gerard, Rodin, fall back. At that command, both immediately obeyed. Yuri volunteered to lead, sprinting forward. "I'll clear the way." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Don't overexert yourself," causing him to pause. In an instant, a flash of white streaked past Yuri's sight. A burly figure appeared and cleaved the monster's body in two. He was surprised to recognize the familiar face, Sir Graham. Graham arrived with a large force and announced that he had acted on orders from Your Highness Ragna, leaving the others stunned. Graham immediately radiated an imposing power and declared firmly that from now on they would support the prince. A while later, still at that camp, a familiar voice asked, "So they fled?" The other side answered frankly, "Yes." Graham reported sternly that when they arrived, the largest sandworm among them had already been dealt with by Prince Yuri. He speculated that they likely thought they had no chance once the entrance was blocked, which made Your Highness Ragna remark with some regret that it was a pity, if only they could be interrogated. Saying that, he turned to encourage Graham. "Well done, Sir Graham. If you had been a bit later, we'd have nearly lost the Alliance's core forces." Graham bowed respectfully and replied, "Thank you, Your Highness." Your Highness Ragna ordered, "You may withdraw," and the tent quickly emptied. He carefully pulled out a chair, cleared his throat, and asked, "You always cause such a commotion, don't you?" Your Highness Ragna sighed helplessly, feeling as if the entire Orc Alliance existed merely as a stage for Yuri's appearances. He looked at him with hopeful admiration and remarked, "Indeed, if one wishes to be Yekaterina's consort, one must be of your caliber." The next morning, when the sun reached the mountain peak, birds took flight and scattered throughout the forest. Yuri suddenly woke with a start, sitting up with a panicked look on his face. He frowned and thought to himself, what a cursed dream, felt like a portent of some terrible future. At the same time, someone slowly approached from a distance and asked, "Awake now?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Yuri quickly realized it was Sibylla. He asked anxiously, "How did the battle go? Is everyone all right?" Sibylla reassured him, "Calm down, the battle ended smoothly." She calmly explained that during the 2 days he was unconscious, the Alliance had moved on, and everyone had been careful to let him focus on recovery. Sibylla asked kindly about his condition. "How are you feeling? Has your mana recovered much?" Seeing him improved, she smiled with her hands on her hips. "You should thank me. Do you think being treated directly by the princess of the holy nation with sacred magic is easy?" Yuri, slightly exasperated, chuckled and replied, "All right, thank you, Sibylla." He glanced around for a moment and then asked, "So where are we?" Sibylla stood up and offered to go outside and take a look. She spread her hands before him, full of hopeful expectation, and said he'd be surprised. Very quickly afterward, Sibylla helped Yuri out. Seeing the surroundings, his expression went blank for a moment. Yuri couldn't help exclaiming in surprise, "That's," Sibylla pleased asked, "What do you think?" The Alliance's final destination, the fortress of Okua. Before them, a bright future was beginning to unfold. Yuri felt moved and said, "We finally made it. Sibylla agreed, yes. Then she turned to Yuri and said, Yuri, I think I need to thank you, which surprised. Sibylla continued, without your senses, we probably wouldn't have reached here. Even if we had, many more would have died. We're lucky to have you by our side, thank you. After saying that, she broke into a satisfied smile. Yuri was momentarily at a loss for words and didn't know what to say. After a while, Yuri lightly touched her hand and suggested, if you really want to thank me, could you do me a favor? This made Sibylla curious. What favor? Without hesitation, he took her hand firmly and proposed, Sibylla, if you don't mind, could you? Faced with Sibylla's expectant gaze, Yuri hesitated. After some thought, he blurted out a shocking request. Could you pretend to date me? Sibylla angrily demanded, what are you saying all of a sudden? Yuri, embarrassed, explained that someone was coming to propose to her, someone he wanted to avoid at all costs. He awkwardly reasoned that this arrangement wouldn't be so bad for her. When they returned, her brother would certainly try to marry her off immediately. Moved by his sincerity, Sibylla reluctantly agreed, all right. Yuri's eyes lit up and he excitedly asked, really? She suddenly pointed at his face and said sternly, but I have one condition. At that, Sibylla's face flushed and she radiated a peculiar aura. Yuri asked in surprise, a condition? Sibylla nodded smugly. This stakes my honor, I can't do it for nothing. She tilted her head and suggested softly, the neatest would be a wish token, how about that? Hearing that, he hesitated. A wish token was a bit much, which annoyed Sibylla. What? Are you afraid I'll ask for something weird? She turned away somewhat disappointed. If you don't like it then fine, go ask someone else. Yuri became even more flustered at her words, helplessly rubbing his head. Seeing this, Sibylla curiously pressed, so who is this marriage you're trying so hard to avoid? Yuri answered despairingly, the imperial princess, which made her go rigid. What? Sibylla questioned in confusion. Wait, why? That's someone you should be grateful for. Yuri crossed his arms irritably. I'm a prince too, what is there to be grateful for? She snapped back, what are you saying? Her national status is higher than Brial. Sibylla frowned and emphasized that, more importantly, the imperial princess's beauty and virtue are flawless. Even bowing in thanks wouldn't be enough. At this, Yuri's face went pale, and he pressed his lips together in frustration. Knowing that explanation would be useless, he gave up and turned away, thinking he didn't like her anyway. To him, her personality seemed wholly fake. Yuri hesitated and glanced at Sibylla. Sibylla, about the wish you mentioned, he thought to himself, I'll put that aside for now. I need another plan. At that moment, a loud call rang out, Yuri, you're awake, leaving him completely frozen. From afar, Your Highness Ragna approached with a radiant smile and said, I was just about to report your deeds back home. He exclaimed with satisfaction, I thought you'd be bedridden longer, but you've recovered so quickly, truly an extraordinary young man. Yuri kept his calm and replied, thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness Ragna suddenly slung an arm around him and murmured, by the way, Yuri, my niece heard about you. She's particularly interested in you. The news struck Yuri like lightning, darkening his face. He kept patting Yuri's shoulder with a delighted expression, saying what wonderful news this is. With nowhere else to turn, Yuri desperately appealed to Sibylla, clenching his teeth and thinking, wish token or anything. Do whatever you want, save me right now. Sibylla, but in response to that look, Sibylla simply smiled serenely. She stepped forward and said courteously, Your Highness, Prince Yuri has just regained consciousness. Sibylla tactfully suggested, please consider letting him rest a bit longer. Your Highness Ragna, annoyed, asked immediately the princess of the Holy Nation, what's her name? She lowered her voice and introduced herself, Sibylla Arsent, Your Highness. He curiously remarked, she cares for Yuri quite a bit, seems close. Seizing the moment, Sibylla linked arms with Yuri and emphasized, it's more than that. Then she leaned lightly on his shoulder and feigned affection, we have feelings for each other. The sight immediately turned Your Highness Ragna to stone. He stood frozen for a long moment. Ragna, furious, demanded, really, Yuri? Yuri could only force a smile and reply, yes, that's right. Hearing this, Your Highness Ragna boiled with rage and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Ragna showed his displeasure and turned away, saying, very well, a fine match, which left the mock couple stunned. Did he just click his tongue? He continued sternly, we'll discuss this later. As you both know, we are about to begin the decisive battle with Okua. After endless battles and a long march, we will advance once we've rested sufficiently. At that order, Sibylla and Yuri nodded without hesitation. Your Highness Ragna added that since this is the decisive battle, they must prepare meticulously. He stressed with concern that the orcs would likewise try to exploit their weaknesses in new ways. Here he cleared his throat and declared that with the Brial Empire and the Holy Nation's champions gathered here, surely we cannot lose to the orcs. He pointed toward the distant horizon with fervor and affirmed, From this moment, we will root out those disgusting, unknown creatures, then squeezed his hand into a fist. Your Highness, Ragna loudly and solemnly declared, and our names will be renowned across the continent. Yuri suddenly remembered his original purpose for joining the alliance, to change the failure of his past life. We have marched to Okua's throat without defeat. Thinking this, he closed his eyes for a moment, as a flood of memories rushed back. For 5 relentless years since reverting at 13, Yuri trained his body and skills intensely, reclaiming the ancestors' legacy. And under the whirl of fate, I kept close the friends who would share my destiny, and a few successes beyond expectation occurred. Yuri couldn't help but hope for a journey markedly different from his previous life. Returning to the present, he looked up at the high sky. Now I have reached a level where I can stand alongside the continent's mighty. Yuri mentally congratulated himself. Finally, I have faced the mastermind who brought about Brial's destruction. Yuri's gaze gradually hardened, a flame beginning to boil within his will. Yuri resolutely affirmed that his goal was singular, to prevent Brial's extinction. This time, he would definitely protect. Night gradually fell over the palace of the Grancine Empire. In a lavish room, wine glasses were skillfully stacked into a tower. A maid slowly carried a tray of wine in with a composed bearing. Some nobles were completely drunk, dozing stupidly atop one another. A noblewoman suddenly spoke up. By the way, have you all heard the news about the Allied army? Someone nearby replied, I don't care much, anything interesting to entertain us. The other calmly added, I heard they're about to enter the final battle. The noblewoman gasped, they've never lost a battle, right? From another seat, a man interjected with some irritation, indeed, his prince is formidable. Does his majesty take notice? He said, arrogantly raising his glass. Hearing that, the noble opposite chuckled. This one in the court dares to say anything, it seemed. A noblewoman cut in, let's set those boring matters aside. She asked curiously, do you know the one who's very active in the Allied army, the third Prince of Brial? At this, another noblewoman quickly replied, of course, that face is exactly my type, so I remember him well. Any new gossip? At the same time, from afar, a pair of long, slender legs walked briskly toward. The noblewoman continued, that person. I've heard he's discussing a marriage with the Holy Nation's princess. Hearing that, the others exclaimed in surprise, oh my, they didn't even realize a newcomer had appeared so suddenly. The nobleman went on nagging. His name is Yuri Brial, right? She blushed and sighed, yes, love blooming on the battlefield, how romantic. A slender hand suddenly landed on the back of their chair. Familiar voice sounded immediately after, what interesting conversation is going on here, sending the entire assembly of nobles pale with fear. They instantly bowed, each of them stammering and unable to speak. The atmosphere in the room immediately grew oppressive. The group nervously said in unison, we pay our respects, Your Highness the Imperial Princess. Catherine seemed displeased. She covered her mouth with a knowing smile at the earlier conversation. Could you tell me more about it? She said, and her gaze suddenly turned as cold as ice. The scene shifted to the camp, where the knights chatted continuously. I'm planning a big business venture back home. Hey, did you try what I offered the other day? How did you like it? They all showed obvious excitement on their faces at the thought of returning home. Contrary to the others, a mysterious man was now glancing around. He was Proin, a knight of Brusen. Puzzled, he thought to himself that lately everyone keeps coming and going to rest. On the first day, they barely even looked at each other. A voice suddenly rang out, have you heard? They say we're extremely famous in the Empire, which immediately froze Proin. The young man across laughed and replied, really? We're famous. It must be the pull of Your Highness Ragna with the Prince of Brial. The man beside him grimaced and added, I'm so jealous. Proin stared at the flag hanging high and thought to himself, Prince Yuri of Brial, huh? The first impression was indeed powerful. Proin suddenly recalled Yuri's striking face and had remarked then that wine didn't suit that place. Back in the present, he reasoned that the one who achieved the most overwhelming successes was indeed that lord. Proin watched the scene intently, thinking that creating the current morale for everyone to fight together was also the prince's accomplishment. That was the prince's achievement. In the distance, Yuri was now training with swordplay enthusiastically. His opponent suddenly froze, glancing toward the distance. Very quickly afterward, a knight excitedly called out, Lord Proin, when did you arrive? Seeing this, Proin awkwardly stepped forward. I saw you sparring and just wanted to stop by. Yuri teasingly jabbed, sounds like you're jealous. He offered, do you want to spar too? I'll inform Master Mo Yunjin. Lately you seem rather bored. Proin immediately declined, no really, that's not necessary. He smiled and suggested instead, Your Highness, after the war ends, please visit Brusen once. At that, the knight exclaimed in surprise, I'd love to show you Brusen Sea. Yuri laughed with satisfaction, fine, I'll remember. When the war ends, we'll all raise a glass to celebrate. He asserted firmly, as long as we defeat the orcs, we'll definitely do that. Very quickly after, the alarm bells began to ring incessantly. From afar, the orcs swarmed in like ants, whose nest had been broken. Seeing that sight, a knight cried out in panic, "Enemy attack." Your Highness Ragna's gaze filled with fury. He looked at them as if he wanted to devour them alive. In an instant, a mighty army was assembled and ready for battle. Yuri sighed with some weariness. They come in such terrifying numbers that you can't even see the horizon. Laurent interjected, "I hear the opposite flank is the same." Seeing that, Jard cut in, "Our base has been completely surrounded by an orc legion." Yuri smirked teasingly. "What's wrong, scared Gerard? You've gotten so quiet." He immediately denied it. "Not at all. While you insisted, you've changed." Yuri continued, "If it were before, I'd say I don't want to get involved in such troublesome matters." Jared sighed helplessly. "Why bring up the past now, sir?" Yuri suddenly grew serious. "I mean, we've come a very long way, and we'll go even further in the future," he added, glancing for a moment toward the orcs in the distance. "And we'll go even further in the future," he added, glancing for a moment toward the orcs in the distance. An orc of exceptional strength was moving stealthily at the rear. Jard noticed and exclaimed in astonishment, "That's insane." Given the situation, Yuri remained unfazed, frowning as he thought, "Is that him?" The king of the orcs, Okua. At that moment, the leading orc suddenly shouted loudly. In an instant, the entire orc horde went mad, screaming and shouting wildly. The war horns of the Knight Brigade sounded immediately. Your Highness Ragna resolutely ordered, "Attack," and a line of knights then sallied forth. The orcs surged forward like a swarm of disturbed ants, kicking up dust everywhere. Before long, they were directly confronting the entire corps. The Knight Corps, blazing with resolve, pressed the attack in rapid succession. Yuri led the column, raising his sword high and shouting, "For Brial." Immediately, a large number of orcs were quickly cut down in an instant. But with their massive bodies, they still inflicted considerable damage on the core. A blade flashed, and the orc was executed on the spot. Yuri streaked past under the astonished gaze of the knight. He whipped his head back and warned sternly, "Everyone, focus." The sky suddenly darkened. Yuri hurriedly looked up. A knight, puzzled, couldn't help asking, "Why has the sky?" A vast expanse of wings suddenly appeared before them. They realized in horror it was wyverns. The orcs had filled the sky. Each of them had a bow and arrow ready in hand. A volley of arrows shot forth immediately afterward. Yuri, somewhat excited, wondered they planned to fight like this. He cleared his throat at once, though it would consume considerable mana. As he finished speaking, a great amount of power gathered around the small blade in Yuri's hand. Without hesitation, he launched them straight up into the high sky. Once more, Yuri tightened his grip on the sword and resolutely concentrated his strength. In a flash, the blade tore through the air. Yuri shouted, "But we must quell their morale." An unlucky orc was struck a killing blow and screamed in agony. Seizing the moment, Yuri sprang up on his horse. From that height, he did not hesitate to leap into the air, aiming directly for the badly wounded orc. Yuri instantly grabbed the reins of the unlucky orc. In a blink, he had easily slain the creature. Yuri quickly subdued the wyvern, while the orc was hurled to the ground. He angrily demanded, "Now you want to wreak havoc in the skis, all of you here." Yuri's eyes flared with killing intent, and a massive power rapidly gathered around his body. Yuri declared triumphantly, "I'll drive you all headfirst into the earth." At this moment, the battle between the Knight Brigade and the orcs was growing chaotic. A knight ran up urgently to report, "Your Highness, the archers are ready." Seeing Ragna stand motionless, he couldn't help approaching and calling loudly, "Your Highness." He was still reeling from the earlier scene and blurted, "Truly." Meanwhile in the air, Yuri was riding a wyvern alone against the orcs. "Your Highness," Ragna added helplessly, "there really is no one crazier than him." Yuri's face suddenly darkened. He instinctively glanced back. At the same time, an orc raised an arrow, aiming straight at. Arrows shot toward them in succession. Yuri barked sternly, "Here they come." In an instant, he effortlessly cut them all down. Gripping the reins, Yuri praised with satisfaction, "Well, you're not bad." He leaned in and whispered to the wyvern, "Think about it. You don't want to die disgracefully for the orcs, do you?" Yuri proposed, "Come on. If you help a little, you can save your friends," which left the wyvern stunned. It then let out a loud cry. Seeing that, Yuri laughed excitedly. Such a fierce reaction. Seems like it knows how to listen. "All right then. Let's make some noise," he finished, and immediately surged forward with it. As they charged, he shouted resolutely, "Break through the front." In moments, Yuri had easily dispatched the orcs riding the wyvern. Another orc, seeing this, angrily lunged forward. At the same time, another orc on a wyvern swooped in to attack from a different side. Faced with that, Yuri didn't attack head-on but shot upward. After rising a certain distance, he suddenly spun around. In an instant, Yuri tightened his grip on the sword and plunged down. He chuckled with satisfaction, finishing them cleanly in one strike. Immediately after, a tremendous power quickly gathered around his sharp blade. Yuri decisively delivered a killing blow, and the two orcs were cut down at once. Having won, he declared proudly, "All right." At that moment, the wyvern promptly swooped in to catch Yuri midair. He couldn't help but praise, "Well done, my strategic piece." Observing the situation, Yuri hesitated slightly. Taking them out one by one was too time-consuming. Thinking so, he decided to gather a great deal of mana. Yuri gripped his sword excitedly. Time to put this to use. Meanwhile, below, the Knight Brigade was struggling against the orcs. One shouted encouragement, "Do not fall back. Hold the line." On this side, Jard kept launching attacks at an orc. He grew momentarily exhausted and cursed, "Damn it, this never ends." He grew momentarily exhausted and cursed, "Damn it, this never ends." Shortly after, he was left aghast and dumbfounded by the sight before him. Jard cried out in horror, "Prince Yuri." Sitting on the wyvern, Yuri tense thought to himself, "Mana can be shaped by will, spiritual sever. Use the rotational force of the wind-encased sword to channel into guilty, then release it all in an instant." His eyes suddenly widened, revealing fierce determination. Yuri decisively struck at the monster before him. At that moment, the corner of his mouth unconsciously curled up. The immense power instantly coalesced into a swirling vortex. Yuri said with satisfaction, "All right, the power has been confirmed. Now let's widen the range," he finished, and continued his attack. In moments, 3 successive vortices appeared, and Yuri easily defeated the monster. Below, the knights realized in astonishment, could that really be the third Prince of Brial from the rumors? One of them couldn't help exclaiming, "His personal combat power, it's on par with an entire army." He asked in disbelief, "Is this truly the nation of Brial's knights?" Seeing Yuri land, Jard scolded irritably, "Your skills are too showy," and Yuri, hearing that, replied annoyed, "Already complaining as soon as I get down." Yuri asked expectantly, "So, cool, right? I'll name it the Whirling Tornado Sword. What a numbing talent." Jared was left speechless and said, "Yes, terrible." Then he asked sternly, more importantly, "Jard, how's the fighting on the ground?" Jard answered honestly, "Thanks to the prince, there are no losses from the air, but that's all, sir." He added, "The battles between the main units are fierce. If one place is pushed back, the defensive line will collapse." Yuri quickly understood and thought, "Seems I have to go support." Having said that, he looked puzzled and turned to the nearby man, "And you are?" The man replied tensely, "A Knight of Yohame, Baron Pibane Kant Muchin. Greetings to the third Prince of Brial." Yuri patted Pibane's shoulder kindly. "Very well, Lord Kant, you're a strong ally. Ask anytime if you need help." The man cheerfully replied, "Thank you, Prince." Saying that, Yuri turned away coldly. "Then let's drive these orcs back." Yuri looked at Jard and grinned. "Jared, you weren't tired just now, were you?" He immediately denied it. "Of course not, sir." Yuri warned solemnly, "The more we swing our swords, the more lives we save. Hold the front line to the death." Jared did not hesitate and firmly answered, "Understood." Thus, the battle continued relentlessly. Yuri's gaze suddenly turned icy cold. He didn't hesitate to charge straight at the ferocious monster. Sadly, countless knights fell, but many orcs also perished. Cries and the clash of metal rang everywhere, so much that one could vaguely sense the battle was reaching its end. The scene before them was eerily devastating. The sun slowly set, and silence paid for lives. After the battle, perhaps thousands had been lost. Then at that moment, a giant orc suddenly let out a roar. A piercing sound immediately rang out, causing the Knight Brigade to stagger and clutch their ears. Yuri was affected as well. He panted, "So he's only showing himself now." At last, Okua had acted, appearing ferociously among the orc ranks. Yuri thought tensely, if Okua joins in and our master Moyangchan sides with them, both sides would fall into a war of attrition, though somehow. While he was still pondering, a sinister face suddenly appeared. Yuri was momentarily terrified, his face drained, and he unconsciously ground his teeth. Then the leader orc's loud shout echoed once more. Yuri thought in despair, "Damn it, those guys were already dead," and without hesitation he shouted, "Brial, prepare to fight." The orcs were about to go berserk. Quickly they went mad and lunged forward. Before the Knight Brigade could regain their composure, a giant orc suddenly charged. A collision of tremendous force occurred immediately afterward. Yuri arrived in time to save a life, his will boiling as he shouted, "Do not fall back." Receiving the signal, Jard immediately reported, "Your Highness, look over there." He noticed something amiss in the distance and called out, Orkua is trying to retreat. At that, Yuri ground his teeth in furious hatred. He decisively launched an attack to push the monster back. Yuri struggled forward, firmly declaring, "No, Orkua must not be allowed to escape." For a moment he stubbornly shouted, "Chase him," despite being surrounded by orc. In a moment of carelessness, Yuri was unfortunate enough to be struck by an orc. This caused him to fall far behind the lead orc. That night in the camp, a sudden loud laugh rang out. "Victory is ours." Some knights smugly told each other. Orkua fled. What else could this be but a great victory? One man suggested proactively, "The enemy has retreated. I think we should rest a bit." He sighed briefly. "Orkua must be gravely wounded. Let's use this time to recover." The man next to him eagerly agreed. "I agree. This forced march has been long. Accumulated fatigue will reduce combat effectiveness." But before they finished, Yuri angrily interrupted. "What nonsense are you talking?" He asked sternly, "Have you forgotten where we are? We're deep in enemy territory. We don't know what Orkua might do, and you want to rest here." Yuri suspected that Orkua was controlling the orcs and was surely concealing something. At this, the man immediately spoke up. "In this battle, I dispatched mages to monitor Orkua's camp." His Highness Ragna suddenly spoke sternly. They reported an evil aura rising from his camp. He then said decisively, "There is no reason to delay. At dawn tomorrow we will march. Ensure everything is perfect." Hearing this, the entire Knight Corps responded in unison, "Understood." Quickly afterward, the meeting concluded, and the group dispersed. His Highness Ragna suddenly called out, "Yuri, Yuri," which startled. He bowed and asked, "You called me." Ragna quickly produced a small pouch. "I need to discuss something with you." His Highness Ragna cleared his throat. "What I'm about to tell you must be kept absolutely secret. Can you do that?" Yuri answered seriously, "Of course, sir." Hearing that, a satisfied smile quickly appeared on his face. "Very good." A barrier was formed immediately afterward, overwhelming Yuri. He wondered suspiciously, is he using mana to muffle sound? At that moment, His Highness Ragna said with sorrow, "I hesitated to tell you this because you are not of the Empire, but here you are the only one I can trust." He pressed on Yuri, "Do you remember the letter we tore up before?" Yuri replied honestly, "Yes, I recall it said the Emperor had made a secret pact with Orkua." His Highness Ragna continued, "There is someone inside the Empire using dark magic." He frowned and added, "And today we saw what Orkua did with dark magic. He can control enemies." At that, His Highness Ragna hesitated for a moment. "How far does that influence reach?" "We still don't know." Yuri asked curiously, "Do you think there's a traitor in the coalition?" He answered with a taut face, "For now it's only suspicion, which is why I called you. This matter I cannot entrust to an Imperial Knight." Hearing that, Yuri quickly understood and solemnly accepted the order. "I'll secretly watch." At Yuri's response, His Highness Ragna showed clear satisfaction and smiled smugly. After a moment's thought, he suddenly leaned close to Yuri's ear and whispered, "Yuri, about that." Yuri reflexively answered, "Yes." His Highness Ragna spoke quickly with a pleased expression. "After the war, would you like to meet Ekaterina?" Yuri immediately emphasized, "I already have a girlfriend." This made His Highness Ragna furious. He snapped, "I don't believe you." Yuri desperately pleaded, "Please believe me, please." His Highness Ragna continued to chatter on. "Romances can be fleeting," while Yuri insisted, "Even painting a single portrait would be disrespectful to Sibylla, your highness." The next morning, when the sun shone brightly over the mountain peak, a warhorse awakened and lifted its head high. Yuri bravely carried the banner and led the cavalry. A knight announced, "Prince, everyone is ready." Yuri immediately lowered his voice. "Very well." He asked anxiously, "What about the mage Moyongchan?" The man answered honestly, "He is currently in the camp." Yuri thought to himself that the mage said he was cultivating his inner power and would act when the opportunity came. Back in the present, Yuri nodded slightly and murmured, "When the time comes." Then Yuri suddenly turned, casting his eyes over the ranks of knights around. Yuri hesitated, thinking there were too many empty spots. Facing the whole group, he felt a surge of thought. After so many near-death moments and stepping over fallen comrades, we've reached this place. Empty words of comfort cannot soothe the deaths of comrades. After a moment, he called out without hesitation, "Briel." Yuri cheerfully raised the flag and declared, "At last, it's almost over." Yuri added firmly, "Let's meet again with everyone alive." The atmosphere among the knights began to ease. Once more Yuri shouted resolutely, "I'll treat you all to a great feast." The trumpet signaling the start of battle sounded immediately. Without hesitation, Yuri tightened his grip on the spear point. All troops. He charged forward and shot off like a heroic vanguard. Nearby, a man was being pushed to the brink by a giant orc. As he was driven into a corner, a strange sound suddenly rang out, and the knight hurriedly turned. A blazing red banner, then appeared against the blue sky. The whole company cheered excitedly. Brial has arrived. Their fighting spirit instantly ignited. One man shouted triumphantly, "Open the way to the fortress." A wide path was quickly cleared for Yuri's troops. Noticing this, he ordered loudly, "Increase speed. Follow me." All the knights behind answered in unison, "Understood." Surveying the surroundings, Yuri said sternly, "It's the siege tower. Use it to storm straight into the fort." As if sensing something, he suddenly froze in place. From afar, a ferocious orc suddenly charged in a rage. Seeing it, Yuri wasted no time and spurred his horse into a full gallop. He couldn't help but laugh excitedly. "Yes, it's me, you bastard." With that, Yuri tightened his grip on the spear. He decisively thrust the sharp spear straight at the beak. In an instant, the spear tore through the air. But the orc was no pushover. It managed to block the blow. In a flash, it used its bulk to hack the spear in two. Seizing the opportunity, Yuri suddenly surged forward with a killing strike. Before the furious orc could react, he silently drew his blade. With a single blow, Yuri easily took the unlucky orc's head. After finishing it off, he quickly climbed back into the saddle. Then Yuri used the momentum to launch himself high into the air. In a moment, he landed perfectly. Yuri put on a look of disgust and stared down at the vile orcs. "It's been a long time. Comrades, this is the final battle of this war." A large number of orcs in a demonic state quickly appeared before him. Yuri eyed them tensely, thinking the aura of dark magic. Indeed, he placed sorcerers inside. At that moment, Jard suddenly spoke. "Your Highness, everything is prepared as you ordered." He calmly replied, "Good work, Jared." Jard continued in a serious tone, "Their elite troops enhanced by dark magic like last time." Yuri admitted, "Yes, this time the dispel doesn't seem to work either." Unable to hide his excitement, he asked, "The stage is set, shall we go?" Immediately Yuri shouted an order, "Simon, wave the flag to signal the commanders." The knight obeyed at once, "Understood." Yuri took the lead and jumped down, calling out, "Let's go." Nearby, a knight urgently reported, "It's the Supreme Command's signal. Brial has located Okua's position." His Highness Ragna smiled with satisfaction. "They found it faster than I thought. Well done, Yuri." He did not hesitate to order the signal to summon the elite force. Soon the elite troops appeared in succession. One couldn't hide his excitement and laughed. Finally, it's time to assemble. His Highness Ragna loudly ordered, "Fennec, move out." The female knight obediently replied, "Understood." Elsewhere, Graham watched the battle silently with a thoughtful expression. The cavalry units quickly launched their assault in unison. At the same time, Yuri anxiously asked, "Has everyone received the orders and understood?" He reminded sternly, "Our mission while the main force holds the rear is to take Okua's head." On the other side, the ferocious orcs kept emitting that eerie cursed aura. Yuri pointed his sword straight at them and shouted, "Then everyone." Yuri firmly repeated once more, "Don't lose your lives." No sooner had he finished than the entire force surged forward. The knights fearlessly confronted the savage orcs head-on. One of them quickly felled an orc. Sibylla clenched the sword in her hand and glared. Seizing the golden opportunity, Sibylla immediately ordered, "Fennec now." The female knight quickly complied, "Understood, Princess." Surveying the situation, Graham thought proudly that people of different backgrounds and statuses were advancing together, trusting their backs to one another. For a knight, what battlefield could be more glorious than this? With that thought, he surged forward and severed the monster's head. A tremendous burst of power quickly erupted immediately afterward. Graham, without hesitation, lunged in to attack. At the same time, Yuri was also facing a ferocious orc. He inhaled deeply for a moment. A colossal force immediately enveloped his keen blade. Yuri did not hesitate and thrust straight at them. While he was distracted, a giant orc suddenly charged to attack. Fortunately, Yuri detected it in time and turned. He easily parried the monster's strike. Observing the battlefield, Yuri thought tensely that Okua still showed no sign of moving, and his master hadn't appeared despite the situation. Clearly we have the advantage, yet for some reason I feel an indescribable unease, he thought as he kept attacking the orcs. Yuri wondered suspiciously whether he had missed something. The next instant, he suddenly froze. Yuri was momentarily stunned as realization hit. Could it be? Yuri's face went pale and he trembled with rage. Without hesitation, Yuri dashed forward and shouted, "Okua." In the distance, a savage monster began to reveal itself. Its face glowed red as it looked toward Yuri. While he was still off guard, it suddenly unleashed a killing move. A terrifying quake followed immediately. The monster murmured, "So you've recognized me." It laughed and kept taunting, "How foolish, you idiots." The lead orc emerged gradually from the thick black mist. It cried out triumphantly, "But it's too late. Become a sacrifice yourself." In the dusty haze, Yuri collapsed to his knees, exhausted. Around him echoed the mad laughter of Orkua. At that moment he realized why Master Moyong couldn't arrive immediate. Meanwhile, the creature surged forward, giving Yuri no time to rest. He quickly prepared to counterattack. The ground shook and cracked as the two collided. As expected, Yuri was once again knocked back. He told himself silently that he couldn't hold out like this for long. Yuri's mind was in turmoil. Facing such a monster, he didn't know how much longer he could last. Nevertheless, he resolved that with the target now plainly in sight, he could not retreat merely to preserve his own life. In the end, Yuri decided, "I'll risk my life." Orkua whispered in his ear, "That strange sword, it sees through our true nature." Yuri issued a challenge, "Fine, brace yourself, for I will not stand still and take." At the same time, he subtly noticed that the things reaching out from behind were being sucked into Orkua. Those things were gradually being drawn deep into its head. Orkua cried out in pain, begging help, "Get me out of here, it hurts too much." It kept muttering, "I want to die," and Yuri froze, stunned. How awful. Hatred filled Yuri's heart. So this is the source of the dark magic. Because of that, Yuri grew more determined. I must sever it. When it regained composure, Orkua was surprised, dared to charge straight at me. Then it sneered, "How utterly foolish, humans." Neither side wasted words. They lunged at each other direct, and unsurprisingly, he remained on the defensive. For some reason, Yuri suddenly opened his eyes wide. It turned out it had vanished from his sight. Soul tendrils were advancing to encircle him. In that razor-edge moment, Yuri blurted, "Damn." The result was the same as before. He collapsed once more. Now the tendrils had wrapped tightly around Yuri's sword hilt. Orkua mocked, "It's useless. Your life ends here." He snapped angrily, "Shut up." Beside him, someone shouted in fury, "In this life, I bear many responsibilities." Then Yuri summoned all his strength and cut the tendrils off. A keen slash of his sword cleaved the air. Those souls were cut away as well. He and the souls were drenched in light. And finally, they exploded under the power of the radiance. Orkua praised, "Not bad." Yuri felt relieved. The vengeful spirits were gone. Yuri raised his head, thinking, "I did it." At that moment, it seized the opportunity to strike from ambush. Where Orkua had struck, a large fissure split the ground. He was buried beneath that rubble. Yuri helplessly thought, "My reaction was too slow. My left hand and most of my ribs are broken." Just then Gerald appeared, "Your Highness the Prince." At the same time, he was steadily closing in on them. Orkua couldn't believe a knight could cut through dark magic. He was shaken inwardly, language of the continent. A spellcaster, sure, but even Orkua. He, however, remained excited. Since it had provided him entertainment, the reward would be. "That is, I will grant you the honor of dying by my hand." Orkua prepared a knockout blow. Dice. He and Yuri cursed under their breath. Damn it. They understood silently that this strike could not be withstood. Gerald frantically cursed, "You bastard." At that critical moment, a figure appeared to intercept. He breathed a sigh of relief, "You're late." The man replied, "Sorry, now you all fall back. And taking charge, leave this monster to me." Blocked, he snapped angrily, "Do not interfere with me." But the outsider ignored him and focused his mana. Then, as swift as an arrow, he shot straight at Orkua. He flew in a dead straight line toward it. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous explosion and a blinding light enveloped. He caught him while worrying, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Yuri replied coldly, "Alive is good enough." Watching the battle, Gerald remarked, "The momentum is terrifying," and Yuri agreed, "Indeed." It was clear this was truly a battle between monsters. He maintained a steady composure in the fight. At the same time, he broke apart the enemy's attack pattern. The outsider targeted Orkua's legs. Though struck, he wore a mocking smile. Orkua taunted, "These petty tricks are not bad, but..." He immediately realized that his wound was regenerating. He haughtily declared, "Do what you will, you are still insignificant. I'll show you the gap in our levels." The outsider leveled his sword at the foe and said, "You damn monster." Hearing that, he cried out to the man, "Lord Orkua, I sense great power from him. I'll support you," and Orkua began to ponder. The man glanced around to assess the situation for a moment. Finally, overly confident in his own ability, Orkua replied, "Unnecessary." No sooner had he finished than he suddenly placed his hand on his comrade's head, causing him great alarm. Then he screamed in pain as Orkua directly drained his ally's power. Seeing this, the old man ground his teeth in fury and spat, "You absorb your ally's power too, devouring your own subordinates." Orkua, shameless, loudly lectured, "Subordinates, humans and orcs are different. We are different from them." He coldly crushed the other's head and shouted, You even treat the scum below as subordinates and dole out your pity. The outsider, enraged, swung his sword and yelled, "You bastard." Okua, unafraid, turned and mocked him. What a simpleton. To punish the one who insulted him, he prepared a punch. Thus Okua summoned all his strength and unleashed a powerful blow. The outsider, seeing the familiar move, wondered confusedly, using a fist to stop this. This punch was entirely different because it carried twice the usual power. A second later, a tremendous explosion sent earth and rock flying into the air. Not satisfied, Okua roared in rage. He appended another punch, causing the ground to begin trembling. Okua, intent on utterly destroying the outsider, prepared to swing another punch. The follow-up punch erupted, and another massive explosion rang up to the blue sky. At that, the arrogant one jeered loudly. The weak being devoured by the strong is only natural. Seeing blood on the ground, Okua said, "You cannot defeat me." No sooner had he finished than he leapt powerfully into the air. Okua clenched his hands together and drew his legs up, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. He aimed straight down at the man beneath him and struck. Minutes later, Okua attacked while cursing the opponent, "Die and become nourishment for me." But he was disappointed when the outsider still spoke. "You talk too much. Only toddlers babble like that. Your chatter doesn't match that hulking frame at all." As Okua glared angrily, the man taunted back, "You say the weak should be eaten by the strong. Then let me ask you this." The outsider looked straight into his eyes and deliberately asked, "Have you ever stared at the sunset all the way to the end?" The question left Okua both astonished and puzzled, and at the same time he began to counterattack. Immediately, an enormous surge of power suddenly appeared before Okua's eye. The outsider was using his full strength to activate this technique. This technique was called the sword method of returning to order, the Azure Cloud Thundersplitting Sword Art. After a moment, Okua angrily shouted at the outsider, "Impertinent." He boasted confidently, threatening, "I will swallow you whole like this." The outsider, unafraid, met his gaze. A few seconds later, day turned into night, and he struck while saying, "No mountain, bright moon." The outsider attacked very fast and very precisely. Though Okua was quicker on his feet, he safely retreated. Taken by surprise, he angrily cursed, "You bastard." Refusing to yield, the outsider continued to swing his sword back. He slashed continuously at Okua and succeeded in wounding him. This time Okua was seriously injured and couldn't bear it. He coughed up blood. In an instant, from exhaustion, he collapsed to the ground. After fighting for a while, the outsider grew tired and stood panting for a moment. He watched his opponent lie still and thought inwardly, "Indeed, this thing puts tremendous strain on the body." With his body battered, the outsider propped himself on his elbow and murmured to himself, "But anyway." Thinking that, he thrust another blade into Okua's face, telling himself he had also eliminated the filth ravaging this western territory. While thinking, the outsider suddenly heard a noise and turned to look. He saw soldiers fighting the remaining troops and said, "The leftover forces. The disciples and others will handle them well." The outsider went to the edge of the pit and muttered to himself, "I have to clean this up." Seeing legs and arms in the pit, he was horrified. "Damn, though I predicted this, I didn't expect it to be so terrible. How many people have died?" A while later, the outsider showed tension after hearing Okua's voice behind him. "What you see before you is not everything." By reflex, he spun and slashed at the man, who replied, "It's beyond what your body can even imagine." The outsider frowned and gritted his teeth at Okua, but the latter babbled on, deeper, much deeper. He stared at Okua, puzzled inwardly, this bastard, even with his head pierced still. He then shared his secret with the outsider. "I have accumulated and filled it over a long time." He swung his sword again. Okua quickly retreated and said, "Because of hunger they devour one another, like vermin. Haven't I told you?" He bent down, looked the outsider straight in the eye, and mocked, "You are nothing but common creatures." Finished, Okua brought his massive hand toward. By coincidence, Yuri witnessed the scene. He turned around and shouted in shock, "This can't be happening." Seeing Okua seize the outsider and lift him up, Yuri cried out in alarm, "Master."